She's talking about Mercury is in retrograde. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but check this out.
Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the weekend? Praying to the give me something to believe in. Play this for my fam, they gon' say that I need Jesus. Turn up with my demons, it's already too late, baby, by the time you read this. Poured up strong, this tequila got me in my feelings. Your butt in the head, like my name was Beavis. Blowing out the speakers, fuck a noise complaint, middle finger to police. Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the week? Club too crowded, this shit weak.
You hungry?
Make the Uber drive through Mickey D's. 20 piece, please. Back to the crib. She throw it back like TBT. Legally blind on DVD. Then that brain was Ivy League. Come see me. Keegan Michael, she got the key. Trip expensive, love is free. She got the bag off PPP. Morning sex, call it Sunny D. Not a joke, but it's tongue in cheek. Eggplant emoji next to the peach. Yeah, blah, 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 you know what I mean. Back it up. Retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the week?
Okay, but I still don't know what that means though. Like, can you break it down for me? Like is the planet like spinning backwards, or like I'm just trying to understand it. Like that's just why you were being weird. It was the planets, or okay, fine.
Hello. We got a late night stream. How is everyone? Hey, Pointer Lover and Shay. Good to see you guys. Nicole B. My hubby's already asleep, so I need something to do. You had a late night, Shay. Holy cow. Oh. You're all gonna need extra tonight. What is it? Oh. I had to do like the blurred background because I'm at Morgan's house and downstairs and my son-in-law's man cave, so I'm like, I don't want you guys to see the background, so I tried something. Put the chroma land background up there. We'll see how it goes. Might shut it off. Oh my goodness, you want a popsicle? Man, hey Jameson. Hey Mal, how's it going? Hey Yep. T. Adams, good to see you guys. These streets have been on fire. Holy cow. Hey, Love Wins. I got accused of being you, so I'm typing from my chat and which I like what you have to say. Every time I've seen it. I was debating on having another cup of coffee. Have one. I'm having a pib. We went out tonight for my husband's birthday. Well, for both of our birthdays. Marshall and his girlfriend took us out, so we had a really great night, but they're already gone and Luke's in bed, so I'm like, let's go live and talk about some of this stuff. But it was so nice. Like, I don't even take gummies or smoke weed, and I'm like, I need that. Like, that was insane. And I cannot say your name. McGitsy? Are we going with McGitsy? Uh-oh. I'll have to go read that. Hey, Perfectly. Thank you. His is tomorrow. It's in 45 minutes. And mine is, what day is that? I don't know what day of the week it is. Mine's Wednesday. So our birthdays are pretty close. It makes it easy for kids and friends and everything. They just kind of lump us together now. It's kind of like Christmas. Everybody's in on it. Thank you. But I'm a year older. He likes to point out that I say 360 days older, but he says it's, I think, like 361 because he was born on a leap. I don't know. It's something, it's weird. I'm a year older minus 4 days, 5 days, 4 days. I don't know. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. What link doesn't work? Oh, the membership link? Oh, don't even ask me about that. I bless the mods for dropping that stuff because I'm not good at any of it. So what do you guys want to talk about first? Do you want to talk about the Idaho 4 trolls being back in business? Or what is going on here? It's like cutting off half of my head. The Idaho 4 trolls being back in business, or do we want to talk about the Ben Hill battle? I was like, Jerry Springer meets Judge Judy. And then there were tears, and that made me feel bad for thinking it was like Jerry Springer meets Judge Judy, but I mean, what else are you supposed to think? That was a mess, and I didn't even finish it all the way. Sorry, let me answer this message. Yeah, B&B, you brought your popcorn. Hey, Gavel. Hey, did I say hey to Georgia Peach? You're up late too. Man, I can't believe that there's this many people up late. Let's see. Why don't we do an open panel? If not, I can play. If no one wants to come up, I will play some of the stuff that went on. It's crazy. It's wild. Yes. Oh, Rue, that was so tragic. That broke my heart. If you guys have been following the Soto case, I know Allie's been covering it pretty well. There's been several others too. Michelle After Dark's done some great videos on it. It's so sad. I'm glad they found her quickly, but and the guy factory resets his phone and thinks that he's gonna get away with it just with a factory reset. Like, come on. But if you read the affidavit, oh my goodness, that was I have no words. I have no words. Last night you were dying. Hey Audrey, hey Tater. Yeah, it was. It was so bad. Hi Amy. Hey, sexy wild thing, Carol, freaking Papa Elvis Claus. She gets it one time and then it's Carol. Because that's such a mouthful. Oh, goodness. Yeah, it was Jujubee. It was. Hey, Sammy Activity. I think to get a membership link, you just grab the URL of the channel and do what /join after it. I think. I'm not sure. Hey, Evil Queen. Okay, what do you guys want to go over first? You want to go over the trolls being back in business in Idaho 4 since what is that? Cyber sleuths? Or do you want to talk about the Ben Hill neighbors debate? This is someone telling me that they don't think that the text messages between Brat Norton and Steve were legit. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Do you think that those text messages were legit? Channel link and then join. That's what I thought. Hey, Shambles. You out here causing drama on the streets. I hope you're feeling better. I hope you're feeling a lot better. Parts are real, but some parts weren't, and a lot of words changed and things added. What? Hmm. Yeah, I know the Linda Lane footage. I don't know. I don't know whether they're real or not. If that creator, it doesn't matter. If they're real, that creator is jacked up in the head. If that creator faked them, that creator's jacked up in the head. That's all I gotta say about it. Like crazy. You haven't heard about either, Rue? I go on. I think I go on. I typically don't go on camera here when I'm at my daughter's house, but when I'm at my house, I do. But thank you. Even though it's cutting off my right side, you guys are saying, yeah, it's cutting off this side of my head. uh, oh my gosh, didn't they? I'm definitely going to be dropping MJ's link from her live because it was like you guys had me all night long. I did my live, which was what, 3.5 hours. And then, hang on, I'm trying to grab Melissa Jade's link. And then I went over and watched Criminality's Delphi stuff. That was really interesting. But I listened it all on 2x. And so she was like 2 hours, I think. And I watched that. And then I wandered over to Melissa Jade's and I started at the beginning. And she kept me there all night. And I couldn't do anything else. It was so interesting. They did such a good job. And they were live. Holy cow, 7 hours. Okay, here it is. Yeah, so it was a long day on the tubes yesterday. And I feel bad because I was like, stay, stay, stay. And they did, bless their hearts. GavelGeeks! Gavel, do you want to come up here and talk about Ziggy's live? What the heck? I want to know what you think about it. Thank you, Carol. I never do this, but I'm gonna do it. Put a 1 in the chat if you saw Ziggy's live. If you guys saw Fred Hill and Andy Bernard on panel together. Although you couldn't really hear Fred. He was like in the background. And I didn't think that was fair. Like, so I watched part of it before we went out on our birthday date. And then, well, Marshall took us out. Our birthday date's next weekend, but I watched part of it before we went out on that. And then I listened to another hour when I got back. And I was watching the chat, and some people were like, Andy's so loud, he's yelling, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no, Andy's on panel, so you can hear him a lot better. And Fred is on her phone, so who knows where it was sat next to the microphone, and you could barely hear him. So I think that caused a lot of the, like, I wanted to hear more of Fred. I wish she would have put him up there on panel too. Like, I get it. She didn't need to have him up and parade in front of everybody, but just so we could hear him better. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Dina. Hey, Nanya. Yeah, Marshall and his new girlfriend. We have a joke. Marshall dates girls with the names of they either have like a C or a K. It's a K name, but this one doesn't. This one's an M name, and so I'm like, maybe it means, I don't know. We'll see. You're still lost. I know Delphi's hot. Oh, Melissa J was just talking about your stream. Crazy. Loved it. I know there's so much I want to talk about. Everything's on fire. Everything is on fire. It's a fire sale. The trolls are back in town in Idaho 4. The neighbors of Ben Hill are losing their mind. It's like, Is Mercury in retrograde? That's why I played that intro. Like, what is going on here? Yes, it was something. I followed the Delphi case since day one, but the conspiracy theories more recently got so nuts, I just stopped watching anything on YouTube for that case. I didn't follow it, Rue. See, I know about it. I'm only 2 hours from Delphi, so I obviously heard about it when it happened. The girls are a little bit older than my daughter, so we just heard about it, and but I didn't keep up with it on social media until this past summer. I went digging a little bit into it and found to follow criminality and well, come on down, Gavel. Criminality and Michelle After Dark. I really love their coverage of it. But last night, Criminality was going over the ruin situation, and it's just really interesting. Yeah, they were on panel together, but you couldn't see it. She had her thingy up, whatever it's called. Yep, they were on together. What I caught, Rue, was insane. It was insane. I can play a little bit. I don't want to play. I had planned, so when we talk about Idaho 4, I'll play a little bit of Melissa Jade's, but I want, you guys to go and check it out too. And so I can play a little bit of Ziggy's, but I want you to go and check it out. Hey, Gavel. Why can I not hear you? Hang on. This is me. It's not you. It's always me. It's always me. Are you talking?
I'm muted. It's okay. It's me this time.
Oh, good, because I'm like, wait, it's always me, but it was you this time. Yay!
It was me. What you doing?
So I just had, I have some free time. I don't know why we're like this. I don't like that. Let's go like this. I don't know why it was on that.
We were gigantic.
I don't know if I'll be able to stream the rest of the week. It's just a busy week. And so I thought, why not just go live? I know it's late, but those are the best, absolute best. My face does not match my voice. Oh, well. They're really mine.
I think it does.
You can ask Gavel. She's seen me in real life and in fake life.
I think you absolutely match. That's a positive.
Yes. Luke's is tomorrow. Well, in a half an hour. And mine is Wednesday.
Birthday.
Thank you, babe. I'm trying to keep talking. I'm trying to turn these microphones up. They're a little low.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Make
Perfect.
sure it's not me. Okay, got it.
I got to do it through the microphone, so I'm still getting it figured out. Okay. Why could Jennifer? That's what I want to know. Why wasn't he on panel? Because we couldn't hear him at all. Or is it just
no, it's not just you. I know people were like, say like Andy's talking over Fred or whatever. And I was like, Fred's not saying anything. And he was just really low, but he doesn't talk a lot.
That's what I said earlier. You couldn't hear Fred because he's on Ziggy's phone, and you could hear Andy clear because he's up on panel. So I saw some of the comments, and I was like, people were like, oh, he's yelling over him and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, it's just the volumes aren't the same.
Yeah, it was a little, I didn't know how it was going to go. I thought it went really, really well, though.
Did you? Okay. So Nanya, recap. Who's Fred? Fred is, let me just pull up the map and show, because it's going to be the easiest for those that don't know.
The who's who.
Do you want to tell them a little bit about who Fred is while I pull up the map of the area?
Yeah, so if you guys are familiar with the Summer Wells case, there are a lot of people who live on the road Ben Hill Road, which is where she disappeared from, where she lives. And Fred Hill lived down the road from that, or down the holler from where Summer lives. Okay. I don't want to overdo what I'm saying. So his last name is Hill. The road is Ben Hill. His grandfather was Ben Hill, who the road is named after. Everybody not everybody. A lot of people in there are related to each other, some by marriage, and some of it's kind of distant, but a lot of them are related to each other. Um, so directly across, or not directly, but the hill across from Summer Wells, 125 Ben Hill,
So
is
where the red is right here, that is Summer's area. It's kind of wonky on here.
yep.
I wonder if I need to pull a little different.
Hey Andy, Andy's in
There.
chat.
Hey, Andy. So here is Summer's place. And at the time of Summer's disappearance, Andy Bernard and Jody Sue Brown live right here where I'm circling. I don't know if you guys can see that. So they are direct neighbors. This is Ben Hill Road. And this is all previously on YouTube, so it's everywhere. So I'm not like outing anything here. And then continue on down Ben Hill, and Fred lives down here. So there's, as you can see, there's not a ton of homes on Ben Hill Road. So there's not a ton of like direct neighbors, but Andy and Fred absolutely are direct. I would consider them direct neighbors for a rural area.
Yeah, and Fred is farther back in the holler.
Did I got his right here? Yeah, he's right here. Yeah. So
I don't see your mouse.
You don't see it? Okay, let me zoom in closer.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't see you move it.
I would type in the numbers, but I don't want people to go like nuts. So, I mean, it's not even a mile away.
Yeah, I don't know how long the road is. I'm horrible with measurements of
Here,
miles
let
and
me
things.
measure it.
Oh, look at all the memberships.
Did someone donate? I'll check that in just
Yeah.
a second. I'm trying to measure this.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Thank you, Shabbat.
Thank you, Shaven Day.
I didn't want to give it away if you wanted to be
Sweetheart.
surprised.
She's a sweetheart. Oh, it says so 0.6, a little over half a mile.
Okay.
A little over half a mile.
So that's from 110 to Fred's, and
Yep.
it's a little curvy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Jennifer
go
said
ahead.
she walked it and it was a mile.
You've never heard of Andy Bernard and Fred Hill?
What? No, I'm just kidding.
They're all the talk of the Summer Wells community right now. I hate calling it that, but I don't know what else to call it.
I know.
Allegedly, Rue. That's going to be going around now. The guy that wore a wire. No, not a few days after. We found out tonight.
It was,
We
yeah.
found out tonight that they wired him up within hours.
I would like to say that based on the press releases and the things that they were doing, that law enforcement was doing in those first few days of searching for Summer, they did believe that she walked away.
Yes.
Definitely on the 15th, they thought that she was in the woods. So I'm a little unclear about wiring someone up.
I wondered that as well. When was it that Ronnie Lawson mentioned? Well, was it Ronnie or was it Leslie that mentioned all the different possibilities first? Who mentioned? You would know more better than me.
All the possibilities. I don't even think the very real, which she said, the very real possibility that she walked away from her home, and the very real possibility of foul play or whatever, however it was she worded it. It was
He's a mathematician. Stop.
Oh my god. Oh.
Allie taught you that a holler is the cleavage of the land. Oh,
Yeah.
love it. Yeah, I know. We got Teresa and Melissa Jade in here tonight. Like they were there back in the OG, so we're like the beginning of the case.
Yeah, we went yeah.
Who said that Ziggy's live was BS, in my opinion? Andy owes no one on YouTube any answers. And I would agree with that. That none of these people owe any of us anything.
Right.
Absolutely not. They owe it all to law enforcement. Absolutely. And the accusations are beyond the pale. It's absolute muppetry. I can't speak tonight. Muppetry beyond Chris. It is. It was crazy. It was
Well, that's
crazy.
something that Deets and I have talked about a good bit is putting people out there like this. And these aren't people who have volunteered to come to be on YouTube as even as viewers. They just live there. They live nearby. And some of the stuff that's gone on um, with the people that lived on Ben Hill in the surrounding area has been disgusting. The
That's right.
accusations and
It is. It has been disgusting. There's just. It's just like when people say like they don't understand Delphi, the community's crazy, etc. Like I know exactly what they're talking about because that's how I feel about Summer Wells' case. Like the online community surrounding it, not her actual case, but like this mess here on YouTube. And
yeah.
it's very similar, but I agree with perfectly here. Dear people in Summer's real life, please stay off YouTube.
And see, that's the interesting thing too, because a lot of these people didn't know Summer. They just lived there.
Right, right.
And in the case of Andy and Fred both, they didn't come to YouTube initially. YouTube went to them.
I remember when Benny Keys called up Andy Bernard, and that was like the
Hmm.
first time we had heard from him at all. So yeah, I
Yeah.
get what you're saying. Like YouTube went to them, and then Ziggy stumbled. I remember when Ziggy stumbled across Fred's, and I think everybody remembers the bone situation, and that's when she met Fred. And so yeah, YouTube went to them. That's true. Very true.
So I just wanted to make that distinction. They're here, and I know, like for Andy, a lot of the reason that he was there tonight, and I think Fred probably has the same reason. But they're trying to clear up some of the rumors and just really, really nasty, scandalous things that YouTube has put on them.
Do you think it helped tonight? Do you think tonight's interaction helped with that at all?
I think for some people
Mhm.
it will. The people who just wanted to know, right? That really had been maybe hearing one side or the other and didn't, do you know what I mean? They didn't really
Yeah.
know. Because we don't know. I mean, I know Andy, but we don't know Andy and Fred. Most people don't. So when you have one of them saying one thing and the other one saying the other, they're like, well, I don't know which one to believe. And I understand that too. Um, but there is a lot of information to point to what makes sense. So
Thank you,
what is that?
Elizabeth Lander. She said I look funky on TV like an alien. I know because it's like cutting off one side of my head, but it is what it is. Um, but thank you for being a member for 3 months. Yeah, no updates at all from TBI. None whatsoever.
Mm-mm. Uh,
Mm-mm.
year one and year two, they did the conference, the press con, or no, year one
Right.
they did the press conference. Year two, they just released a statement, and it said the same thing pretty much since they left in I guess maybe early July was when it's solidified as there's no new information. Um, Please don't report things from social media that don't have proof to any kind of basis behind
Yeah.
them, and we're not giving up.
Audrey, I agree. I agree. Ziggy is very pro Fred. She is um she's a big Fred supporter. I don't know how else to put it nicer than that. Like she loves her some Fred.
Yeah.
Um
And so let me just, I'm going to add this dynamic in so people might understand this a little bit better. In the case of Andy Bernard, he was living with his partner. They had two kids together. They've been together for over 20 years. Um, and they separated about 6 weeks after Summer went missing. He left. Um, she came to YouTube on a crusade to uh, get back at him, I guess. Um, the relationship between them is very toxic, but if you just listen to her, it's one way. So part of the reason I think that Andy came here was to kind of clarify a little bit of that as well.
Well, because she had, I mean, she was on YouTube, what, well over a year and a half before the call from Benny to Angie.
Well, she
And then
was
it was
so,
a much greater block of time after that before he actually came on. But go ahead, sorry.
oh no, it's fine. She considers that her phrasing is before we went public.
Mm,
She was public on June 15th, the night that Summer went
correct.
missing. It was just on Facebook, not YouTube. It was Facebook Live.
Right.
And she was live nearly most days from that point forward. Then she came to YouTube to be part of the marathon to raise money for Summer's reward fund and participated in that and made a little bit herself and uh, got into an argument with the other creators who were doing that. Then she was still doing Facebook lives that whole time. And then I think it was February because she's been on YouTube for 2 years,
2 years now. And
over two
Summer will
years
have
now.
been missing 3 come June. Well, we're almost, I saw somebody say it's almost been, what, 1,000 days? We're coming
Yeah,
up on 1,000 days.
yeah,
Breaks my heart.
it does.
I wonder that too, me. That's probably my biggest theory is that, unfortunately, that she wandered off. Like, if you've seen the terrain surrounding Summer's home, it is treacherous. Like, that's the
It
only,
is.
I think that that's what Lawson and Leslie called it, and that's the perfect word for it, is treacherous and very easy to end up somewhere, unfortunately. But with no information, none at all, no updates from law enforcement, no updates from anyone, what then happens on social media?
Ugh, something I don't want to be a part of.
Rampant speculation because we have this big empty vessel, and so content creators fill it with stuff.
Yeah.
And so Nunya asked, what was the point of her bringing them on at this point in time? So something happened on her stream the day before. I did not watch that. Did you watch it, Gavel?
I saw part of it. It was very strange. It started with a creator who we thought went away, changed his channel name or came back under different channel name. They took a piece of a video that was on Candace Wells' social media. They took a few seconds of this video and then put a man's voice over it. And the man is talking about, oh, it almost blew up on me and all this kind of stuff. So that's how the live started, was this whole playing this, saying it was this man named Cotton that is deceased that they keep pointing the finger at, and that it's him, and that he's clearly making math and
You can say meth. I use all the words.
clearly
Like,
so. Okay, I didn't know.
all of my streams are yellow. I don't care. Say the word. We don't have to use
Okay.
code words here. You can say meth and to, like, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was the claim, and that's definitely that guy's voice, that's it, and anybody that has followed the case, that knows the different pieces of the case over time, knows that that's not the case.
Wait, was this the tree cutting video I saw?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I saw some
It's
clip of that.
a
Yeah.
helicopter.
So this creator added a voiceover to it.
Yeah, and it's like it sounds like it's from, like, a reality show or something about, like, Appalachian reality show, because 'cause it's got music in the
Of
background.
course.
But the takeaway from that in that live was that they were making meth on 110 the day Summer went missing. The video is not even from the day she went missing.
Mm-mm.
I don't understand. But that's the way it started, and then there were accusations against Andy that he had gone to Knoxville and with prostitutes, and there's crack in there, and all this kind of stuff, that he went with Don Wells out there. And that all came from an interview with someone random that nobody knows who it is.
The Lady of the Night interview. I remember that well. I see
Yeah,
a couple jerks in chat. I'm sure they remember that well because it was like right
yeah,
around love time. All of us were like, okay, no, bye.
yeah. And to be fair, I'm not
She's not
bashing
making
her.
fun of that. No, I'm making
Yeah,
fun of
yeah.
that.
I'm not like anti Ziggy or anything else at all. Um, but this was a lot.
Mm,
And so that happened, and then Andy was in chat, and she got extremely loud and aggressive, and why did you do this? Why did you do that? And it was just, none of it was
really?
real. None of it were things that had any factual basis. It was all hearsay. And so that was really ugly. And I think she calmed down a little
Does
bit,
she not
and
remember the actual tree trimming video?
she's well, the other creator told her that it was a second one that Candace had put the music and the over and put up there, but you couldn't hear the helicopter in this new one. You couldn't hear the kids playing, which you can hear in the other one. So, um, yeah, I could probably find the voiceover if I really wanted to. You know what I mean? Like where it came
Yeah, where
from.
it came from. Do you have the link to the video she played? I don't wanna promote
Hold on
it,
one
but
second.
I do wanna say I will say the name of the channel, so if you wanna see it, you can go see it, and if you want to avoid that creator, yes. Can you yes, we will definitely we'll talk to that. No, there are specific people. Oh, that was insane. That was insane. Um, I was telling my son and his girlfriend, they asked me, they're like, "What were what?" I was listening to something before they got here. Like, "What are you listening to?" And I'm like, "Well, it's a cross between Judge Judy and Jerry Springer." And I tried to explain it to them, and they didn't know whether to laugh, cry, or tell me I was crazy for even uh, taking that stuff in. I'm like, "Well, it's sad. I understand everyone's frustration. There has to be a lot of frustration for those that are from there. I know neither one of those men are still there, but those that are from there, there has to be a lot of frustration towards that. Fred told Ziggy that by the way, thank you, Ozzy Trisha. That was so sweet of you. I feel Andy has told the same story all the way. I feel for all that are involved in this because they live there. Yeah. I think
Yeah.
Andy just wants to live his life quietly, and Jody Sue has made things pretty much worse for others. I think Jody Sue has absolutely muddied the waters. I make no bones about that.
Oh yeah. Well, that I will say without a doubt.
Yeah.
Probably the biggest negative influence on her case in the public view.
Mm, absolutely. Because it just became so confusing and muddy, and she speaks out of both sides of her mouth
Yeah.
frequently, often, and very fast. Like it's a lot. Fred told Ziggy that Andy was seen on the trail cam at Ben Hill on the 15th, but Andy says it wasn't true and they were trying to settle it one way or another. That's a very
Right.
great synopsis, Connie.
Yeah. And Cat's Eye, yeah, D. Not Deets, but D.
D
That's
is
exactly
back.
who it is. That's who this is.
D is back and she has four. Is this her same account?
I don't know. That's the
So
channel name.
crazy. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm looking at this real quick, y'all.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we've all seen it. Like, not all of it, but you know what I mean? A lot of people have seen that original video, and that is absolutely not what was
No.
occurring there. But this
Sorry.
Are you gonna play it?
Do you want me to? Do you have the original? If I play this, I want to play the original.
I think somebody had it up, but I don't wanna go to their channel.
Who? I don't care. I'll go to it. Type it in the back chat. Because if they got the original, I want to show that too. I'll go to her channel. I don't care.
Okay.
If she's got the original, she ain't gonna care either because
Right.
she'll want the truth out there.
So it's in the videos part.
She would absolutely want the misinformation to be corrected. It's in the videos part. How far back?
Hold on.
I'm looking. Should we play the original first or the altered one first?
The original, so you can see I think
see
the
what you're
original, so you could see, like, how drastically different this is.
Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to find it on her in her videos.
Oh, community.
Oh, community. Okay, thank
Sorry.
you.
And it's actually from Candace's. Yeah. From Candace's YouTube. So there you go.
Oh, it's from Candace. Okay, so Tiffany
Yep.
Marie's the one who shared this, but it does come from Candace's YouTube. So thank you for sharing that, Tiffany. Here we go. So here is the original video that I will show you the altered one in a minute. So Shay asks, is this a search video? No, this is not a search video. This is, I wonder if Candace put it, the exact date it was. No. This was a few days before Summer went missing. And it's the tree trimmers where they were cutting out the tops. They were cutting off the tops of the trees. Those voices you hear, I'll go back and I'll mute so you won't hear me, but you can hear the Wells children. Okay, that was the original video from Candace's YouTube page. Here's the link for that, you guys. And now we're going to watch the altered one and see if we can spot the difference. This is my first time seeing this one. Let me move through that. Wait till I don't know if that's copyright. Okay, here we go.
Hi, my name is Dee. Thank you for watching. I discovered something in Candace Blythe's video when I was making my previous video. It's a man talking on Ben Hill the day the helicopter was there. Take a listen. It was definitely on Ben Hill because part of the video.
So already I can hear the clear editing. Nanya asked who this is. This is a channel. I'll drop the link if you guys want it, but this is a channel called Slop. But she used to go by D something. I can't remember.
D presents.
D presents.
And
Yes.
D Bushmaster or something like that. Bushmaster D,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
She's had a few different names.
So we've already heard a little bit of editing there. And I get what you're saying. Like it's pretty clear. It's an overlay audio.
Yeah.
Very clear
Yeah.
because the noise in the background is lessened and his voice is crisp, if that makes sense.
Yeah. But wait till you hear the guy. It's cool.
Okay, here we go.
Video showed the house that the Wills lived
Hey,
in.
Deets.
And I can also tell by the mountain.
It was echoing. I don't know if it's
Is it?
if you had to mute or I mute or if that video is actually echoing. I don't know.
I don't know. Here,
Or
I'll
it
mute.
could be just me. I will say.
I'll mute.
In the background. I've seen it before in a video Don Wells made. You can also hear the Wells children in the background. You're about to hear a man's voice. Listen very closely. You might recognize it.
Oh, you gave me 2 bottles?
You're going to hear some children cussing in the background. Listen very closely. Whose voice do you think this is you're about to hear? Let me know in the comments.
32%. Puckered out there and they couldn't make it come out. That motherfucker puckered up like a. Yeah, then I'm afraid it was gonna blow on me.
Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and share. All the best. Have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Wow.
Do you want to do a poll and see how many people think that came from the video we just watched?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like a no-brainer for sure. But geez Louise, why do people do that?
I don't know. But she played it over and over, and he says something like it puckered up and I couldn't get it out, and the MFR nearly blew up on me. And there's like a shaking, somebody was shaking something in there. And I believe Fred told her that that definitely
There's
was
like a
people making meth.
That
Huh?
was me. Sorry. I was loading it to do a poll.
I was like, I heard myself. Um, but that they definitely were. It was someone making meth, and then it definitely is Cotton Simpson's voice, which to
Of
me doesn't
course.
really sound. I mean, a lot of people in the
I
area
know.
sound similar.
I mean, that's kind of the situation going on right now in Idaho 4 with these trolls coming back. It's like, they're implicating innocent people. And that is unfortunately the name of the game over here on these side of the streets with this case as well. It's like, who can we implicate? Who can we pin it on with not just
And
zero
Cotton,
receipts or facts, but also now we're using altered audio to try to pin it
no,
on someone who's no longer living. Like,
yeah, that's kind of the thing. And there's a Andy said is an East Tennessee mating call, but it's there's a little more to this too. Um, this Fred had told at one point said that this Cotton person had told him that uh, he had something to do with Summer's disappearance, and there was a cave at Laurel Run Park that needed to be
yeah.
checked. Um, and that was like it makes me sick to like even think about it. So there was another YouTube creator who said, "I'll go out there and look." Right, because they were saying law enforcement wouldn't go or something like that. So he got ready to go. He was supposed to meet up with a guy who was going to take him there because Fred was in jail.
Mhm.
And he was supposed to meet up with this guy. And he got to the house and the guy wasn't there and nobody knew what he was talking about.
Yeah.
Then this other creator contacted um, a family member of Cotton Simpson who told him that that is not even where, well, let me add that part in there. Cotton supposedly had died there at that place.
Right, right, I remember
Um,
that.
supposedly did not die there.
Wait, this
Um,
is all and remember, this is all coming from Fred Hill, the man who does not lie.
does not.
Does not lie, according to Ziggy. Does not lie.
Right. Even
But
though
go
I
on.
have multiple versions of pretty
Oh
much
my
every story
gosh.
he's told.
One night, Jenny and I do you mind if I tell this story?
No, go right ahead.
Okay, so one night, it was after all 3 interviews from Fred Hill had been released. We thought, okay, let's just debunk a few facts or a few things. Surely, I mean, we had listened to them; they were kind of silly and ridiculous, and we're like, let's
Yeah.
debunk a few things. We had gotten through 5 minutes
Oh my gosh.
and had literally debunked every single thing the man said, except for "Hi, I'm Fred." Like that was
or
the only.
just just like that man I shot over there that time.
Yeah,
That was
that
true.
was true. Right.
Um, but
Everything else and then we just kinda like, what is the point of this? We'd be debunking the whole thing.
yeah, and so I mean, I do have a side by side because it's part of another project. Um, but
Mhm.
I also was hoping that there would be a realization that he was not being honest.
Right.
Um, and there is a question like, is he intentionally, like, is he lying, or does he believe some of this?
I think he believes a lot of
Yeah,
what he's saying. I
I
do.
do
Fred
too.
Hill, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, but Fred Hill reminds me we have, not where I live, we have a local gas station, and it's kinda like the gas station. I live in a very, very tiny, tiny town, and the gas station's kinda like the restaurant, the melting pot, the water cooler, etcetera, and there's a table in the back, and we call it the liar's table. And every morning, without fail, you can go in and there will be 4 to 15 old men sitting around
In
telling
every
tall
town.
tales. Yeah, like I know this is everywhere, right? And they're just sitting around BSing, and you can guarantee if you sit down and listen to it, half the crap they're telling is a lie, but they're good old boys.
Yeah.
I don't
But
know
the-
if that's a good old boy, but you can just tell that they like to talk and tell stories, and sometimes
yeah.
just to hear themselves talk.
Yeah, and that's true. There was a Twilight Zone. The man's name was Frisbee, and that's what they did. All the old men would come there and play checkers and hang out all day at the gas station that this guy owned. And he would tell these crazy stories about,
Mhm.
flying and the war and all this kind of stuff. But then he got abducted by aliens, and nobody believed him because
Oh
they knew
my
he was a big
goodness.
liar. But
Yeah, right, VTAC, that was a big one, like, and that's
Mhm.
what gets me, it's why I struggle to, like, I don't have any hate in my heart for Ziggy at all, and
No,
when I watch some of her lives, and, like, she just so adamantly defends him, and, like, he's never told she would be like, "He's never told me a lie, I've never caught him in a lie or a mistruth," and I'm
yeah.
like, "What about the Rose Bly situation? Like, hello?
Well,
Big
there's
red
that.
flag, like,
And she goes, well, he
Ziggy,
just,
big
there
red flag."
was, yeah, and she was like, "Oh, there was somebody else that he thinks was Rose." And I'm okay, fine. Um, but critically thinking about his interviews, he debunks himself repeatedly. There is
He
no need for
does.
outside information.
He
His
he does.
second or third telling will debunk the first one, and so on and so forth. And then his I don't know if they're married, his girlfriend or whatever, Laura, took the place when he first went to jail, and she started answering questions and telling the story, and it got even worse. That was horrible. She couldn't remember. She was trying to go by what Fred had told before. And it
Yeah.
was really bad. Like they were everywhere that day on the 15th. They know everything. They have seen everything. They ran into everybody at least once or twice, but they weren't there when someone went missing.
And that is a common theme with these neighbors. Ooh, look at that. Gotta hide my big forehead, sorry. Um,
Yeah,
that
there's
is a
another neighbor who does that. Yeah.
it's like a common theme with these neighbors, and that is, they saw everything go down, they were everywhere, except for at this crucial point in time. Well,
Hmm.
now that looks this very crucial point in time. But Tater reminds me here of his RSO alert.
Oh my God.
Fred
Do you have
here.
it?
I don't. If you have it, I'll play that clip. But Fred
Tater, can you send
Hill
it to me?
is he has to be wanted by every law enforcement in the land as a employee, because he has an internal meter that tells him when an RSO is around.
No, not
No,
even that. No. He says
hold the breath.
there's a bunch of RSOs that would visit the wells, right? And
Right.
he knew because his phone alerted
That's what
him
it was.
every time
That's
an
what it was.
RSO came
He
up
has a
there.
magic phone. Thank you, Jenny. He has a magic phone. We need this phone. That's right, I forgot. The magic phone will alert when an RSO is around. I need that. So many people need that. Fred, dude, trademark it if you need to, whatever. We need to totally get this out to anyone and
Yeah.
everyone ASAP.
So I wondered, like, does he think they all have implants or something that like will alert when they're around? I,
Something.
yeah, but our friend Tater made a mock-up prototype.
Oh my
Uh,
god.
so good.
Does she have the picture? Oh, Mia B, were you over at Melissa's? That was crazy. That was crazy. Yeah, and magic RSO detector. Fred Hill of Beach Creek. Almost said Fred Hill of Ben Hill, but that's a mouthful. Fred Hill of Beach Creek has a magic RSO detector. But this is an extremely credible man who doesn't lie or tell mistruths
Never.
or anything. But
But that's
not
just, I mean,
all RSOs wear alert. Or you're saying it's like that, Allie? Yeah, it could be like that, I guess.
they could just take it off.
Why do y'all think the police took his phone? Because it's the magic phone. Tater, you figured it out. They needed the magic phone. The magic
That was the other
RSO
thing.
phone.
Yeah, I do. When I heard Andy say, "Can I ask a question?" I was like, "Oh."
You asked a question? Or no?
uh, Andy did. Yeah, he said he asked it. Could he ask a question? He goes, "You could say no if you don't want to," and he said yes. And he said, the question was, "Did you say that law enforcement took your phone um, on the 15th?" And he said,
I
"Yep, yep." He
I
said,
got
"Yeah."
to I got to I think it was after Fred hopped down and Andy answered a few questions and then I fired up the live, but
Oh, okay.
that was very suspicious to find. Well, should we play those parts maybe?
Sure. We had to
For
find
those
him, I
who
guess.
haven't seen them, let me play a little bit here because this was a this was such an interesting debate, I guess. I don't know what you call this.
Well, it wasn't really a debate. It was accusations hurled at one person who was defending themselves for most of the life.
Oh, let's see here.
But he did get to ask a question, and it was a very, very good one. I would also, while you're looking for it, point out that there was a live, I think last week, maybe a little longer ago, um, that was titled like, "I can't wait to get my hands on those SD cards," or something, because Fred has claimed that Andy was
On camera.
on camera in Ben Hill Holler on the 15th when Andy says he was at work and he was on video all day. He worked in a tire company, or a tire place, where they have cameras on the dock doors and all over the place, right? A couple of people have talked to his boss from YouTube, and his boss says, yes, he was here all day. He wasn't away from the cameras even long enough to have gone to Ben Hill and come directly back. Um, the TBI went to his workplace and got the camera footage,
Right.
all of those things. And so it's a little weird. Like, so you have proof of this. I'd like to see that, because that means that Andy's been lying to everybody. So I would love to see that. It was this huge deal, but now it's not a big deal at all. And they don't think it would be a good idea to go
Why
look
is
for
it not
the,
a big deal anymore?
I don't know.
And where would these cameras be at? We know where one is. Where
Yeah,
is
there's
the
one at the
other?
end of Simpson.
Uh-huh.
There's
Okay, one at
one
the end of Simpson.
at where Fred's parents lived.
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly, we know the big property has a few. Um, I don't I don't know
Okay, but
where
if
else.
they're okay, answer me this. This is just me questioning out loud. If they're trail cams, are they trail cams pointed at the road or are they out in the woods?
I don't know. I know the one at Simpson is pointed at the road, and that's specifically because they had vandalism issues at some point, I think.
Hmm.
Um, but again, I don't know if they had a card in there that day. I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? We don't know any of that. We know that there were supposed to be. Oh, and at the corner of Ben Hill and Beach Creek, there are cameras, but we have
I
no
do
idea if they
know
were
that.
working.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes. I do.
we don't
That's
know
the one
about
I'm
any of them.
talking about knowing about specifically.
Yeah.
Um,
Which, if a car came in, you'd think the cameras would have caught him, and maybe they did. Maybe nobody came in. I don't know.
Mia, I got the same thing. I did. I did. What are you gasping about?
I found something.
Oh.
the other night.
Spill the
Well, I found,
beans.
no, I'm sorry. I found it the other night, and I didn't. So I don't know who is very super familiar with the story that Jody Sue has of the 15th and the timeline and how that works. But she early on in October of 2021 was messaging with someone who ended up putting their messages up on their community wall at one point, and I believe they took it down pretty quick, but I did get them. And I was busy with something else, so I saved them off and forgot about them. And I was going through because of the project we're working on, organizing some things, and found these screenshots. And it is Jody Sue telling her story again. And she claims that, contrary to what she claims on her YouTube lives, that her daughter heard the scream as muffled and then heard a car driving away.
What? Sorry, I was
Yes,
listening to a voicemail. What?
a car driving away.
What is he saying? Fred probably has some. Oh, some hid too. I gotcha. He
Oh,
might. He might. Okay. I believe Fred said he had 5 cameras. Wow. So now we have added to the screen. Okay. Okay.
yeah, but this was back in October of 2021
Yeah.
that she shared this, and I was like, wait, what?
But ever since then, she hasn't mentioned that.
Why?
Has she?
Why? No, she hasn't. And not only that, but the Discord, the stuff that she put in the Discord, what she called "I fed them all hot garbage," completely different than what she tells publicly. Why would you tell people lies about a missing child? Like, that
Girl.
makes no sense to me. Yeah, Connie at one point she said it had a shape, but it makes 0 sense. But adding that new or seeing that new piece for the first time was like, are you serious right now? You heard a car, or she heard a car driving away. Like, you've just described an abduction with the sound of the scream.
Right? This is crazy.
It is crazy.
Is that why
And
it got upgraded to an abduction, or the possibility was thrown out? I wonder.
I don't
We
know
don't.
because
We still to this day do not know what upgraded it to an Amber Alert.
right, but there is a lot more flexibility in Tennessee than there are in most states
There is.
on how that works. But and the DA went to the TBI with whatever information to get that upgraded.
Mhm.
But it's right after I read that, I was like, that's why it's unfounded, I bet.
Probably.
But
a
that's
good
completely different than her description and different than her son's description. So they all have a different description. And please note, I am not talking about her children torturing, terrorizing, harassing, or anything else. This is information she's put out that they've heard this scream. So has nothing to do with the individuals themselves. It has to do with the information. So
Sorry, I was muted. That I was listening to a Snapchat from my daughter, so I had to mute for that. But it could have been. There's so many of us
maybe.
in the area. Didn't Ellie say that they weren't sold about the alleged? They said it was unfounded. Perfectly.
They did. And at a different time,
Oh,
he said, I don't really remember. That was a few months ago. I don't
mhm.
think there was anything to be found with that claim.
You're feeling persecuted. Yeah, tomorrow they're gonna go over Kim the second time. Yeah, Jenny has the best laugh.
Oh, I'm sorry. I always
No, don't
forget.
be sorry. It's great. We love it. Okay, let's listen to a little bit of this. I just picked a random time. I'm at like 35 minutes because I don't know when
Okay.
it actually starts. I know that there was a long wait. Oh, I should look for me in the chat. I was in there in the beginning.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get to.
I went to
Oh, I got my okay.
Anderson County or Andersonville, Tennessee. Andersonville, Tennessee is what it was
Echo.
I know. I just realized. Wait, I gotta mute.
Sorry.
called. Norris Lake, Stardust Marina. I worked for a. Nobody's came at me to question me with any of that. My guilt lies. That's not in my name. It's in mom and
You're here? Just waiting here, guys, for I think didn't I hold on, let me see, guys. Let me make sure. Okay, yeah. I okay.
It could not have been on the 15th. I was at work.
You were at work.
I mean, I was there.
Okay, so it took him a hot minute to get to it, but the first question straight out of the gate is Fred is trying to claim that Andy was on Ben Hill on June 15th, and Andy claims, and correct me if I'm wrong, Gavel, but Andy claims that he was not on Ben Hill on June 15th. He was on Ben Hill the 14th and the 16th and possibly 17th and 18th, but he was not there on the 15th. So So the very first question from Ziggy is, Fred says this, what say you? So this is what he replies. Remember, I know what it is now. This is my first time using the headphones with the microphone, so I got to make sure I mute in between where I didn't have to do that before. So thank you for reminding me of the echo. Thank you.
Pretty much on off all day on the 14th, and I took off a day or two after the 15th. But I wasn't there on the 15th. I was at work at Hayward.
Okay. Fred, do you have anything to say to that?
I mean, the law enforcement even showed him pictures of him being on the road on the 15th.
They never showed me no pictures of me.
Okay, so first thing, straight out the gate, Fred claims anybody in here who follows cases, follows trials, just throw out when you hear things that are like a red flag to you. Fred claims that law enforcement showed him pictures of Andy Bernard being on Ben Hill on June 15th. Does anyone think that law enforcement would show that to, I'm sorry, I'm just going to say what it is, the local meth dealer, because he was at the time. He is clean now. He is in rehab. We celebrate that. And I encourage, I hope, wish for nothing but the best for him, that he continues that journey to sobriety.
Absolutely.
At the time, though, he was very heavy into the meth trade. I don't know how to put it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how heavy the story is from the people on the road and people around Beach Creek, even that it was well known and that there was a lot of traffic in and out of there for his home or his, where he lived specifically. I don't know that. I wasn't there. But I think, I understand minimizing it at this point, especially since he's clean. I get it. But allegedly, that was the case. But I did want to point out, I don't know if you heard Deets, and this happens a couple of times. Well, he answered the question.
With the question?
The response, when Andy answered the question, the response was,
Yeah, I heard that. I just heard that a second ago.
Yeah, and so it's a little unfair if you're gonna, you know what I mean? If you're asking questions that people have conflicting stories, you want to try to be unbiased.
What word are we not supposed to say, Matt? I don't know what word she went to.
Which one?
Yeah, but everyone's in agreement. Why would law enforcement show anyone pictures of who they might consider a suspect at the time?
Right.
He's well,
they don't need to identify him. He's right there.
Right.
From the beginning.
You might show a neighbor picture saying, hey, whose vehicle is this, or who is this individual or something, but they would have known all that. We've also seen in other missing cases, I know I have, where they're going to take that to the family first, and then they might go to the neighbor whose property it was found on. But doesn't Fred claim that he was shown these pictures much later, that he wasn't shown him on that night? Or did that come out today?
I don't know when he allegedly saw them. Wait, what? Oh, I get it, Melissa Jade. See, I don't even know like all that stuff. I just picked up on some of it the other night, that whole drama thing. But as soon as I said that word, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's not about that at all.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, for real, not about that. So an interesting aside to that is that Jody Sue um, claims that she also was shown photos and she laughed
I
that
remember
Fred
that.
thought it was the 15th
Mhm.
and that he thought that he was identifying or something. So I don't know what that was all about, but she poo-poos it as, something else. But it's interesting that why wouldn't they show everybody the photos? But it's okay. I mean, maybe they did. Maybe because they're familiar. Law enforcement said, what?
She said, I don't think my father, the inventor of toaster strudel, would be too pleased to hear about this.
About what?
This thing, it's from a movie. Anyway, sorry. It
Oh,
just
I'm
made me
sorry.
laugh. No.
I'm sorry.
I just don't think it's plausible that they showed Fred Hill pictures of Andy. And another thing I picked up on, and you guys listen for it too, is what Fred keeps saying. I don't know if anybody else will catch this, if it's just me, because it's very peculiar. And I want to ask you guys about it later. So just listen to him. I know he's harder to hear because he is softer. So let's
Yeah.
see.
And
Anything else?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to mute anyway. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say I don't know what kind of relationship or interaction Fred had with the police, and I don't want to say that I think it's extremely unlikely. But you never know because this is kind of a weird case. There may be some weirdness in there, but personally, I think it's highly unlikely that they showed him photographs.
See, Ozzy, Trisha, that's what I thought, is that it was shown to him in jail. I thought that came out in like the jailhouse. So yeah, I'm like, ugh,
I don't know.
what
It
a
did
mess.
come out while he was in jail, but I don't know. There's so many different stories at this point. It's frustrating, and it's frustrating for him to be held up as a um, icon of truth and honesty. It's very frustrating.
You're right, and J. Robin. I remember the first few days I heard TBI said Summer was outside and they believe she walked away. Then they said her scent was followed to the bottom of the driveway. I think it was that came much later, the scent part.
Yeah.
It came
Um,
after Equisearch was there.
yep.
Look at
Ac-
this lady. Sorry, Jenny. Look at this. I have not
Hey,
seen Mystery
I
Megan
know.
forever. We were just asking about you the other day.
hmm
Girl, I hope you're well. I do hope you're well. We miss you.
It's good to see you.
Yes. In my opinion, generally, Fred Hill is totally unreliable. Absolutely. Absolutely. But there could be some unknown context to photos being shown that could make it possible. Possible,
Yeah.
not probable, in my opinion.
Right. There's always a possibility, and especially with this case, like at this point, I think that's the problem that a lot of us have is that you're hesitant to say this is completely unrealistic and cannot be true
Mhm.
because of all the weirdness in this
Yeah.
case and the lack of information, which is fine as long as they catch whoever is responsible for Summer going missing and that Summer is found. Go for it.
That'd be great.
Yep.
Okay, so educated opinion says the only reason I can't completely dismiss Fred's claims is because we know, even according to Don, that he. So we know. Okay, we're gonna get to that educated opinion because we do know that Don did go down and visit him.
Mhm.
But I think Fred's timestamps, there's a hint, are off a little bit.
Little.
Okay, so let me mute and I'll play a little more.
On the road on the 15th.
Okay.
I mean, I was down there on the 14th dealing with Jackie, and I went up to the uncle's house to call mom to get mom to come down there because that's not in my name. It's in mom and You know who's Jane. So that on the 14th, yes, I was in the holler. I would have probably been on camera the 14th going in the holler on the one at the bottom of the hill at Simpson Road and the one on up through there.
There are 3 different ones you was on.
Well, not on the 15th. I swear, dude.
Well,
I mean, the law enforcement even said they had to refresh your mind because you said that you didn't even know that you was on the road that day. They said that you told them that you didn't even know what vehicle you was even driving that day, whether it's truck or the car, and then they showed you the picture and refreshed your memory.
I mean, it's like I've said for the beginning. I drove the Soul, I'm pretty sure, on the 15th, and I came in after 6:30 or around 6:30ish or so. I don't know exactly what time.
I mean, you was caught on camera at Zoomers at 5:30.
There was no way I was on camera at Zoomers at 5:30, Fred. I was at work until at least 6 o'clock on that day because we had to stay over because we had a bunch of bullshit come in. Even on a normal day, the store at Hayward closes at 5:30. We try to have everything done 15 minutes before the doors close. That way we can get out of there. It takes us 15 minutes to 20 minutes to get the doors locked and all the technicians to run out the door like we're on fire.
But I'm not accusing you of doing anything or anything wrong. You have a right to be on that road that day. On any day. But it just raises questions why you was beyond your driveway and why was you go all the way to the dead end and why was that blue truck follow you out? I mean, that's
Oh, no.
You know, it don't mean you done anything to Summer or nothing like that. I'm just saying it just raises questions, you know?
Well, I mean,
Okay, let's pause there. Doesn't mean you did anything to Summer, but I'm kind of pointing a finger at you, and you can't prove it. I can't prove it. So here we are. It's a he said situation going on here. Could Fred be a plant to deliberately cause misdirection? I don't think so. He is accusing him.
Yeah, it's that was that was really weird because you know, people do always give Andy a hard time because he couldn't remember what vehicle he was in. And oh, you should remember what vehicle you're in because that was such an important day. And that's not always the case that people can remember details like that, especially, you know, when it's been some time or whatever. But
Right. Well,
regardless,
I said that to you that day in Discord when we were discussing that. I think I might have said it on a live. If not, I'll say it now. The day we found my in-laws, the day I found my in-laws, I can't tell you what vehicle I was driving. We own 3 vehicles. It's between 1 or 2. Obviously, it wasn't my husband's. He was at work, so it would have been one of 2 vehicles. I can't remember which one I was driving. No one's forced me to remember either, but just like trying to think back, like when something traumatic happens. Now, obviously, it wasn't super traumatic, as traumatic to Andy as it would be, say, to Don and Candace, but it would still be a very shocking situation regardless. And then, you know, you have a woman living with you who, in my opinion, was probably amping it up even crazier too. So adding to that
I share your opinion.
experience. Yeah. So I don't fault him for not remembering, but something Fred said here made me think that some of this information he might have gleaned from other YouTube lives or videos. Just the way
Really?
it's worded. Did you catch that?
I caught that on the first interview that he did with Ziggy.
Yeah. Oh,
Um,
yeah, for sure.
yeah, a lot of it is coming from other sources, or appears to be coming from other sources, I guess I should
Mhm.
say. But my point with that was that blue truck that Fred's talking
Mhm.
about with 2 people in it and all this started out as a dark colored truck. I couldn't
Yes.
see how many people were in it. I couldn't see
Yep.
this, that, and the other. And I'm real good about remembering things like that, but I
Yep.
don't remember the make, model, or color of the truck.
And now it's a
Now,
blue truck with 2 people in it.
it's very specific.
Yes, I remember that during his first initial I'm gonna just call them initial interviews, the 3 of them or however many there were. She did
Yeah,
3
there
the
was.
first time and then went back down and did a couple more, right?
Yeah, there were some from June of 2022, I think, or January of 2022, June of 2022, and then just now it's all the time. So
Yeah, Allie, that's what it feels like to me. It's similar to some of Jose's phrasing and terminology.
yeah,
Like calling Grandma Candy Grandis. I don't feel like Jose would have. I don't know. I just think even out of force of habit, he would have called her what he called her. But I just was a little. I don't know. Some of the stuff I pick up on Fred saying, it feels like he might have picked that up from social media.
and it
I'm not
also
saying he
sounds like
did. It just feels like it.
it also sounds like when he was in jail, they took him into a room and said, "Okay, here's all the evidence we have.
Yeah, because that
We
happens
trust you."
frequently in cases. We trust the guy down the street
Yeah,
that we're busting on these meth charges.
because you're so trustworthy. We're going to share all of this privy information with you, in the hopes that you don't tell a YouTuber who's going to go directly to the line with it.
The YouTuber that we know has you on
Yeah,
recordings daily.
yeah.
The YouTuber that we shut down from, what was the county she was calling into when Brandon was in jail?
Was it Greene County?
Green County?
Is that right? I don't remember
I don't know.
exactly.
I know it was a different county. I know it wasn't Hawkins.
Washington, maybe.
But they got her number blocked, and then even another number blocked, I think it was.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Well, they
anybody
shut
else
him down from any visitations because she had him on lives. They shut him down initially, if you remember.
I do. Yeah, they put a stop to it, and then they finally did a workaround. B&B, that's a possibility. They could be playing each other. I don't know. I don't.
I think he did a workaround with someone else's cricket, from what I understand.
Is that what it was?
Seems that way. I don't know exactly, but there were no more video calls. It was
Common
all
sense. They were done with the video calls. They shut that down. Yeah. Common sense ain't
yeah.
so common.
I just think it's really strong. Why would they pick this guy? Because he came in late and basically pushed his way through all the police to get through.
Right. That's a very important fact. So let's run through the timeline of the locals showing up on June 15th. We know that Summer goes missing. We don't know the exact time the 911 call was placed, but we know when the dispatch call. Right? No, you figured out the night, like you did the workaround that Gray Hughes told you all about.
Yeah, with the time. So she said that Candace said that Summer had only been missing 10 minutes. And her call was, I believe, at 6:23, and then Dawn's was at 6:26. I believe that's correct. I don't have my stuff
Notes
up.
in front of you. I know, I don't either.
I'm
relying on Jenny's big, beautiful brain.
But the first time we hear someone report in, they had been there for a little bit because they said, there's a lot of acreage. We're going to need some help. So they had already at least been there for a couple of minutes. And I think that was 7:03. So.
Okay, I'm listening. Sorry, Morgan's asking me how to use this contraption here. I'm trying to fill her in.
Okay.
Yeah, like that. So you put the water in that side. We got this fancy little mop for them to use. It's like a flat one, and it's got 2 compartments, and you put water in one side, and then you wring it dry on the other side. It's pretty neat. You got it?
Okay. I
All
pulled
right.
it up. Yeah, I pulled it up. That means she would have gone missing between 6 o'clock and 6:15 p.m.
If that 10 minutes is accurate, correct?
Yeah, but I don't believe the 2 minutes, and I don't believe the 10 minutes. But that's just me.
No, I don't either personally. So then after that, we have the perfect storm.
We do.
We have the perfect storm, as the neighbor Jody Sue likes to call it.
Yeah. So there's some. We have heard from the grandmother, the mother, and the father, as well as the people from the church who were around them that night, who came to like pray with them and everything. We have heard very different stories. So what went on between like 3:20-ish when they got home and 6:23 when they called the first 911 call, we don't know. That's the problem, right? We can guess, or we can say, well, this makes sense, or maybe they did this, but we don't have anything solid to go on, because even sightings there. Fred also says that his friend Chad Arnold had come to his house. Chad Arnold is also a meth user. And has been, I mean, all these, this is well known stuff. I'm not breaking news here,
Right.
but he went to Fred's, and Candace was in the driveway. He said that she was looking for Summer, and that he said he would check next time he was on Clinch Mountain. That part came from Candace. So that allegedly was around 4:30. Now, the funny thing about that is that Candace backs that up. So we have Fred saying that his friend told him this, as well as Candace saying that. So we don't often have two people corroborating each other's stories.
Not on this case, that's for sure.
So that, while not solid and factual, is something to think about. If she was looking for Summer at 4:30, I'm wondering how she was only missing for 10 minutes at 6:23. But, you know,
Yeah, I agree.
supposedly there was planting going on. From everything we could tell, that those pots were not planted that day.
It doesn't appear to be so. We
No.
don't know for sure. I mean, that's
Again,
information.
yeah.
Yeah, that's information that came out later, and it's basically like this situation here going through the Fred and Andy stuff. It's, do you choose to believe this over that? You know?
Yeah. So it's hard. It's hard to get the timeline together because nothing is set in stone. And like I was just saying in the chat that there's no facts, or there aren't
No.
many facts to put a stake in and say, well, that can't be true because we know this is true. So it's extremely, extremely difficult. There's no documents. There's no, none of the stuff we like to have for cases.
Right.
There's just a bunch of people telling a bunch of different stories.
And that happens way too much. A lot of stories, and I don't know. So we had Andy came in. He claims him, and I would say Jody Sue. What's an approximate time there on when he comes into the holler?
I think Andy has said as late as 6:38. I think she initially thought everything happened at 6:00.
Right.
But they say the police came in she says the police came in right behind Andy and Dawn. However, the police don't appear to have gotten there that early. They were just called like right before that. So
Yeah, it would be really rough for him to be able to make that.
yeah, I think probably just because of all that was going on, and probably how surreal that was, especially as the days went on. For everybody, I think time is just extremely skewed for everybody.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would.
do.
And also a lot of the time frames, they come, even when they come, and I've said this in other missing children's cases, that I think that part of that is normal to a certain extent. To be able to hash that out, hammer that out, and get it correct. There is going to be certain things as far as what the public knows. I feel like law enforcement have a much tighter timeline. Hopefully they have a much tighter timeline.
I'm going to say crossing my fingers.
Yeah, I'm hoping to. So then they come into the holler, and we've heard a couple different stories there, so I'll pause on that for a second. And now, do you remember off the top of your head the time Fred says he leaves and then returns?
I have it right here.
Oh, see,
He says he left about 4 o'clock
about
because he
4.
saw Andy at 3:30.
Claims he did, right?
I still have our notes from that night. Ah!
Love it.
I know. We're weird. So he says that he left about 4 o'clock. And see, that's weird too, because okay, there's the whole thing with where they first we had heard that he was hauling junk and cars out all day. And
Right,
then
and there was the thing where he said the crusher wasn't operate or was and then wasn't, like, he went back and forth on that, right?
yeah, and then when it comes down to where we are now, they were loading a car to take to the crusher, but they knew they wouldn't have enough time to get there before it closed. Uh, so that's very weird. It seems like you might know that before you started trying to load it, but regardless, they instead go to the grocery store and
Right.
run into a man who has a broken down motorcycle. And
I
another thing that's
remember
very
that.
interesting too, when Fred is telling everything that's going on, it's just Fred. There's nobody with him.
Right, in
When
his first couple interviews, right, it's just him. It's just him.
Yeah, and so when his girlfriend, I don't know if they're married. I don't think they're married, are they?
No.
But when she tells it, it's both of them, and she's backing up what he says, but not very well. Because every single sentence she said, I was like, "Oh my God, that's not what he said." Like critical things. It's not just like a word out of place or something. Like critical things.
Right.
It's crazy. Um, so there's that, and then he says when he's talking about getting back, he says, "I got back at 7, let's say 8
Let's
that
say
night."
8. 7,
Yeah.
let's say 8. That's a big gap. Hey, Prismo's Fix.
Aw,
That's a big gap. I got back
it
at
is.
7, let's say 8.
Let's say 8. And
Okay.
then, and don't forget too, he also says that Dawn was home that day
Right. He did.
and
That's
that
another person who said was him.
Laura says they passed Candace on Lone Star as they were leaving to go to the grocery store at like 4 o'clock,
And we know she came in at
around 3:20.
3:20. So
Yeah. And so then we have they get back 7 or 8, but there's a very important piece in there that I think doesn't get a lot of focus, but Deets, we talked about it a whole lot because it was like, wait a minute. So he goes to the grocery store. There's a guy there with a broken down motorcycle, right? And he goes, "Oh yeah, well I'll help you. I'll give you a ride home." He explains it was all the way in Kingsport, which is not that far, but it was all the way in Kingsport. And he had to come back to the holler to get his trailer. So what
was
time
he
did he
taking
come back into the holler?
that? You're right. We were kind of stuck on that one for a bit.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, so you're hauling cars all day and doing all these other things, but then you got to go back in to get your trailer, and that's why when we were going through Fred's stuff, it just kind of comes to the point where it's like, wait, nobody's going to take this seriously, so what's the point in continuing to go through it?
we
But
did. Now
people
they are.
are taking it seriously, and I'm like, what? Did you listen to the interviews?
Yeah. He also said that the Wells children were malnourished.
Yeah, and we see pictures, so there's
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. And he explains a situation where Don and Candace had stolen something from him. So he went up on the hill on 110, and only the 2 oldest boys were around then. And he peeked in the basement door. There
Yep.
was only one mattress, which turns into 2 mattresses later on.
It does.
There was one mattress, and the boys were down there with no clothes on. And when they looked and saw him peeking in the window,
This is from Fred's mouth, y'all. This is from
yeah,
Fred.
when they saw him peeking in the window, they looked like they'd never seen a human being before.
He just said that he peeked in the window at 2 minors undressed.
Yeah.
But, and that's another thing. If you listen to a lot of Fred's interviews, he is everywhere. It's like the man is up and down Beach Creek and he knows everything. It's wild.
Oh my God, there was one point and we laughed so hard. I don't know how long of a break we took from what we were doing when we heard this. But Ziggy said, that's my daughter in the car. I didn't know if you were like dangerous or something like that. And she goes, but you're cool. And he goes, just like that time I shot that man down there.
That's
Like,
the next
right.
line out of his mouth, you all. She's like, well, I didn't know if you were, if you were dangerous or whatnot, but you seem cool. And he's like, oh, just like that time I shot that man down there. And I'm like, what?
I was like, what the heck?
Run.
Yeah. Run.
It's the very next line out of his mouth. I was, oh my gosh.
So here's one of those things that he probably picked up from YouTube. It's Fred tells Ziggy about Don trying to sell his oldest son for drugs.
Yes.
Now, how in the world
because
would
you have
he
to
know
remember when that happened with Don.
He was in
It was
Utah.
back in youth, right? So it
Oh,
was.
sorry.
No, you're right. It was long before going to Tennessee, meeting Fred Hill, any of that. Now it could it have been a story he told Fred? Could have been.
He denies it though.
But yeah, Don denies it. So why would he say that? I don't know. That's why this case is so messy. He heard the right. Did he hear them on Ben Hill or did he hear them from social media?
Yeah,
that's the question.
And so Rose Bly, why would he know who Rose Bly is?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, by all accounts, they didn't hang out all the time.
Well, he says that. He says that he's not close to them. He barely knows them. But then he talks about knowing them and hanging out with them all the time.
Yeah, it's very weird. He said Don didn't talk about religion until after Summer went missing. His Facebook says differently. Mm-hmm. And that's not taken up for Don. That's just like, what?
No, it's just a fact. Yeah.
Why would you say that? He blames the red truck that they're looking for. He thinks it's this big bomb drop that Jody Sue's mother has one. Well, it doesn't have ladder racks on it. And I didn't even understand. I was like, why are you doing that?
Correct, Connie. Rose Bly did not go missing in Tennessee.
No, as far as I know, she never was in Tennessee.
Not that we've ever heard anywhere.
No. He said Don probably had done things with Summer, things like that. It was just like, what are you doing?
It's just a lot, and that's why when Ziggy says things like, "Oh, I trust him. He's never led me wrong," I'm like, "Are you even listening to the man when he speaks?" That's my question. Are you even paying attention to what he's telling you?
Yeah. And then Laura says the KKK does a lot for people.
Yeah, she did say that. That's true. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so we'll get back on track here. Sorry. I kind of ramble about this for a while.
I got into my notes here. I was like, there's all this stuff.
There's so much in those interviews. So much. So he claims that he doesn't even come back to the Hill until 7, let's say 8. So keep that in mind as we're listening a little bit further, because I think the part I want to focus on that is coming up. So let me mute.
I mean, you know who that dark truck is?
The blue truck.
Who's in the blue truck?
Who was that? Is that directed toward me?
Yeah, Andy. I'm sorry.
Okay. What kind of dark truck? I don't know nobody that drives a dark truck in and out of the holler right there. I know Fred's dad used to have a dark colored truck, but other than that, I didn't pay attention to who lived past me unless they was causing problems or aggravating me. I don't pay attention to what goes on. And most days I was gone 6 days a week from at least 9 o'clock in the morning to at least 6 o'clock in the evening. So once I hit that hill, I didn't pay attention to who come in and out that holler. I didn't care. If they wasn't bothering me or coming to see me, I didn't care. Whether or not she cared or not, That's on her.
But why were you all the way down at the end?
I wasn't all the way down on the end of Ben Hill Road on the 15th. I wasn't even all the way down on the end of Ben Hill on the 14th. I went to the house past Fred's mom and dad's house. You know where I went, Fred, right?
You was on camera past her on the 15th. The law enforcement has it.
No, sir. Okay. This is all I've got to say on that. If they had me on camera on the 15th in the holler, they have never came to me and said, sir, we have you on camera on the 15th. What was you doing here? They showed up at my work at Hayworth, spoke to my boss, and watched the cameras, seen me on camera. So to me, if I had been on that road on
What
the
time did they see you
15th,
on camera? You want to
do
know?
what?
He asked what time did they see you on camera?
They had the camera all day from the time I got there at 8:30 to the time I left.
So
They seen all day. I was on camera all day, accounted for all day.
So
Timestamp.
Yeah.
So that's what I hear Fred saying over and over is timestamp. And I don't know if anybody else is picking up on that. And I don't know why he's saying it over and over, like timestamp. To me, it seems like something possibly picked up from the true crime community. But he's hung up on timestamp. And I don't know, Shaggy Fred's not still in jail. He's in a rehab.
I believe in one of the interviews when he's talking about the pictures, and I'll see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure that is the question that is asked. Was there a timestamp?
Mm-hmm. I gotcha. I don't know if Andy's still here or not, so please don't be offended by what I'm about to say. I'm not a huge fan of any of those on Ben Hill Road, but he brings up a great point here. Like, if law enforcement went to his work and sees him on camera, okay, you're there. We can see you're there. But if they didn't see him on camera on the 15th, if they actually had him on camera in Ben Hill on the 15th, would we have not seen a little bit more movement on that so far? Any type of movement?
One would think.
But I don't know. I don't know.
Or at least question him again.
Right. Well, Prismo, I think that both these guys are probably quick to temper. I don't know about the extreme anger when having to deal with those who owe money to him. I don't know what that word is. Tupper meth. Okay, Tupper methware. I was like, wait, what are you spelling? Everybody says not to ever F with Fred. He's mad crazy. Well, I mean, he did shoot him, man. I don't know. In self-defense. Cursed with curiosity. Tonight was the very first time I ever heard that Don took the oldest boy to Fred's with him too. Has that been stated anywhere prior to this?
Yeah.
Okay, that was the first time I heard it.
Not always. I mean, it's been a more recent part of the story, but Don has never said that he took his son with him. And initially, I don't think Fred did either, but
yeah, he wants a timestamp of him on the hill. But if Andy's telling him I'm at work, it sounds like he was asking for a timestamp of when you were at work, and he's like, dude, I was there all day. They had me on camera all day. I don't know, but he seems hyper focused. You'll hear it continually throughout this. He seems hyper focused on a timestamp. It goes back to me thinking I doubt law enforcement. Yeah, showed him that stuff.
Yeah, and it's there's another thing too from the night before.
Hey, Abe.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. We'll play a little more.
So, okay. So it's never going to come out, or nobody's going to ever have any type of proof of you being on the road between those hours on the 15th.
No, right? I was not there on the 15th.
Did they have to have a warrant to enter any of your property?
No, no, they searched what they wanted to. I wanted them to find Summer. Why would I want to hinder in a missing child's case? I had nothing to do with any of that. My guilt lies in selling Don and Candace weed. Don and Candace, not the kids, not anybody for anybody to give to the kids, Don and Candace. I'm not liable once I walk away. On this,
You have your property?
no,
Search warrants for the locals' property.
Yeah. So
Ronnie Lawson came out and said what?
on the 18th of June, 3 days after Summer went missing, he said, "We have not needed a warrant to search anyone's property. Everyone's been so good, and they welcome us in to be able to
Ding, ding, ding.
to look for Summer."
Now,
So there goes that.
where would they start searching?
In the direct vicinity
Media
where she could have walked.
area.
Yeah.
Mhm. I would think that Jody Sue and Andy's property was probably one of the very first ones searched, with Fred's being later in the day or the next day for sure, just based on the vicinity. And so you have Ronnie Lawson saying 3 days later, we don't need any search warrants.
Last night, Ziggy said that the dogs hit at Fred's I'm sorry. That was Jody Sue that said that the dogs hit at Fred's on his property and his vehicle 3.5 days later.
Jody Sue said that?
Yeah, said it today.
Fred implicated himself, and he said that in those interviews that the dogs hit on that little bridge by his property. He mentioned the dogs hitting. Did they hit or just circle one of the vehicles up on his property?
He said they hit. Jody Sue said they hit, but I don't know. You never know. He said that they didn't even open the door and look in the vehicle, which if a dog hit there, they did open it and look. I'm sorry, they're not
Yeah, they
that
would've.
incompetent. That's insane.
Yeah, any law enforcement would have looked if a dog hit,
He
absolutely.
said, "I looked," but it's kind of that same syndrome that Jose had,
Mhm.
that they try to make themselves look well, and that Jody Sue has, and that Candace has. They try to make themselves look better in the story,
Mhm.
so it helps point out the flaws. Like they're so into making themselves look good and that they've done nothing. I went in, I looked, even though the police didn't.
Yeah.
And the police were talking, and they just talked right in front of me like that, and I walked off.
And so you have to
Dude,
wonder how much of that are there nuggets of truth and then it's just expanded on and blown out of proportion, or is it just completely fabricated? And I don't think we'll ever know. Well, maybe
yeah,
hopefully one day we will, but
yeah. I mean, I kind of feel like he believes at least some of this.
Mhm.
Um, because okay, so when you're trying to say something definitely happened on this date, and I know it happened on this date, but you do meth,
Yeah.
right? Um, days tend to blend.
And same with Andy with pot. I would think that that
Yeah,
has definitely stolen a
absolutely,
lot from his mind and memory as well.
absolutely. But so
So,
it would be hard to pinpoint things like specific times and dates, I would
mhm.
think, unless he just did it recreationally.
I agree, which is why I think they would need to rely heavily on the digital evidence that law enforcement had gathered. And we know it was quite a bit because it's one of the things that they tell us in the TBI newsroom.
Yeah. And there's
So,
another thing too, Fred keeps saying, which is there's a lot of stuff about to come out.
I've heard him say that.
He's been
That
saying that
kind
for
of
2 years.
yeah, it kind of seems like a little cliffhanger, doesn't it?
Well, not
Doesn't
2
it?
years. I guess it's been, yeah, 2 years. Holy
2
crap.
years.
Is that
2
right?
years. Yeah, January or no, January 20
Yeah.
was it? It was
2022.
22. Yeah, you're right. You're right. 2 years. Wow.
He
Man,
also
where is
thought
my
that because there was a woodpile there, he said the woodpile showed up the day after Summer went missing, and he thought she might be in there.
And
Um,
we know that's not true. We know when the woodpile showed up.
we do. We sure do. Um, there was here in the June
Mhm.
interview, he says Fred said that the oldest boy was with Don when he came up there the night Summer went missing. Don only used to come if he got in trouble with the law to ask Fred for advice.
Yes, I remember him saying that. Don got all of his legal advice from Fred.
Yeah, which is really, really odd.
I cannot say that. Cursed with Curiosity
Curse.
wants to know what our opinion on the alleged footprints are. My opinion is that a lot of people have inaccurately described their location on social media, and I don't know if that is intentional or from ignorance. I don't know.
Both. It could be both.
Hmm.
Um, I agree 100% with that, and I also feel that I am not convinced that
Yeah.
it was her one footprint here, and then way, way, way over here is another footprint, just
Hmm.
one. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
of
I
course,
don't
it
know
could just
either.
be being described incorrectly to us.
Hmm.
Not on purpose if it was the person that described the one footprint initially.
Right. I don't think
I
he
don't
did.
think that would be purposeful. Yeah, yeah. Maybe a misunderstanding.
Maybe. Just call you curse. Yeah, I think I get tongue tied trying to say both of them. And some of the, did you? Okay, and some of the
Right.
people who've taken to YouTube are frequently financially incentivized to tell stories that are relevant, which also makes it questionable info, especially info that comes out later. Yeah, especially when it comes out after, it's already been talked about for months
Mhm.
and years. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I agree, Kelly. Dime is probably a combo of both.
Yeah. Like a year in when somebody was very upset that
Mhm.
their ex was online, and they came in and said uh, to go ask their ex about the sedatives that he was selling so that they could potentially sedate little girls on one
Potential,
thing.
yeah.
And then the potentially got dropped in
Mhm.
another telling, and then it was picked up again. And today they said they never said sedatives, they never meant anything more than weed, when there is a line in there that says, "Go ask him, uh, not weed." What would she say?
She specifically states, and I'm not, yeah.
And I'm not talking about weed.
You'll have to look that up so that we don't
Yeah, to get exact
misquote
wording.
her. Yeah, because definitely attack you for that if you get it
Oh,
wrong.
listen, she says our names, mine, Adrian's, and
Yours and
Tracy's,
Adrian's. Mhm.
every single time she's live. She puts us with whatever she's mad at. Our names get thrown in, so I'm not worried about it at this point. If people are believing her at this point, I don't necessarily, not my kind of person. I mean, to be honest, there's just so much there to easily.
She will not pay Camp Abe. Abe is honoring in the chat, but I'm the kind of creator that you're accountable for your own words, and as long as you're not too crazy, they're on you, but you're cracking me up. Okay,
You can't
let's
protect.
play a little farther.
Yeah. Let's go.
No, they searched what they wanted to. I wanted them to find Summer. Why would I want to hinder in a missing child's case? I had nothing to do with any of that. My guilt lies in selling Don and Candace weed. Don and Candace, not the kids, not anybody for anybody to give to the kids, Don and Candace. I'm not liable once I walk away.
So they didn't have to have a warrant to go into your house?
No, they brought the dogs in my house. They took the dogs in every one of the buildings at my house.
None of
They
the
searched.
properties. 0 of the properties they had to have a warrant.
No. Why would I keep them off my property? I had nothing to hide.
I don't know. That's why we were asking.
Okay. Now, if I left,
I won't chat too long. I do want to play some more, but I just want to say, like, Ziggy, you have covered this case. Like, I don't know from the beginning, but you have covered it for an extremely long time. I know she was covering it in November when I found YouTube, November of 21. You would think she would know this about the warrants, about what Lawson said, but I digress. Let's go on.
and they come through and searching, and she said that she couldn't give permission for them to search, I don't know. I was not allowed back on the property till September of 21. September 6th of 21 is the first day I was back on that property after I left. Court ordered.
Do you know when he left the property, Jenny? When him and Jody Sue got into it and he was like, I'm out?
Around July 26th.
Okay, so over a month later.
6 weeks.
6 weeks later, he's Splitsville, and then he's not back until September. Okay, just wanted to clarify those dates because I don't think they were ever clarified in here, but
Right.
I think it's important because people say, you left right after. You left right after.
He didn't. And the interesting thing, too, is that, like, he was at his parents' house for a very little while, but then went to Gatlinburg and was there for a while. And then they moved 3.5 hours away. This entire time, Jody Sue was sitting saying that he's driving by and stalking her. Just want to point that out.
Yeah.
There is proof that he was not there. So
Lots of triangulating in this story. Let's go on. Yeah.
Tormenting,
stalking, and terrorizing. Here we go.
And Fred, if you have anything to ask, go ahead. I'm just trying to think of some things. I'm trying to think some of the other things. I just had it in my mind. I thought Fred had to pull over. He had to pull in his truck to let Andy by. He had to, right? Fred, how'd it go?
Yes.
Okay. Answer me this, Fred. I know where the Ford Escort sat at your mom's house. Even if I did go in the holler on that day and you was loading it up, why would you have had to move? That car was off the road enough where I could have got by easily.
No, it wasn't. It was sitting along the edge of the road. I had a trailer parked in the road loading it.
Okay. Last time I seen it, it was sitting probably 16 foot off the road with a big oak tree across it.
No.
You're talking about the blue Escort that your mom and daddy used to drive?
Yes.
They were sitting at the bottom of their driveway?
I sure am.
Well, I didn't see you on the 15th in that holler, bro. I don't care.
I wonder if we could find pictures or anything like that that would show where that Ford was and when. I don't know that it matters.
Well, I'm looking right now.
Of course you are, Jenny.
Oh my God.
I was
like,
just
are you
thinking, like,
kidding
I
me?
mean, there's so many pictures from that. Like, it's just ridiculous the amount of data that can be accumulated before someone went missing. So I was just curious. I'm like, I wonder if someone has something about that. So I'm trying to think of some of the things that I already told you about, so you can tell it back to me on this.
Look at Mystery Maven's comment.
Great when I think, right?
She's
I'm
over
just
there
saying, like,
looking
there's so much video, so many photos, etc. They're just curious. I'm not going to argue with either of these men on their accounts of what went
Right.
down, unless you could find something to disprove one or the other.
Right.
But,
I mean, we can believe whatever we
Yep.
choose or whatever we feel like is correct, but we
Mhm.
don't have, again,
Proof.
facts. Yeah.
Yeah. Receipts.
Receipts.
Okay.
So you're saying you didn't pass me or nothing? You didn't go by my house, no nothing?
Not on the 15th. I seen you on the 14th when you come in on the 14th because you about took it. I'm pretty sure that was the day you about took the door off my car and I squalled at you. It was either that or Sunday. I can't remember. I've had too much shit going on in my life between my fucked up relationship and everything to remember what days, whatever happened. But I was not in that holler on Ben Hill Road on the 15th. I was there the 14th because I was dealing with Jackie Dobbs, and I had come home early or didn't even go to work that day. And I took off after someone went missing. That way, my kids and people, and then I was there just to deal with people searching and stuff like that.
So what'd you say, Fred?
So I didn't have to move out of the road for you to go by me while I was loading the car on the 15th?
No. Dude, I don't even remember coming in the holler and you having to move your trailer or your truck. I do not remember meeting you with the trailer or truck. I don't remember that. But I was not in Ben Hill Road on the 15th, Fred. I swear to God, dude, I was at work. Do you not think if the law had anything else asked me that they'd have done come and asked me? Or if I was on the road, even lying, that they would have come and said, well, sir, I've not talked to them since I left that property. Nobody's came at me to question me, nothing. And I've not been hiding. Every year since I've left, I've had to go to court at least one time a year. Hawkins County, Sullivan County.
Are you recorded the night of the 15th, or is JC recorded the night of the 15th, telling you when's the last time, or asking you when is the last time you saw Summer alive?
I mean, I don't know if that was on the 15th. I mean, she knows when the last time I seen Summer was.
But
it was the 14th or the 13th.
What about on the 15th? Why did she, on that night, why'd she ask you, did you see her up there today? Were you on the hill on the 15th?
I was across the hill on the 15th after I got home, after 6:30, when people was looking for Summer. I went across the top of the hill to talk to Don and Candace, and then I went back over to my hill, or back down to the valley to help hunt. I went there before. I was not around Ben Hill Road, the shed, or any of that right there until at least 6:30.
Were you at Zoomers on the 15th?
So we're just asking the same questions over and over. I do remember when he first said, like, it sounded like he was going to say, no, I wasn't up on the hill on the 15th. And I was like, dude, I remember you talking about being up there on the 15th, because I don't remember where it was stated, what live it was on, but I remember him talking about that. So, but he clarifies. Yeah, I agree. Tragedy. Believing Jody Sue when it's convenient is definitely convenient. No, Fred will never admit that he potentially could have the wrong date. And I am more inclined to believe, not that I believe Andy over Fred on all things, not at all, but based on just critical thinking skills, that it is more likely that he did see him on the 14th, possibly the day after, but definitely on the 14th and not the 15th. But that's just my opinion.
When I was just running through the notes again real quick, in June, he said he left about 5 or 5:30.
Okay, 5 or 5:30.
And that he came back to get the cradle for the motorcycle about 6 or 6:30.
And what is he saying today on when he ran into Andy? What was his timestamp?
3:30 was his timestamp.
3:30 was his timestamp. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So he runs into Andy. So how many times did he go in and out?
I don't know. I mean, that's when they were packing up the car. But then at a later time, he says, like when they saw Andy, it was about 3:30, and they were trying to get out of there to get to this place by 4.
Right, because that brings into play the fact that were the crushers running, were they not running? Because we heard multiple different stories, and one of them was that the place closed by 5, and they shut the crusher down an hour before that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
or
Dang
whatever
it.
amount of time. So if they were
Yeah.
still trying to load a car at 3:30 for a place that closes at 4 and they had to get there by 3, then why were they doing that?
And pulling it on a trailer. Man, why is there always suspects pulling vehicles? Sorry. We're just covering the Michael Vaughn's case, and that's going on with Stacey Wandra. So I'm like, crazy. Anyway, Don said he thinks Summer was put in a car and driven off by. Yeah, but I mean, again, with a lot of that, it's the same as with my struggle with everyone that speaks from that area is they talk out of both sides of their mouth and way too often. So I'm very cynical of their information.
Mhm.
I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah,
Very.
I think you should be,
Mhm.
right? I mean, you kind of have to be. I don't know. I think it's all very strange.
Yeah. Nicole B said if Summer ran up and down the dog trail, stopping at the road and then going back up, could that be why the dog picked it up? I mean, it's possible. I know from watching other cases, the Mori stuff, there's a lot of information on, dogs can pick up scents extremely long time. So I don't think we know the full details of. I mean, we have what Dave Rader said, we have what Lawson said, and we can kind of piece those two things together. But I don't know that we have the full account. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. And real quick about May's comment, and she said Don also said he thinks someone was put in a car and driven off by a
Mhm.
female. I don't know why the female part, but put in a car and driven off. He explained on one of the news interviews that he did that a neighbor heard a scream and it was muffled and the car driving off. Seeing that screenshot I was like, okay, that's where he got it from, with Jody Sue.
That makes sense. That does make okay.
So he wasn't adding in the muffled part,
Yeah.
which everybody thought that he was. And they're like, oh my God.
Shaggy says, did the TBI report after investigating all of them? We don't know if they investigated all of them. I mean, I can deduce that they did a very thorough investigation based on what they have on the TBI newsroom, but we don't know exactly who they investigated. Found no evidence that there was the very real possibility she wandered off. That is what the high likelihood of her wandering off and getting lost in the treacherous terrain surrounding her home. I think, like I said, if you go to the TBI newsroom and see everything, I mean, they did multiple warrants, not on the neighbors necessarily, but they do talk about multiple warrants in other areas and things like that. They did, they went through the phones of, how does Leslie word? I can pull it up because I don't want to quote it wrong, but basically just so much stuff that they took in. They did a tower dump, all that stuff. It's just, and I think that's why they always end with the very real possibility that she wandered off and got lost in the terrain surrounding her home. But let's go a little farther.
Not at no 5 or 5:30, probably around 6 or 6:15, 6:10, 6:20, somewhere in between 6 and 6:30. It takes me 28 minutes to get from Hayworth Tire to Beach Creek. About 28 minutes, depending on how you want to drive, and I usually drove it pretty good.
So you don't have friends who own motels like that you would bang hookers at, like Jody Sue says? I'm sorry, it's
No.
such a
No,
I just have to be
she's
blunt.
okay. I have not banged hookers. I have not bought hookers. I have not purchased prostitutes. I've been to the strip club. I've purchased lap dances. I mean, but no, I have more of a moral about myself to go purchase sex from a female.
Mm. So
I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh at this stuff, but I'm laughing. Like, I could not imagine asking someone, did you go buy a hooker? I imagine that being one of my questions.
Yeah, yeah. Well, when I was like listening to it, I was like, What?
Yeah,
Like,
you could
why
buy
is
a
that,
Mercury.
that you went from here to here, and what does that matter?
Oh my gosh.
Right? I mean, what does that
He's
even
like, I've
really
been to
matter?
strip clubs and I bought a lap dance.
He was like searching his brain for when this happened. But the narrative is that Andy went with Dawn, who he'd never been anywhere with, allegedly, went with Dawn to Knoxville to buy crack and hookers. And I don't know what that even means, even if it were true. But
To buy crack and hookers.
yeah, and so that's the lady of the night thing, right?
Yeah.
Which I think is weird anyway, right?
It's
There's
bizarre.
no backup for there's nothing to tie that in. But there was one thing she said night before last on her live dates that wanted to say that I didn't get to a minute ago.
Okay.
You know how she's like got this thing about somebody named Playboy.
Yes, she's hung
That's supposed to be a
okay, I
pimp or
don't know
something.
why. I heard that throughout this stream and I'm like, why is she hung up on the Playboy thing? I
Well,
hadn't
that's
had
what the
no clue.
lady of the night said. The pimp was named, I guess.
The pimp was named a pimp in Knoxville named Playboy. Okay.
Yeah. She last night or night before. Wait, what day is it? Where are we in the next day yet? Anyway, not with Andy and Fred, but the night before. Um, she said that the picture of Summer, where has the peace sign,
Mm-hmm.
that it's really a Playboy bunny sign.
Oh my goodness. Ah, okay.
Yeah, yeah. It was. I was like, "Are you serious? I don't. This isn't making sense to me."
Ziggy said that out of her mouth.
Yes, 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 ma'am.
Wow.
That's why I
Wow.
didn't hear the whole thing because I was
My
so mad. I was like, "Why are you
what?
doing
Why
this?"
put that on? Okay. Okay.
I mean, even if that were true, like Summer wouldn't know what that
No.
meant. But why would that be the case? It's a little girl
It's a
holding up a
peace
peace sign.
sign. This is craziness. Okay. I want to pull this up. Here is where the TBI newsroom says, have you searched the phones and computers belonging to the Wells? Yes. Working alongside the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office and the FBI, numerous subpoenas and search warrants have been obtained, resulting in any available digital evidence being collected, searched, and documented. This includes social media accounts. Have you analyzed cell phone data? Yes. Cell phone data and cell tower data have been analyzed. Let's see. 3 large-scale searches, waterways, aerial searches, additional ones. Have you collected and reviewed surveillance video? Yes. We've collected surveillance photos and videos from a variety of locations. Additionally, the entire area was canvassed in an effort to locate any residential cameras that weren't voluntarily reported. People talk about how rural and how this is out in BFE, and it is a distance from Kingsport. I think it's only like a 15-minute drive, but it's I don't want to say heavily populated, but it's more populated than what you would think a rural area is. It's, you drive through little communities to get out there, and there's homes here, there, and everywhere. So knowing that they have also taken in the time to collect lots of other surveillance videos, if possible, it just lets me know that they have quite a bit, Please keep in mind that it's very rural with few businesses and no traffic cameras. There are not any traffic cameras. Have you questioned the parents? Are you home the time someone went missing? Have you questioned the neighbors and searched their properties? Yes. Is there evidence that Summer was abducted? None that we've developed at this stage. However, we continue to investigate all possibilities. FBI was involved. Toyota truck. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure we heard everything that the newsroom has to say about data. Because, I mean, it is quite a bit. Well, there's a phone or two. I mean, that's a possibility. That's a possibility. We'll never get over Z's release the alleged. I know, Maven. I know. I think a lot of people are hung up on that. I think a lot of people are. And understandably so. Understandably so. That was wrong to do on a lot of levels. Have to happen. It's been too long. I don't know. I think it's still possibly. Early as Don left for work down the driveway that he saw a red S10 or Toyota truck broken down with a disheveled looking lady covered halfway up, purchased by an old ratty blanket, asks if she needs help. She says no. I don't know about that one. Do you know, Jenny?
That sounds like a combination of things. There was a truck that went into the ditch by Simpson Road early one morning, and Don came down to go to work, and saw it. There were other people who already down there had seen it because, I mean, we don't want to accidentally say that somebody else found it first. So there was a woman in there, he said, with a rat's nest of hair and so on and so forth. So that may be the confusion on that story, but I don't know. I don't recall him. It wasn't an S10, but I don't recall a story of him running into somebody like that. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Wow. Hey, Sammy Sparrow. Wow.
Hey,
Yeah.
Sammy.
And I agree, Maven. I agree that you might be able to get past it and chalk it up to newbie to the tubes and a temporary lapse. I don't know. There could be lots of little things that one might chalk it up to, but then to replay it again like she did a few months ago, just wow. Re-exploited it multiple times. Wow. Okay, there's a little more of this I want to get into.
Okay.
We've been chatting so long. I'm gonna have to change the title. We'll just make it the neighbor debate, and then
Oh, sorry.
No. This is good stuff. I love going over this stuff with you, and so I find it highly interesting. And so we'll just do the Idaho 4 trolls another night for sure. That's crazy interesting too. I gotta
Okay, you
send
have to
you
get me
some
up
of
to
that
speed.
stuff. Yeah, I will. You'll be like, what? No. Okay. I'm always dragging her into new cases. She loves it.
I do. I actually do.
She's been researching some cases. She's the best. Best combos. Okay. Let me play some more.
Can you think of anything, Fred? I'm trying to think. I'm reading people's.
I'm trying to think myself.
Well, I mean, I figured that this would go like this. I figured that you guys were both going to just stick to what you believe in.
I mean, I'm telling the truth. I feel that I'm telling the truth. He feels he's telling the truth. I mean, if anybody's got any questions in law enforcement, they can come to me. I don't care. I was not there on the 15th, man. I had nothing to do with the little girl getting gone. I had everything to do with selling them a little bit of weed. But other than that, that's my guilt. Weed. Weed to the neighbors is my guilt.
No pills or sedatives? Did you guys sell
No,
pills?
I never sold no pills to them.
Where would Jody Sue get her pills that she was selling to over there?
That's Ziggy. That is not in my spot answer. That is something that will get me in trouble.
Okay. Well,
that's not something I can say.
Okay. Well, I don't want to get you in trouble.
So you can answer the same as Andy did just there, but I want to ask you, is he implicating Jody Sue there?
I didn't think so.
Okay.
When I
don't know.
initially
Just the
heard
way
it,
he said that, I was like,
he
what?
has never. I mean, there's a lot of bad there between them, but he's always said he didn't, think that she had the energy level
Gotcha.
do anything, right?
Mhm.
And as far as the drugs and alcohol, like I've always said this, I don't think that she's on anything.
No, I
Um,
don't either.
I, I I think it seems odd to people to see in contrast with other YouTube creators or um, the people in your house or whatever. It seems that way, but I think there's a lot going on there that doesn't necessarily have to be chemically induced. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair to say. That's why I asked. Like, and that's why I said you could also answer like he did. I cannot
King,
answer that.
King, fair to say.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Let's
I mean,
see.
that would be equivalent to you sitting right there and asking Fred where he got his whatever he wants from.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to ask you about your weed. Is like, where'd you get your weed at that you would sell? But I don't want you to implicate yourself or implicate anybody else at all.
Okay, you said
Why would you ask somebody a question like that?
Well, you remember, I'm sorry. Again, no beef with Ziggy. This isn't a hate on Ziggy at all.
No.
But I remember like some of the things that she was putting out about Fred. I was like, dude, stop. That's not good for him that you're saying some of those things. And I thought it was wild.
Oh yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but I think sometimes, and I understand this, that, there's sorry. My son-in-law has like a Lego thing here of, I don't know what it is, the Incredible, that hand thing. I don't know what it is. And I just broke it. But it's Lego. It'll go back on.
Thanos? Are you talking Thanos?
Yeah, with all the jewels. I don't know.
Did you say the Incredibles?
Oh, I did say the Incredibles.
The Avengers.
The Avengers, thank you. I just broke the pinky off of Thanos' glove. Oh well.
We all disintegrate. Or half of us disintegrate.
It's over. I think that sometimes there's some speaky, like the thought comes to your brain and it's out before even there's no filter there. Absolutely. No hate, because I do that a lot in private as well, so I get it. All right. Now that I've disintegrated the world, let's move on.
Just half.
Just half. I hope half of you make it.
You said last night that you had a pass. So would you want to give me the names of your associates?
It's not Playboy, is it?
I don't know nobody named Playboy. I didn't go to Knoxville and hang out in hotels. I went to Anderson County or Andersonville, Tennessee. Andersonville, Tennessee is what it was called. Norris Lake, Stardust Marina. I worked for a multimillionaire on his houseboat doing stuff so he could sell the houseboat. He had friends beside the houseboat on the lake, and I would work on their houseboats too. But that stopped at least 5 to 7 years before Summer went missing because I started at Hayworth and could not go down there and do that stuff anymore. Plus, he sold the houseboat.
Carrie, they did take the SD cards. Law enforcement did take the SD cards. Oh my God. They gave them back.
Okay, so if they have SD cards or they seen the SD cards with me on it, then I mean, at this point, I'll agree to disagree with you, bro.
Okay, I have not been following. By the way, I fixed the Uncrustables pinky. We're good. I have not.
You said Uncrustables that time.
I know. Oh. That's what Abe said. Actually, I just put it on backwards. Let me fix it again. Anyway.
I see it.
I have. Oh yeah, I'll show you. I haven't been following the SD card situation. What is? Can you update a little bit about that?
Sure. So back to you. So
look at this. I put the pinky on backwards. I gotta fix it.
Oh, hold on. I gotta see.
I didn't know what this thing was called. I didn't know Legos are in right now, and I didn't know that. Like, here, I gotta put it in front of me. It's picking my nose.
You should take off like all of the fingers except the middle one. But like I broke it. There you go.
Oopsie.
We're 12.
Apparently, this is the thing people are doing now.
The
just
kids
kinda-
these days.
kids these days, they're in their
With
20s
their
with like
Legos.
big kid jobs and they're all playing with Legos. I've seen it all over my Snapchat stories. Like all these people I know are doing like Lego sets now. And I'm like, okay, is it going back to your childhood? What's going on here? So I'm going to leave it like that. Dylan will get a kick out of it. He'll come down and see that and be like, what is she doing down here?
Okay.
Got this other guy here.
So Groot. I am Groot. Groot.
And he's not a nerd. He's an athlete, but he has like all these like nerdy things. I love it.
There's nothing wrong with being a nerd.
No, I love nerds.
I know you do.
I married a nerd.
I know. Oh, okay. So the SD cards, really quick. So Fred says he has all these SD cards. Some of them aren't even his, right? From Ben Hill from the 15th, and that Andy is on those SD cards from, I guess, trail cams and stuff. He claims that he has them and he can show them to us. And I was like, okay, show me he was there and I'll believe it, right? And then a couple of weeks ago, Ziggy did a live called, wait, where is it? I can't wait until I get the SD card showing Andy on the road 6/15/21. That was the name of her live. And the whole time she's being just like, you'll all see when we get the SD cards. I'm going to show you all. And then you'll see that Fred's telling the truth. And it was just like aggressive, right?
Okay.
And so she was in Tennessee a couple of days ago.
We lost you.
No, I had to cough. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
I apologize. So she was in Tennessee and they're talking about like she's been talking to these people in Knoxville and she's got all this information that she can't give out about Andy and Playboy and the ladies of the night and all this stuff. And I was in
Sorry, I'm
chat.
trying to show this one real quick before you move on. Stand behind me, Morgan. It won't show you, but I need like something to like block. Oh, that didn't work. Morgan did the Central Perk like house, and it doesn't show up because of the green screen. But so yeah, I didn't know Legos were in. Evidently, they are.
Legos are always in.
Who knew? Okay,
Right,
please continue.
So there's all this, build up to the proof is there and we're going to see it. And so when she was in Tennessee, there was all that talk about this other stuff. And I was like, were you guys able to find the SD cards? And she said, no, we thought about going over there. It's really not a good idea. And then goes on to something else.
Wait. That was the purpose of going down there, was these SD cards.
No.
It wasn't.
I don't think it was. I don't know that, but I haven't watched everything that she's been doing. So I don't know if that was the purpose or not, because she was trying to keep it secret. So people, and I understand that. Like, I don't want people to know when I'm going places because people are idiots.
Right.
Absolute idiots.
Yeah.
So, and plus, like when, like going to search, that's for summer. That wasn't for YouTube, and it never was put on YouTube. So I understand not wanting to tell people. I don't have a problem at all with that. So I don't really know what the reason was, other than to just really to visit Fred, since he's out. But she said they had been talking to, I guess, people around there. So I mentioned the cards. She said it's like a long drive, and his sisters had probably thrown them away, and Laura didn't have them. wherever she was with whatever she took. And so now that just goes away, but there was a big buildup to, we have proof and we're going to show you.
Yeah. And she doesn't. And shocking, she doesn't have the cards.
Yeah,
You,
it's a little
so
weird.
Tragedy Pimps thinks that was the purpose. And I got halfway through Tragedy Pimps Exposed last video. She did, I like the first one she did, and then she just did one today. And I'll drop that
Oh,
while
I
we're
gotta go
listening
see
to
it.
I'll drop the link while we're listening to the next segment. But I so now there's no I heard Fred Hill say here, or maybe it was Ziggy. I heard Ziggy say here that they took the SD cards and then they gave them back.
Yeah, the police took them and they gave them all back to Fred, I
Do you
guess.
I know Mystery Maven's still in here. Have you ever heard of another case where police have taken evidence and given evidence back?
Well, you remember too, Chris McDonough thought it was weird that the police gave Don and Candace their phones back.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
But to be fair, there's no crime here.
That's fair.
I mean, that's why it wasn't treated like a crime. That's why I said, why would they put a wire on Fred?
Oh, we're getting to that, girl. Don't get
Oh,
ahead of
okay.
us.
Oh, sorry.
That's my favorite part. That's
Okay.
my favorite. I don't know. Anyway,
I'm
I think it
should.
would be. I think it would be highly unlikely to take some, unless they just took them to look through them and then kind of like the phones and kept the data. I don't know. I just find it odd to hear that I've experienced when a non-suspect was asked for a video receiver thing and it was given back after the video was downloaded.
Yeah, like if they wanted your
Yeah.
camera footage or something like that. But
If
it seems
nothing
like
is
you could
there
just rip it.
after a warrant, it's returned. Okay.
Okay.
And so so they could give it back if nothing was on it at all. If there was something that they wanted to use as evidence, they might keep it. So that's interesting. Be real.
They can't just take your phones or car. Yeah.
Good to see.
And the phone was my favorite part.
Mm-hmm. They can't just take. So they have to get a warrant to take. I don't know if that's true or not. They have to get a warrant to take your. Well, I'm sure they do have to get a warrant to take your car.
Yeah.
Or you could, you obviously turn your phones in and stuff willingly.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
They didn't take any cars. And that's kind of thing, because
No.
we were all like, why didn't they check the cars, like the systems on the cars, so they could tell,
Mm-hmm.
which ones had been where and this and that. And it's like, well, it's not, there's no crime. Like we feel like there is. I'm sure the police do too. But
Right. Right.
what is the crime?
If they found no evidence of an abduction that we're aware
Right?
of to this day, because they keep stating that over and over.
Yeah.
They will give you your phone. See, I don't know. See, I'm only going from my experience. My in-laws murder suicide, obviously they collected, they had to make sure that even though it was clear as day as what it was, they still have to do an investigation and close the case out. So they took the cell phones that both of them had on them. They took the computer from the home. I'm trying to think of other digital cameras. They took some cameras and a couple other things, and they kept them until the case was closed. So that's why I was and of course they were deceased. Both were deceased, so maybe that has something to do with it. But I was just under the impression that they kept it until they closed the case.
Right.
Could be a state thing too.
Curse said, what if foul play was in one of the vehicles? They did run the dogs through.
Right, and so maybe just there's no hit on it with the dogs or anything, so there was no point in keeping it or
I
seizing
guess.
it, maybe.
But if there was any kind of fluids or anything in any vehicle,
Night, Connie.
It's it's done.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Interesting. If the SD card data was useless to the investigation, then I'm sure they'd not bother to hold on to it. I agree with that, Maven.
So in that case, if Fred got them back,
And there wasn't that might mean there wasn't anything
Anything
on
on 'em?
there. Yeah.
Could be.
Hey, Kelsey. All right, let's get to the good part.
Hello.
Hello. I love how you say that.
I don't think either one of you are going to change your mind. So, are you, Fred? I mean, are you thinking
I
any
mean-
differently?
No, I
Okay.
mean, I've seen the proof, you know.
He
Well-
says Fred's seen the proof. He says from law enforcement. Fred says he worked with law enforcement and recorded you guys. Do you think he's lying? Because you said he's not a reliable source. Why do you think he's not a reliable source? Just because of the drugs, or what? Why do you think he is not reliable? Like, can you give us examples of things in the past that he's done that would make you think that he was not a reliable person? It's weird. Why would he lie? I don't see why would somebody lie about working for law enforcement and stuff. And especially when I went and asked him specifically, if he were into the drug scene and stuff, and he very, very early on, like about pills and stuff before this Playboy stuff came out, he never said anything about you being into children or anything more than.
Why would anyone lie in an investigation that is being heavily covered on social media?
She said, why would anybody lie about being involved with law enforcement? What?
I've heard
That's
this
not a reason.
I've heard this a few times as her reasoning for believing Fred. And again, Ziggy, I implore you to think about the fact that you're believing one over the other. So by you saying, why would Fred lie about it? Well, why would Andy lie about it? Why would Jody Sue lie about it? Why would Dawn and Candace lie about it?
Yeah. Why would
Why would any of them lie about it?
Why would the
Yeah.
parents of a child lie? Another thing that when she was being like really aggressive and yelly and stuff,
Mhm.
that was another thing too. She told Andy, "Where is the proof? We need you to show us proof. You need to go to Hawkins County and get proof that you weren't on Ben Hill." Like,
That's coming up. Yeah, I think.
like
Isn't
he
it?
owes her anything.
Yeah.
But she goes, "You're the accused. The burden of proof is on you."
No, it's not.
That's what she said.
I know. When I heard her say that, I was like, no, the burden of proof is on the accuser. Like, have you watched a trial?
Like, are you serious? You're the one
Like-
making the accusation. Prove
Mhm.
it, Jody Sue.
But I'm just like, when it was said, why would anybody lie about that? I'm thinking, okay, what Idaho for? Why did Dot go on and lie, claiming to be a neighbor and see these people outside smoking when it was later found out that she's a troll? Why did this?
What?
Oh yeah, that was the other thing we were gonna get into tonight, but we'll get into it another time. Why was
That's
there
more than a
this
troll.
WSU mom named Kim who spread around misinformation? Why does anybody come into a case and lie?
I don't know, but you know what I'm saying is
It
people who
happens.
wouldn't normally and were not getting a lot of attention
Mm-hmm.
that they found when they knew something about this case or people thought they knew something about it, they got attention, right? And craved it, wanted to keep it up. The successful organism will continue doing what the successful organism does.
Yeah. It's just, I can't explain it, but by we, I just mean the general public, we see this in cases over and over and over again, especially when there is so much room left for speculation in a case. The more and more people lie.
Yeah,
And it's wild.
it is wild.
For significance, that's a big thing. Big thing.
It's like everybody's lying,
Uh-huh.
or we have no proof that you're not lying.
And people,
It just,
yep. Like Maven says here, people want to inject themselves into a case and investigation. It's like they want to feel like they're a part of it or had a bigger role in it than they did, and they just totally blow things out of proportion or spread misinformation or just flat out lie.
yeah,
I
there are
mean,
people who turn themselves in as murderers that had nothing to do with it. And it wastes time with the
Yes,
police and everything
that
because just
happens. It
it
absolutely happens. It's wild. In so many cases, it's not like it's a rare thing. Like it happens in a lot of cases. It's wild. So people do lie. And I do agree with, I don't know if it was you that said it or somebody down in the chat, but Fred Hill was not, he wasn't out here on social media. I do think he was watching it. Well, he mentioned, him and Laura both mentioned watching it, but they weren't, that I'm aware of, on like Facebook, leaving comments or things like that. They weren't in YouTube chats and whatnot. And then one day, YouTuber shows up and gives them attention. Now, I'm not saying that Fred was seeking monetary things or anything like that from her, because I'm not aware of that happening at that point. But I do believe, and this is just my personal opinion, he liked that attention. He liked, he's on a dead end road in a holler where it might be close to a city, but it's not like he could leave. I don't know. I'm just saying, I think he truly, truly enjoyed the attention he was getting. And I'm
oh
not
yeah.
saying that caused him to lie, but I'm saying I could
He was
see
getting
where it would
something.
cause someone to
Well,
make some
that's
falsehoods. I don't know how else to put it. It could cause him to lie.
yeah.
Just saying.
And that's what I mean with the successful organism. Like you're getting something that you want, you're going to keep
Mhm.
doing whatever it was that got
To
you
keep
that
getting
thing.
that, yeah, even if it's just the friendship of this person, maybe
Right.
he's never had a friend like Ziggy. Maybe just the fact that she
They really
engages with
seem to
him.
like each other.
They do, and maybe it's just the fact that she engages with him daily and frequently, and he likes that attention. And I'm not even saying in like a romantic way or anything, just in
Uh-uh.
on a friendship level, liking that attention. And so that would keep him spilling little cliffhangers here and there to keep that friendship and conversation going.
Yeah.
I'm just saying
And
that's a possibility, because her question is, why would someone lie? And I can think of hundreds of reasons as to why someone would lie.
well, as you know too, like for months, I've been like about this particular thing, wanting to put out the information to show
Mhm.
where the all three of these things can't be true kind of stuff, right? Which one is
Right.
true? About Fred specifically, and haven't done it because I was hoping that it would come about naturally that people would see this. I had no idea that it would turn into this because it to me is so obvious. And to be honest, I didn't want to like. I know a lot of people don't like Ziggy or whatever, but I didn't want to hurt her.
No,
She seems to genuinely care about him.
she does.
And I'm not trying to like, it's not about her. This is about the truth. And I wouldn't have done it tonight. It just kind of happened. But I just, that's the most important thing. I really did. I thought most people would pick up on it, but that does not appear to be the case.
No. Sorry, hang on. We don't know that, sir, so I am going to remove that comment. Sir or ma'am, sorry. That looked like from here, it looked like a guy, but I think it's actually a chick. But Jim Between, we don't know that at all, so please don't put that in the chat.
I didn't see it. I went in the other room.
That's all right. That's all right. I think he's probably really grateful for things she's done. I do agree with that. He seems genuine. Like I said, they seem like they have a genuine friendship. They seem like
Yeah.
they have a genuine friendship.
And I
And
don't
and
think
I'm
he's a
not
bad,
and I'm not like cutting her off at the knees about that either. It does seem like a genuine friendship.
yeah.
And I do think she's really grateful for the content he gives her. Yeah. Okay. Chat bang bang. Okay. All right, let's hear a little bit more. But people lie. It's unfortunate, especially in cases they just lie.
Uh,
Read. So, but it's not about that. I'm not trying to say, I just want you to tell, be honest. Like, why do you think he wouldn't be like, law enforcement wouldn't use him. Are you there, Andy?
Was that directed toward me? I thought you was talking to somebody in chat. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I
No,
wasn't even paying attention.
no, it was to you. I was just asking why do you think that Fred isn't why do you think he would lie? Because I mean,
I never said he lied about working for the police.
you said he's not a reliable witness. So why though? What's your reasoning? That's fine. It just I mean anything. Tell us why you don't think he's reliable.
Because when I got in trouble, they didn't like me because of my history, my past, and my drug use. And I just smoked weed. You've got to have some sort of. Now I don't know. I didn't deal with Hawkins County. When I went through my situation. But you know, they asked me questions when I got raided in September of 2009 or shortly after and shit like that. They did not like me because of my attitude and my drug use and my reputation and all of the above.
Well, I had
So,
drug use and stuff, and they had.
well, I mean, Fred, I'm just saying, circumstances are different by all means. If you spoke with the law, you worked with the law, you told them what you know. I don't know. I don't care. That's you, bro. That is you.
Well, I
By
was
all
just asking
means,
if I saw you.
Ziggy, 1 second. Let me finish. Can I, please?
Mhm.
Okay, Fred, you feel the way you feel, man. I feel the way I feel. I have nothing against you. I don't care. If you feel the way you feel about that situation, that's all fine and dandy. I have no hard feelings. I just want people to understand. Now, what? I want to hear.
What'd you say, Fred?
What'd you say?
I said, I have no problem with nobody. I mean, I'm not even saying that he had anything to do with Summer. He just, why say that he wasn't on the road and stuff that day when he's on camera and everything on the road that day, you know?
Yeah.
Man,
And I
look, I'm not on there.
You and Jody
Wow.
too.
Wait. Fred, what was that? Everybody needs to hear that. Fred, what was that?
I said I did wire in on him and Jody Sue and Don. They all three was talking.
Okay, so we're getting to the part that it's very interesting. I think we're all going to have some opinions on, so
We're getting wired.
buckle up. It's 2 a.m. and I'm all hyped up on Mr. Pibb. Not Mountain Dew. Mr. Pibb.
I got Diet Barks root beer. Or zero, not diet.
Yeah.
Zero. And the good ice.
And the good ice. I turned Jenny on to the best ice maker in the world.
Dude, I don't know how I ever lived without it.
Yes.
The
Nugget
good ice.
You call it nugget ice or bunny poop ice or whatever you want to call it. It's the best ice ever. The best.
Mhm.
3
I love
a.m.
it.
perfectly. You're going to be taxing me for like triple time. I never go and see who's wrenched on that side. Oh, now it shows me who's wrenched. When did that happen? It didn't used to show me who was wrenched on the StreamYard side.
Oh, StreamYard stepping it up.
Looky there, I can see it. Goodness gracious. 3 a.m. there. Nicole's still here. Man, she's gonna be. You have I have the GE Opal ice maker. It's the best.
And
The
so do
best.
I. Thanks to Deets.
It's so worth it. Like I convinced everyone. Just get on, order it now. You won't regret it.
I got one from my dad for Christmas.
Did you really?
Yeah, and my daddy never says anything. I have to ask him, like, if he liked his Christmas
Oh.
present, like, a couple of months later. He was
Yeah.
calling me the next week. He was like, "Baby, I really love this. Thank you so much."
It's
Like,
the best thing. Like mine's still at home and we've been here at Morgan so long and she has on her fridge it makes that same nugget ice, but it's not the same as the just scooping it out with your little scoop and your little
Little
so good. I'm like, I need to bring it here. Oh yeah, it's the Opal 2, I think is what the newest one is. It's kind of pricey. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. It's kind of pricey. But if you love
Worth
yourself,
every penny.
it's worth it. Yeah. Absolutely. Triple popsicles. Sammy Sparrow, she did this today. This is her live from today.
Yesterday now.
Yeah, now it's yesterday. Which I found out in this stream. Ziggy shares a birthday with Mr. Deets. How crazy is that?
Very.
What are you talking about, Poon? Oh, that's a creator. Okay, I'm like, wait, what's Poon? I mean, I know what Poon is, but I was like, what? I was confused for a second. Okay.
Here, you want to hear me get in my eyes? Listen. You hear that?
So jealous. Yeah, that's what we call it. Cat's
Ah.
eye bunny poop ice. Like, I don't know what else. I've heard it called other things. The good ice. The good ice. That's my favorite, but we call it bunny. Is the ice different? Flat, thin, opal ice, any ice?
It's like Sonic ice.
Yeah,
Maybe.
it's like Sonic, or like the ice you get when you have a kid at the hospital. It's the crunch in your mouth on one bite ice.
Yeah, it's soft.
Mhm. Okay, enough about ice. Let's get to this part because this is the part where I was like, shut the front door. All right.
Sorry, Andy, I had to interrupt there.
No, you're good. 5 seconds stop. That's good. I gave. Now look. If you were a wire on me, seriously, did I say anything to you that says anything about me being on that road or having anything to do with Summer being missing?
No, but Jody Sue's asking you questions. When the last time you seen Summer alive and stuff on the recording?
Well, okay. Yeah, just because I answered. Just because I answered.
The last time you seen Summer, and you told her you seen her earlier that day, and that was on the 15th.
Okay. I don't know if you guys can see the chat, but Jody Sue comes in and she's it probably will get clipped, you're right. And says that he was not on Ben Hill before close to 7 p.m. Which I always find it interesting when they back each other up. But I mean, hey, if the truth is the truth, right? So back to what Fred alleges is that he records him on the wire. We haven't even gotten to the date of well, he says on the 15th. Has he said it yet? No, because we keep asking. Yeah. So he says that he's recorded Dawn, Andy, and Jody Sue. And Jody Sue's on the recording asking him when the last time he saw Summer was. And Andy allegedly says on this wiretap that the last time, or she asked the last time Andy saw her alive was. And Fred claims Andy said earlier that morning. And that's why everybody's like, what day is this? What day is this? So what do you want to say about that, Jenny? What say you?
I think it's funny too, because originally when he was talking about wearing a wire, he wore a wire while Dawn was there. Which I was like, what? He wore a wire while Dawn was there that night on the 15th, and the recording messed up. Do you remember that?
Yeah, because they were listening from a vehicle and it just went out on them. And, like, there was a whole story behind this, right?
It's a laugh.
I know. He's like, Andy's the smartest person on that live. Think about that. Oh, God bless you. When did he, do you have in your notes, if you have them available, of when he said that recording took place in that initial interview?
I'll look, because I don't know that he did. I don't think he mentioned it in the initial.
He didn't mention it at a time? Okay. Well, it was either in the initial 3 or in the second time she went back, but it was mentioned in one of those sets.
Okay, I'll look.
All right, I'll play a little further.
No. I seen her on the 14th. 14th or the 13th, or the both days. I can't remember, man. I mean, okay. But no, I wasn't there. I didn't see her on the 15th. I seen her on the 14th. I seen her on the 13th.
Could somebody else have been driving?
That's what you told. You told that you seen last time you seen her live was on the 14th on video. I mean on the recording.
Okay. What, Fred, bro, what's wrong with me saying that?
You stated that you didn't see her on the 15th when you went over on the hill earlier that day.
Okay, Fred, what is wrong with me saying I seen her on the 14th alive?
But you didn't see her on the 15th, is what you said when you went over there, is what he said at the end. He said you saw
Okay,
her on the 14th alive, and then on the 15th, you didn't see her when you went over there.
Okay. If I went over there on the 15th.
Why is Ziggy asking this question now?
Yeah, like, why is it so aggressive if that's what saw her on the 14th and didn't see her on the 15th? Okay.
Yeah, but like it's kind of realigning what Fred said.
I gotcha. What was this? I don't know. How on earth do they expect us to believe they? Right. Okay, we're getting there, Lily. We're getting there. I don't think any of these people have it. I don't know that they do. I honestly don't think they do either. As far as the second part, Candace Dawn and Grandma Candy, I don't know. But I think a lot of the people that are talking really had nothing to do with it and probably have a lot less information than they're sharing. Again, that's just my opinion.
At 6:30 in the evening, I would not have seen her because she was done missing. And that would be an honest statement, not a lie, not an exaggeration. I wasn't on Ben Hill Road after 8 or 8:30 on the 15th morning. I was supposed to be at work at 8 o'clock. I always told them that I'd be there when I got there, and if they didn't like it, they could fire me. Why do you think I don't work there now? Because we got into a fight over me being late every day and me telling you to just basically eat a dick. But
so you just said you went over on the hill about 6:30, got down there about 6:30. You just said a while ago you said Zoomers between 6 and 6:30.
Okay, yeah. If I was at Zoomers between 6 and 6:30, at some point in time when I got there searching for Summer, I would have crossed that hill. My phone don't work down there, so I don't know what time it is. I can't tell time if I don't have a phone to tell time with. So I pulled in somewhere on.
Andy, your phone still tells you time if you don't have a signal to call out on it. Just saying. It'll still tell you what time it is, even if you don't have service. But yeah, it is kind of lame the way they say it back then. Small town living is no different than good old boy system down here in Georgia. The Murdoch murder was not in Georgia.
Sakalana.
I know. Someone should ask him about the logistics of the wire. They do. Let's get there.
Hold on to your horses.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, your phone still tells the time. Still tells it. Oh, I did see Laura. You're like, they're both meth heads. No, Andy is not a meth head. He does pot. Just to clarify, we learned that he doesn't mess with any of that other stuff tonight. He just pot. And Ziggy's like, yeah, who cares about that? Like, I don't know. I know a lot of people do pot, so the world is full of people who love to gossip. Like this.
Yeah, she said, I've done meth. It's not a big deal.
She said that? I missed that. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go. Holy cow. Holy cow. This
She's tried meth. Let me. Yeah. She's tried.
Let me mute. I said that aggressively because I'm like, let me mute before I say something else.
On Ben Hill Road between 6:30ish. I don't know what time because I wasn't worried about what time it was. I was told that there was a missing little girl, and that was my priority at that point. Not what time it was, not who was here, not who was there.
Okay, so you're saying that let me scroll and see if you said anything else before I ask this question. Okay. So you came home from work, got into there, went up to the hill, then went where do you leave your phone is my point. You're like, if you surely came home from work with your phone. and I get it that like you know keeping track of time and all that wasn't a priority. So I'm not giving you grief for that. I'm just saying like your phone still works to tell the
Yeah.
time even if you don't have signal.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
absolutely.
Oh.
It was parking my car and looking for said child.
But it just
It-
feels you wouldn't know. I don't know.
Let me ask you another question on the. It happened.
Ask me another question.
Same time it was recorded. What was the money that Don handed you for
When?
on the 15th? Standing at the bottom of your driveway when they supposedly searching for Summer. Ask you another question on the. It happened.
Ask me another question.
Same time it was recorded. What was the money that Don handed you for
When?
on the 15th? Standing at the bottom of your driveway when they supposedly searching for Summer. When I was recording you for the police.
Okay, I don't remember him giving me any money on the 15th. At some point in time, I remember that. I don't think that was the 15th, bro. I think that was a couple days before that, or maybe a couple days after that.
Couldn't be a couple days before because nobody would hang out at the bottom of the driveway like that all together a couple days before.
Because it was him, Don, Jody Sue.
I mean, regardless, if he gave me anything, it was money for weed, Fred. That's the only dealings I had with Don and Candace was weed. I didn't hang out with them.
Did your son?
I'm just curious as to what the money transfer was for. That's the only concern.
Probably weed. I mean,
no, I just wondered if it was for Summer or what.
okay. I mean,
So this whole life, Fred's been like, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just saying I saw you here, there, everywhere. I'm not accusing you of this or that. And then he was like, I just want to know what the money was for. I was wondering if it was for Summer. Like, you just threw it out like that. Like, come on.
Yeah,
Come on.
there's a lot of that.
Goodness gracious.
By the way, I don't see anything about recordings or wire in the January or June. And I parsed both of them. I don't.
Well, when did he talk about? He talks about that wiretap and law enforcement sitting in the vehicle. I remember the story he was given.
Yeah, I'll keep
That's
looking.
crazy. It was crazy. Oh, sorry, Jen.
Crazy.
Probably left it in the car. Okay, I gotcha. Oh my. Sorry, I'm going through looking at the comments here really quick.
Hey, there's a glare.
If anyone worked for the police, he wouldn't. Right, Laura? Wait, it gets better. It gets better. So he's wired and he wants to know. He claims he's seen Josu, Andy, and Dawn talking and that Dawn gave Andy money. What was it for? I want to know if it was for Summer. But it gets a little more interesting.
would $20 or $15 cover a child's, Fred? I mean, because they usually never bought over a gram of weed, and the going rates of weed right now would be $15 a gram, $18 a gram, $10 a gram. You get 2 grams. I mean, I've even hooked Laura up at the gas station before for y'all. I mean, why you want to bring my business out?
Oh, I missed that the first time.
Girl, I did too. I'm like, dang, they're just spilling tea all around, but they do it in such a manner. I'm like, oh, I
Andy
didn't
said,
know. I
uppercut,
took Laura
uppercut.
up at the gas station. Sorry,
Pow,
I can't do
pow.
voices. I'm not making fun of
Pow.
anyone. I'm just horrible at voices. But
Oh, you're great at voices.
holy cow, I hooked Laura up at the. Why are you spilling my tea? Why are you spilling my business?
Why are you? Well, she'd already asked him who was Jody Sue's pill supplier, as if she had pills. I mean, that's not even been established. And she's asking who the supplier is, and then she has Andy who supplies his weed. He was like, "What? I'm not going to tell you that."
And so finally, he's like, "Well, I hooked Laura up at the gas station."
Yeah. It's like, yo, you want to know something? I'll tell you something.
Marlena says it was in the second or third interview Ziggy did with Fred. I thought it was early
I'm pulling it.
on. Okay.
Yeah, I went through the first one and the second one, so it must be. I'm gonna do the third one now.
Okay. I don't believe there is any video of Andy on that road at that hour, and I definitely don't believe there was any. I don't believe there was a wiretap either. I know, Lily. I know.
The wiretap information is
Because they're talking about weed prices because Andy supplied weed to not supplied, he sold it to Don and Candace, and that's been out for a while, but allegedly he sold it to Laura too. So there's that. My goodness.
Damn.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, that I think a lot of this is to keep the friendship going between him and Ziggy. Absolutely. Absolutely. Gets so messed up that he says there are monkeys in the trees.
Mm-hmm.
Does he talk about that again?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not in this video. No.
No. Yeah, you're right. I listened until he left. Okay. Here we go.
Oh, Andy does though.
Andy talked about meth monkeys.
And Snipes.
And, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Here like that. I had nothing to do with Summer, bro. There was people running that holler all hours of the night, and they weren't coming to my house.
Oh, where were they going?
Pow, pow. It's like a little jab.
Was it the dealer at the end of the road? Oof.
I mean, I don't know, but I mean, it's weird that somebody in Fred's position would be making these kind of claims about someone else. Do you know what I mean? Like his plate is dirty. Why is he trying to put that on someone else, right? And I'm not saying that Andy's is clean. I'm just saying, why would you do this? When it could easily be turned back on you. And again, Jody Sue does the same thing. She accuses people of all kinds of things. And as she's saying it, as the words are coming out of her mouth, she is literally doing the thing that she's accusing someone else of doing. It is the weirdest phenomenon I've ever seen.
If they all lived in glass houses, they'd be in shambles at the bottom of their feet. Like, this is wild.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God,
Okay.
yeah.
I gotta go grab another Mr. Pibb, so I'm gonna let this one play.
Okay.
I'm gonna listen on my phone. We'll see. I'm sure there'll be a million things to talk about when I get back.
I mean, I'm trying to be cool. I'm trying to be civilized, mannerable, everything with every one of y'all. But you're trying to tell me for 3 years now, if I was on that road on the 15th line to the police, you know damn good and well that they'd come snatch me up or something.
Well,
I mean, they snatched you up. They got you for something you didn't do in 21, did you? Was them charges from 21, Fred?
Pop, pop.
Yes, they were.
Into 21
It was
now.
way out of summer with me.
Yeah.
Okay. If I'd have been, if they wanted me, don't you think they'd come got me on some weed charges? They'd come got me on something.
They wasn't worried about that.
Okay, if they're not worried about that, bro, why are you persecuting me for 3 years? Because you say I was on the road. I'm saying I wasn't on the road. Why can't we move forward and you try to help find Summer instead of everything else? Andy was not on
It keeps coming back to you in Knoxville and stuff. Like, you keep coming up as a problem.
Okay. Sorry. Before we get into Knoxville, I had to pause there. Man, I ran up and down the stairs. Whew. Okay.
Get your beer bone.
I do. I grabbed 2. I'm like, I don't know how long we're here for.
If it's this case, it'll be
I know. I
sometimes
need
more.
to stock them in his mini fridge down here.
Yeah, this case or Karen Reed, and we're here for as long as till we fall asleep.
Right. Right. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Bring in a snack, whatever. We're here. So I heard the punches. They're just hitting back and forth at each other. Like, they got you on something you didn't do, didn't they? Like, man, we're throwing some dirty stones all around. Joe Madre, no, they're arguing about more than weed. More than weed. I just don't know. This just seems like a big mess of like, you did this, you did that. Like, but I get what he's saying. If they wanted to get Andy on something to bring him in for questioning or something, like, why wouldn't they hit him with this or that? You know what I mean? The face she gets with Johnny relationship. Oh my goodness. Goodness. The dogs at the end of the driveway were selling. Everybody was selling weed. I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Okay. Did I miss it? Was the wearing of the wire date mentioned yet, or is it after this Knoxville bit? Is Jenny still with us? Oh, there you
I
are.
am. No, I think I found the wire thing, and it wasn't
Okay.
Fred who told us first. It was Ziggy who told us
It was
first.
Ziggy who told us. Interesting.
First, yeah.
Mhm.
So what was your question?
Have they talked about the wire date yet, or are we going to Knoxville first?
I think we go to Knoxville first because
Okay.
somebody keeps asking it in the chat.
Yeah. Her name's Deets.
No, well, there was somebody else. I'm sorry. I think
Finally,
was
that
it
girl
Vet Girl?
she sent a cash app because I thanked her. I was like, thank you. Thank
Oh,
you.
okay, good. I'm
Which
sorry, I didn't know
I'm
it was
not
you.
hating on no, there was a bunch of people asking. It wasn't just me. I'm not hating on Ziggy for that. She had like over 1,000 people in her chat.
Mhm.
Like, it was flying. It was flying. So all right, let's go to Knoxville, y'all. Buckle up. Here we go.
Buckle up, bitches.
Keep your hands and legs inside of the vehicle at all times.
And your tray in the upright position.
Like, I don't think they're so into you because they're
5
looking at
seconds.
you
Okay.
people.
Look. Please. 5-second rule. Let me get 5 seconds, please. 5 seconds.
Okay, I agree here. Like, I thought the 5-second rule is when you drop your food on the ground.
It is. I think he was getting frustrated. And he was like, "Okay, like
I know.
one of those things." Like I told myself I would take a break if I was getting
Yeah. What
pissed
is
off.
it? What is her name? Oh, what is that creator's name?
I don't
She
know.
covers Dolly. She covers Connie something. Telling the truth with I don't know, but she would always be like, "Give me 2 minutes. Let me speak 2 minutes, and then you can speak 2 minutes over and over." Andy only needs 5 seconds. I
Oh,
love
is
it.
that Constant Sue? Is that
Constant Sue. Yes, thank you. Constant Sue. She's like, "I need 2 minutes, and then you can have 2 minutes." I get what she's saying, but like, Andy, he only needs 5 seconds, and I was like, "Yeah, 5. Give me 5." Is that not for dropping food? But here we go.
Second of silence. Y'all can talk. I'll step out. 5 seconds. I'll be back. Please. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Go ahead. Oh, he's going outside. I thought he needed 5 seconds to talk. Fred, do you know somebody named, okay, who placed the wire? FBI or local narcotics? What time and what date, Fred?
Do what now?
Who placed the water or the wire? Who like had you like what agency?
Hawkins County.
Hawkins County had you do it? What day and time?
Well, it was on the 15th around 8:30.
Okay, where do we start? So,
as
on the
soon as he got
day,
home?
remember, we talked about this earlier. Fred
Mhm,
told us when he came back into the holler.
mhm,
7, let's say 8.
mhm.
So this man, who had been gone all day, in and out of the holler, but gone all day, he shows back up at, let's say 8, because that's what he said. And Hawkins County puts a wire on him to get information from Dawn, Candace, the neighbors, whatnot, within an hour. Is anybody, Tragedy Pimps ain't buying it, anybody buying it? Anybody buying that
Nope.
as even plausible? Anybody?
Deets, they still thought, I mean, they were still acting as if the law enforcement was doing everything as if she had wandered off in the woods
Absolutely.
that first night. There was
Absolutely they are.
no like, oh, this person might be bulk.
I can't with you, Tragedy Pimps. Oh my goodness. Yeah, curse they would. That's a fat no. That's a hell no. Perfectly says no. 10 says no. Is there, I'm not going to hate on you. Is there anybody that does believe this?
Yeah.
Anybody at all? That they placed that Hawkins. So Hawkins County, do they travel with these wires? Did they have to go back to the police department to get these wires? Within an hour of
Okay,
Fred
so
arriving, they wanted to wire him.
and here's the so the recording that Ziggy had, she had recorded Fred in January of 2023, and something happened. It got wiped out. Her recording with
Fred,
Fred.
you know the deal. Turn around. Why are you up?
Yeah, and
Sorry. Go
so
Jim.
she's trying to explain to everybody. And she said she wishes it wouldn't have got wiped because then he can tell it better, right? And she says the craziest story, I wish he explained it again, and I wish it might freaking recording with him stayed because he does a better job explaining it, but it's so insane. Like when he wore the one, all his conversations with Don was like wiped, and law enforcement could not figure out what was why or whatever Fred was saying. They were about to arrest and they almost had him. And then the recording completely wiped. And then, they heard it live. But for some reason, supposedly, that's what Fred says. And
Oh my
supposedly, too, he said that, like, laugh, come over the thing, come over the device, is what he says. And that Don actually heard it. And I guess, like, there was, or whoever he was, that, or I don't know.
This is all coming back. Thank you, Jenny.
Yeah, and so it's her, it's not Fred saying it, it's her relaying what Fred said.
So Fred was wearing a two-way wire and he heard them laughing over
A
it.
two-way, yeah, a two-way wire. Yeah, they were laughing and he heard it crackling or laughing or whatever. And plus, it also got wiped out. But they heard it live. They were about to move in and make the arrest. But,
Oh, so there they heard it live, but I think we
Mhm.
might hear a different story here.
Mhm. Mhm.
Wow. But he's so honest.
As the day is long.
Why would anybody lie about this?
I don't know. He wouldn't, right? Because
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I'm not buying that Hawkins County was prepared to, which, okay, Marlena, you think that it did happen? Is that the way I read what you said?
Mhm.
So it was an officer from Hawkins that Fred actually knew that asked Fred if he would wire up, but I believe it was a recording device. I don't believe that either. I'm sorry. I mean, it's fine that you do. It's fine that anybody does. I am not finding it believable. If he would have said he wore the wire the next day, I'd be like, oh, okay, maybe that's a possibility.
Let me ask this. I don't, Marlena, if you've been here this entire time that we were talking about this part of it, but what is it that makes you feel like it's true? Because that might help us understand a little better. Because
Yeah,
based off of of what he said and the changes in his story, I mean, that is a complete change.
that is a big change.
He said they heard it live,
Mhm.
but it got wiped, and they were about to arrest him. About to
Mhm.
arrest Don, but except the recording didn't work. So they couldn't, and they heard feedback, and those aren't two-way recording devices.
So he has a two-way recording device. So on the night that they're searching for Summer Wells, there is some officer sitting somewhere in a van listening to this
Oh,
recording.
Marlena said she's just telling us what was said. She doesn't know what to
Gotcha.
believe. Okay,
Thank you,
that's what I
Marlene.
was trying to. I
Thank
was
you.
like, well, what is it that what is it that convinced you if you're convinced? And because I do want to understand it, because I think
Mhm.
I don't think it's as bad as like just straight up lying. There's
You
something.
really? You don't think he's just straight up lying, Jenny?
Well,
I think he is
I,
totally,
I want to give the.
totally blowing smoke up somebody's butt.
Okay, so my brain says that, and my heart wants to give room for options. Is that fair?
I mean, that's fair. That's generous. Oh my god. And Lawner, thank you. You did not have to send a super chat. I think it. She says, I thought Fred said he was wired that night. AKA.
Mhm.
I mean, that's a
Oh
possibility
my
too, but
Oh
But,
my
I mean,
god.
great point, like, saying that he was almost arrested, and Kerr says, like, "Make an arrest for what? Wouldn't that arrest still stand? No one got arrested." So he's claiming that the arrest didn't happen because the evidence
Mhm.
was not there because the recording
Yeah,
was wiped, but they heard it live, so they were hot on their tracks.
yeah, and we can play that too. I'll put it in the private chat if you want,
Mhm.
because um, I'm reading the transcript, so it messes up all the time. And at one point, I was confused. So,
He did well, Ziggy relayed to us. I don't know if he said it or Ziggy relayed it to us, but yes, the information came from the Fred camp that Cotton confessed when he first went to jail and that he was dead somewhere, that he wasn't actually that's not where he actually died, and yeah, there was a whole lot with that Cotton mess. But he doesn't lie, Shaggy. He doesn't lie. Maybe the wire he was wearing was the barbed wire stuck to him from climbing up, and it's a possibility. Oh my goodness. This is such a wild case. Okay, here we go. It does sound like a Scooby-Doo episode, and that's what makes this so infuriating. Infuriating. I don't know why I said that wrong. But I'm laughing here because it's like laughter out of frustration. This is a missing, now 7-year-old little girl.
uh, 8.
You, or now 8. Yes, you're right. I'm so sorry. Now
No.
8-year-old little girl. Thank you. And to just, yeah, sorry, I forgot about the recent birthday. Ugh. Now 8 years old.
I know.
And so, I mean, we can laugh at this and whatnot, but if there is absolutely no basis of truth in this, this is sick, in my opinion, to just be throwing this crap out there as any shred of anything.
Mhm.
So frustrating. So frustrating. My mom worked for Irvina. When you wear a wire, you have to sign a contract. They work you up at the police department. It's called protocol. Oh, it says
Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. I
blah,
heard
blah, blah.
that they just pull up in your yard when they don't even have a reason to suspect that anybody needs to wear a wire, and they put it on you, and it's two-way. So they have to be real, real quiet while they listen. And sometimes it can get erased too. And
And
then you
sometimes
just
there's a
lose the
magic
rest.
triangle over Beach Creek. It's like the Bermuda Triangle that just zaps the footage and turns it into a two-way wire. I don't know. Thank you, Law Nerd, as always. Law Nerd and Mystery Maven coming in with the facts. You can't just slap a wire on a person. You need warrant, probable cause, and it requires a judge's signature. And they did all of that,
Oh.
Mystery Maven, within an hour. They work at lightning speed down there at Hawkins County. They went and got the warrant. The judge signed it. They hauled Fred back to the station, wired him up, and sent him down to the creek to see what he could find.
Hmm.
Allegedly. I know,
Which
I
is
know.
so
This is
weird.
wild. This is so wild. We don't know, Nico. We are in the creek. Let's get back to the creek.
In the creek.
In the creek. Holy moly.
So 8:30, and then that's when you walked right down. Then you walked right down there, right? And then that's when you got these conversations.
I got down there probably 8:45 or so.
So okay, so
Wait. On what day? Sorry.
On the 15th.
On the 15th, which somebody was just asking him what who placed the wire and what time and what date, and it was when he just said,
Fred, I do not remember seeing you on the 15th standing down there. You came through out in the truck with your trailer later on that evening. Man, you weren't standing down there and you didn't ask me no questions on the 15th.
Pop, pop.
Oh. Andy said objection.
I love it.
Oh my goodness. Faster than the NYPD down there in Hawkins County. Absolutely.
So he came in at 8. By 8:30 he was wired up, and at 8:45 he was down there listening.
He was walking down there
to Jody Sue and Andy.
Now I do. Hang on, we're getting to it. Let me hold that. Let me hold my thought. We're getting to it. We're getting to when Dawn goes to Fred's. So I'll just keep that in for a second. Permission to approach.
You asked me questions on the 16th, bro. I swear to God, it was the next day.
he didn't ask you questions. He said he just recorded everything.
No, it wasn't on the 15th, bro. It was on the 16th. You've got your days all concocted. You've got your days off by one day. One day. You seen me on the 14th when I was dealing with Jackie Dog, and you seen me on the 16th when you come down there and talk to me and Jody Sue standing at the bottom of the road chilling. Because we was like, what the hell is he doing down here talking to us? Because you don't never talk to us like that.
Well, then you should.
He said, you don't talk to us like that. What were you doing here?
You don't never talk to us like that. And I mean, that is the story for both Jody Sue and Andy the entire time, is that they really didn't talk to Fred.
GavelGeeks is with us tonight, Hope. He was wired up all right. Yeah, that's possible. That's a good possibility. A good possibility. Why did Andy even go up there when get in the muck with those? I know. I get it. Sometimes you want to. No, she's talking about going up on the panel, I think.
Oh, I thought she meant up on the hill.
No, and sometimes you just get sick of the things that people are saying about you. Ziggy's playing with fire. I don't know. I do believe she fully believes this. Like I said, I think they really have a friendship, and she believes him, and without researching what he's saying.
To know that he's telling the truth, right?
I'm not saying he's lying. I wasn't on the road on the 15th. I was on the road on the 14th and the 16th.
That reminds me, I don't know what movie it's in, where he's like, well, I ain't calling you a truther. I'm not saying you're lying, but I'm not saying you're telling the truth. Oh, wow.
So you're saying that I didn't wire and record?
No, okay. I didn't say you. I'm saying you did not wire a wire on me on the 15th. I'm saying it was the 16th. It was the day after someone went missing, and you come down through there puffing on your little thing, whatever the hell that was. and you were standing there talking to me and Jody Sue at the bottom of the hill. Man.
What was he puffing on?
Carry on.
What was he puffing
I don't know, but he was puffing on that little thing. He said,
puffing on your little thing.
You did not see me. You came down there next day puffing on your little thing. I don't know. Jody
teaches accents in Louisiana now.
I cannot do accents. Do not judge me. Sorry if Fred and Andy ever listen to this. I'm not making fun. I'm just horrible at accents. She says, Fred did not see us on the 15th except, oops, I didn't mean to hit it. Except when he came in after dark We did not speak to him on the 15th.
Mm-hmm.
Puffing on his little thing. I don't know. Wasn't there a broken pipe somewhere in this situation?
Oh, that was a few days later.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah,
Mhm.
he is the worst informant ever. I recorded you. Like, what? And you're
Supposedly.
you can't make this stuff up, y'all. This really happened. We're listening to it. These things, not the act happened, but this was said. This came out of a person's mouth.
That's why we have to keep having the fact conversation,
I
right? There
know.
aren't very many facts in this case, right?
No.
But there's a ton of things where you could say it is a fact this person said this. It
It's
is
a fact that
this
it was
person said this.
said. The only facts of this case I know perfectly, and Tragedy, maybe even Nicole, have been dropping the link to the TBI newsrooms. That is the
Yay.
fact in this case, and that is it. Angle dust. Fuck angle dust.
Dude.
Yeah. Look at them back to back. They're great.
Oh.
Those are the only facts, but it is a fact that just came out of Fred's mouth. Okay.
Were you in there? Did you hear them having the meth cooking discussion?
No, I leave shortly after this. I left for our dinner. So I
Oh.
did come back when I got back, and I listened up until Fred left. So maybe I did hear it and I missed it. I don't know. Please don't put
Wait till
that in
you
my
hear
chat.
it.
Please, 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 Jen, do not put, I know someone grabbed it, but please don't put that in my chat because we have no proof of that. And if you have proof of that, please take it to Hawkins County, the TBI, the FBI. Hell, call 911 and give them that factual information if you have it. Otherwise, please don't state that here.
Next question.
What do you say, Fred? Do you think could you got that mixed up? You think?
No, there ain't no way because they come to me on the 15th to do it. Because Don had just left my house and they had me to do that.
How did Don get you a house when they had Don on?
Wait. He got there at 8. They wired him up at 8:30, and he just says after Don had been to his house, they wired him up.
Yep, I was reading Jody Sue's comment right as he. I might have to skip back ahead. No. I'm glad you yelled that because it was right as I was. She was saying, there it is. Only Dawn went to Fred's on the 15th, way after dark. And that is the story we have been told time and time again about when Dawn went down there.
Yep. And Andy will say it in a minute, too.
Okay.
And not only that, when Fred got there, allegedly, he busted his way through everybody at the end of the road, all the cops and all that, barreled his way in through there. That is how it was been described.
Mm-hmm.
And it was late.
Late at night. But let's hear what the truther, we're just gonna call him the truther, has to say.
Carry on. Next question.
What do you say, Fred? Do you think could you got that mixed up? You think?
No, there ain't no way because they come to me on the 15th to do it. Because Don had just left my house and they had me to do that.
So Don had just left his house and they had him to do that. So Fred gets home at 7, let's say 8. His words, not mine. And this is what Jenny and I were talking about earlier, how Fred debunks himself while he's speaking. And I was like, you don't even have to go do the research, Ziggy. He says it to you. So at 7, let's say 8, he gets into the holler. By 8:30, he's wired up and walking down to talk to them at the bottom of the Bernard Hill at 8:45. And that's when he catches all that audio on tape. And not more than 2-3 minutes later, he says, well, so Dawn came down to my house, and that's when they had me do that. No, that's not how he said it. Ignore my voice, but that's how they had me do that. So, which was it? They had you do it when he came to your house or when you went to the bottom of the hill? As I said, he debunks himself.
I mean, well, the time is just absolutely ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Dawn and Andy got there between 6:30, 7 o'clock. The police are getting there at 7 o'clock. They still had to set up. So they had a temporary command center at the end of Ben Hill. Right. And so I keep hearing people get this mixed up. So I want to correct it really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody keeps saying that Andy talked to Candace at the church. And it's because Jody Sue said at the command center.
Oh,
She
and people
doesn't.
think, right. And
Yeah.
so people are thinking the command center that comes the next day.
Well, it comes that night, but it's
Does it come
later
that
that
night?
night. When Andy came in, I guess he was talking to her at the where the command center was located later, whatever. I don't
Mhm.
know. But I kept trying to figure out, like,
Why
why
were they
would the
thinking
church be.
church? Got
Yeah,
it.
and it's
No,
because
it's at the
she's not
road.
clear. Yeah, she's not clear with her stories.
So all of this, I mean, this has to be the perfect storm. Her words are totally kismet. It has to be the perfect storm for all of this to actually happen because somehow Dawn teleports from the hill to Fred's house between 8 and 8:30, and then very quickly the signed warrant by the judge just magically teleports to Fred's house. They have with the wire. They have him wired so that Fred within moments can be walking down to catch their conversation at 8:45.
All of this to search for a little girl that at the time
At the
they thought was
time,
in the woods.
everybody was in the woods
So
searching.
why are they wiring them up?
Man, Hawkins County is on it. I don't know why everybody's,
Skeeter!
holding their feet to the fire. It's easy to get your dates methed up. This is
I love you,
rapid
Skeeter.
fire wiring. Rapid fire wiring. That's a fact. Man. That's what I'm just saying. Like, he debunks himself if you just keep listening to him. Here we go. Here we go.
How Dawn get to your house when they had Dawn on top of the hill for I don't know how long talking to him and Candace? I mean, I don't remember seeing Dawn and Candace around the hill at the bottom of the hill on the 15th until late that night. And he finally come off the hill. Maybe he did go to your house. I'm pretty sure he might have, but I wasn't paying that much attention.
Don and his oldest son did both come to my house.
Well, okay. I don't know. Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me just lay something right here. Did me and you hang out?
Say it again.
Did me and you hang out growing up? Was me and you friends?
I mean, we got along. We never had crossword. I mean,
okay. So why now?
I'm just trying to figure out why you don't realize that you was on tape on the 15th.
Because I wasn't on tape on the 15th on Ben Hill. I was on tape at Hayworth Tire in Kingsport on the 15th, man. I'm telling you. Why would I lie about that? What do I have to hide?
Fat girl, because it was Hawkins County, not FBI. Fat girl said, why would local law enforcement place a wire if FBI landed on the 16th? Fred.
It's in evidence. I mean.
No, did you hear my 16th? Fred.
It's in evidence. I mean.
No, did you hear my question?
Okay, if it's in the evidence.
I just feel like
It's like I can see Andy just pulling his hair.
I see, honestly, it's like I hate read it, but I'm gonna say it. It's like what we're watching Dumb and Dumber. Like
Oh my god.
I don't even know. Like I'm like I get where that girl's going. I agree with her. It's like, yeah, it'd be more likely that the FBI would ask for the wire, but did you hear Fred's answer to that? It was it's in the evidence. Jenny, do a southern accent. I can't do it. Say it's in the evidence.
It's in the evidence.
It's in the evidence.
That would
Well,
be good. I was like eating Doritos. Like,
well, it's in the evidence.
in the evidence.
Because if we don't laugh at the ridiculousness of this,
Mhm.
Agatha Misty, you go mad. It's so frustrating.
Oh yeah.
Have a
No,
good
Andy,
night,
you can't go
Andy.
to bed. You cannot go to
Have a
bed
good
yet.
night. But it's in the
We ain't up.
evidence. I can't. If it's in the evidence, how are they expecting to get it back?
I don't know. I don't know any of this.
It's
Good night, Andy.
So frustrating.
So okay. The timeline doesn't work.
No.
The process doesn't, there's not time for the process to work. And critically thinking this doesn't work. Reality.
I mean, I'm open. If anyone can come up with a scenario where it does work, I would
Yeah.
love to hear that argument without, there's not going to be any like backlash or anything from me. I just would love to hear the argument of where it does work. I'm open to that completely.
Yeah.
Like I'm missing something that somebody else is getting.
Uh-huh.
The
That
next
has to be
rewrite in the history of Ziggy stuff. It doesn't pass the sniff test at all. And you don't even have to be a seasoned law enforcement officer to tell that this doesn't pass the sniff test. Did a rip band wrinkle. I know. Skilo, you know me and Jenny, we're stopping and talking a lot. Here we go.
Come on, Skeeter.
If you want to know what it's like when we go through stuff like this and talk it out, this is what it's like.
Yeah, actually, yeah, maybe a little funnier because
Yeah. Maven says it's completely not right from a legal criminal procedure perspective. So that's why it's hilarious. It just doesn't work like that. Right. And you don't, like I said, you don't even have to be a seasoned detective. I'm sure the seasoned detectives that listen to some of this, I mean, they probably pee their pants on site. Like, and for us just being like an everyday citizen, like, wait, no, we know that doesn't work that way. Ziggy, you should know that doesn't work that way. I just want to shake her. Okay. I'm pretty sure Fred said it was a recorder. I imagine the ones with batteries. They would still need, like, all of the things would still apply if it was a recorder. They would still need to get a warrant. They would still have to take him to the station and put it on him. Like, I would think all of the things would still apply for that. I agree with you, Agatha. Actually, that's something Jenny and I go back on. Like, we want them to make some announcements, and then we also see this entire shit show, and we're like, no, don't say, it's a double-edged sword. Double-edged sword. All right, here we go again.
I would be charged if I was guilty, right?
It takes time to build a case.
Yeah, it does take.
Takes time to build a case.
takes time to build a case.
You say it so much better than me. I'm too fast.
What the? Has he been watching Law and Order? Amy.
Well, I mean, it has to take time to build a case because it wasn't. I don't know if Tragedy Pimps is still here. And Jenny, you might know off the top of your head too. Like, it was not more than what, like 3 months ago that it was Cotton. So now they got to rework their whole thing and put it on Andy, right?
Yep. It was Cotton, and that fell through. And then it was Andy, but then Jody Sue grifted some cash for to sue Ziggy. Remember that?
Wait, she had another lawyer grift?
Yeah.
Oh
Specifically to
my
sue
God.
Ziggy. So people who hate Ziggy went over there and gave her money. Not all the people who hate. I'm saying people who did. She said she wouldn't be able to step foot in Tennessee. It was this big threat, like a whole live that was a threat. She was threatening Ziggy. So
Why
yeah,
does
another
she
grift.
never want anybody to go there? That is so bizarre. Like, she's not even there anymore, right? She's like not on.
Right.
Like, actually, I don't think anybody. Well, none of these people are. None of these people.
Yep.
Them
Well,
and Fred
Ziggy,
and Laura, they're gone. So
yeah, Ziggy went to Tennessee. What 2, 3, 4 days ago, whatever.
yeah.
And she didn't get arrested. So Jody Sue was not telling the truth. What?
Well, she probably didn't
Yeah,
get enough
if
for
she
that
stepped
lawyer.
foot, if she stepped foot in
Oh, you
Tennessee,
told me about that. Criminal and civil charges, right? That's what you
yeah,
told. Yep, I remember you telling
yeah.
me that.
So she wanted the money. She didn't need a lawyer. She was going to do it herself. And so she raised the money. And then all of a sudden, people were like, wait, is she wearing a new shirt? And I was like,
Mhm.
oh, son of a. And then she's got them fish snatching fingernails now. Okay, just like where you just
Fish
snatch up.
snatching. Fish
Smack.
snatching. What is it?
Yeah. Like frog gigging or catfish fisting, whatever. You just reach in the water and stab it.
I can't with you.
The
I
fish
can't with
snatchers.
you. Marlena, I agree. If or what you said they should have.
Mm.
If anybody was bugged, wore a wire, or had a recording device planted near them, I would think that it was the Wells's home in the beginning. I know. She said fish snatching. You know, those fish snatching nails. I'm like
Well,
mental image here.
fish snatchers. Well,
You
you know,
did, Tequila. She said fish snatching.
that's what they are. It looks like
Oh,
she's just
talons. I get what you're saying now. You're talking
Talons.
like an eagle. Okay.
Fish
I'm like, what
snatcher.
are you talking about?
Yeah, you got those snatching fishes.
Catfish
And
noodle.
but I know.
B&B.
Well, you know, if some of y'all weren't here in the beginning, we talked about Fred without humor at all
Mhm.
tells Ziggy that he knows about all the RSOs up at 110
Oh, yeah.
that are coming to visit Dawn and Candace all the time because he's got an RSO. His phone tells him when RSOs are nearby.
Yeah, it alerts. It alerts
Mhm.
him when an RSO is nearby. And I said he needs to trademark that and get it to all law enforcement immediately. I know there's a ton of, as a civilian, I want that phone. Like, but I think you just solved it. He did not have to get a warrant or a wiretap or extra recording device. It's the magic phone. The magic phone that alerts him when an RSO is near also automatically sends the tape to law enforcement who happen to be nearby listening in bands.
Well, I don't know why they didn't like just wire up the meth monkeys, because nobody would even notice, right? Because that's normal. They could just be like
Yeah,
swinging in the trees and stuff over there. They didn't need Fred.
right.
Sammy, strangely, I thought the same thing when I saw him. I was like, how do you? Okay, never mind. I don't care.
Claire, I don't have one of those. You got is this a Tennessee thing? Or do Tennessee people just get this? And I also need to know what happens if you're an RSO and you get the magic RSO phone. Is it just constantly beeping? I'm dead ass serious. Like, I need
It's
to
just
know
like
these things.
it's like
Hey, Kate.
the worst sound ever. Just
Mm.
wire. Yeah, a secret squirrel in a box with a pen and paper.
Don't say that. We'll have to talk about the damn death box. Oh my
The
god.
Buckies have lit up eyes. They're pupils. Their whole eyes are just pupils.
It's a Walkman cassette recorder.
Somebody said to me that they thought Fred said he had a recorder in the beginning. I think it
Yeah.
has gone between recorder and wire. To be honest, I think
Oh.
it's that they've said both because I know Ziggy says wired.
Mm.
So I'm not sure about Fred, what Fred calls it, but I know she says wire.
My phone just went off. What is it?
I put the timestamp and the link in there for whenever you're ready for it, but that should take us right to where she's talking about it.
Okay. Are
And
we
it's
through the wire portion?
I think
Ziggy's?
for what matters, yeah. For
Okay.
what
All right. Let me
Yeah,
pull this.
and it's not titled Ziggy on a Wire. I titled it that.
Okay. Well, she was supposed to be going. Is this the right one? Or it says going over the Idaho after. Okay. Okay. Just making sure.
Yep.
It's just her. I'm going to speed her up.
It's at 3.
There's
There's a timestamp in there.
How's everybody
too.
doing?
3:23.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see that.
3:23 ish.
Okay. There we go.
A last minute thing. I was in Virginia.
No, 3 hours.
Oh,
23
3
minutes.
hours.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
I
I'm
said
like, well, she
3:23.
went
I'm
into
so
that
sorry.
fast. My bad. Okay. 3:23. Let's go this way.
I think this is the right. Oh my God, did I send you the wrong one? I'm so sorry if I did. Hold on.
Okay, let me play a little bit. We'll see if not.
Yeah. No, that's the right one.
No, I didn't see Dawn. I wasn't interested in seeing them. You know what I mean? Because what is he going to tell me? I knew that some YouTubers had been talking to him already and stuff. And I mean, I wish we could all work together, but it just, none of us can get along, long enough to freaking work together, which is just sad. But anyways, I didn't see Dawn or Candace anytime when I went on Ben Hill Road several times. I did talk to Haskell Rhines, but that was not like really, he didn't have really useful information. As far as he did try to help me get in contact with the person that saw Candace at the bottom of Fred's driveway the day that Summer went missing. So I did appreciate that, but he's hard to understand. And I could tell he wasn't, half the stuff he was saying, like, he's not in his right mind exactly. So I couldn't really, but I'll listen to it and see if there is any. There was some interesting things he said, but you can't, I knew that a lot of what he was saying was just not true, and I had no idea what he was talking about. So I just didn't really take anything he said seriously. But I did talk to Laura a lot, and I talked to and Laura also saw Andy on that road that on the same day too. Is what people need to understand. She is she's also a witness. I mean, so it's important to talk to her too, because she was with Fred when they passed Andy. Also, I did talk to Laura a lot, and I talked to and Laura also saw Andy on that road that on the same day too. Is what people need to understand. She is she's also a witness. I mean, so it's important to talk to her too, because she was with Fred when they passed Andy, and Fred talked again to me about wearing a wire on Dawn, and the whole wire, it got wiped. Like, he explains it. It's the craziest story. I wish he explained it again, and I wish my freaking recording with him saved, because he does a better job explaining it.
Okay, so there she does say wore a wire.
Mhm.
What was the part you gasped at?
The part I guessed at?
Gasped.
Oh no, it was a sarcastic gasp. When she said Laura saw Andy too.
Yep.
Of course she did everything, but she just couldn't get the story right.
Oh, thank you, Cape. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Okay. All right, here she's
Sorry.
she's gonna give us the deets.
But it's so insane. Like when he wore all his conversations with Dawn was like wiped, and law enforcement could not figure out why or whatever. Fred was saying.
So if all if all of his conversations with Dawn were wiped,
Mhm.
how is it in the evidence?
I don't know. You know what else is funny? The ad on your screen is
Yeah.
monkey nut chewer.
What ad? Oh, no, that's somebody's name in her chat.
Oh, nuh-uh.
Yeah. Here, let me make it bigger for you.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, I thought it was an ad.
I'm like, wait,
I
I
don't
got premium. What ad?
I know, I don't get ads either. I don't know what they look like anymore. Monkey
Okay.
nut chewer. I was like, "Oh, it's about monkeys," because we were talking about monkeys.
Hey, hippie.
Is that a troll?
Who? Oh, yeah, I don't
No.
know. I don't know who it is. Who's Monkey Nut Chewer? That's hilarious. It's a bag that says roasted monkey nuts.
Oh my God.
But I'm
Oh my
just
God.
curious though, if I this was a year ago, that's what I was going down and looking at. January 5th, 2023, Ziggy tells us that all of Fred's recordings of Dawn, which would mean the time that Andy and Jody Sue and Dawn were standing together, were wiped. But now they're in the evidence.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
told you. He
See
debunks
how this
himself.
works?
See
See
how
how this
he
works?
debunks himself? Yep. Let's go.
They were about to arrest Dawn. They almost had him, and then the recording completely wiped. And then they heard it live, but for some reason, supposedly that's what Fred says, and supposedly too, he said that like a laugh came over the thing, over the device, is what he says, and Dawn actually heard it. And I guess like here was, or whoever he was that, or I don't know about. I do know I do know about one of them, but the main one that set him up to be wired and talk to Dawn, and he got fired, or I won't say fired. He got taken off the case just a few days after that. We don't know if it was because of that incident or what, but
What? What?
So the law enforcement officer, it's probably because he didn't get a warrant to teleport,
Well, hold on,
was
hold on.
fired.
We have an entire premise here that we have ignored.
Mhm.
Dawn went down to Fred's and confessed to him to some crime.
Right.
Okay.
Mhm.
Because that's the whole, I mean, oh my God. Well, they heard it. They should have been able to get evidence in 3 years.
Yeah. Well, they have it's in the evidence. The wired tapes are, even though they were all wiped, clear.
And the officer, now did he say that who was
Yeah.
fired, the one that was responsible, or did he say it was the one who wired him up?
She said the one that I thought she said wired him up, but maybe it was just the one who put it all together.
That would be the guy at the jail that saw him at the jail, right? And said, "I heard you are using my name on YouTube." Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, that was a thing too.
Let's listen to Fred or Ziggy debunk Fred. Here we go.
it was a very huge disappointment in Summer Wells' case, because it was big, important evidence, and it's just gone. Have to go on the words of what the officers heard and what Fred says. So,
But Fred's so trustworthy.
and I was mentioning earlier that vehicle that came in behind Andy.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Don't be sorry.
She's
Yes,
like, you have to go. They would have to go on Fred's word, and
yeah.
the police. But isn't Fred like just the most trustworthy person? I mean,
Allegedly.
should we even have a trial?
Probably not.
I mean, Fred said.
law enforcement heard it. They got no proof of it because it was wiped. But Fred heard it and law enforcement heard it. And I mean, Dawn even heard the laugh. So you know this is real because why would anybody lie?
But we don't even need the cops, is what I'm telling you.
No, that's true.
Because Fred, I mean, come on.
He heard it. Fred said.
He heard it. But this is completely different than what he said tonight.
What?
I know. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. I'm a hater. Oh, wait. I'm just defending Andy. That's why.
Yeah.
That's all this
simp.
is.
You're a simp.
I'm a simp.
Okay, here we go. Goodness gracious, y'all. This is things coming out of these people's mouths. Okay, here we go.
So, oh, and I was mentioning earlier that vehicle that came in behind Andy is allegedly, according to law enforcement, Fred says, allegedly a girl who was visiting from California, a family member, a young girl, either like a daughter or I think a daughter, like young daughter who's living out of state. Supposedly that was her vehicle. So that's another person that could probably easily figure out who she is if she's related to those people at the end. Given, you know, knowing what state she's from or what state she's at right now, it'd probably be pretty easy. I would love to just ask her, or if somebody could talk to her and find out, or if she ever just happens to hear this, please just let me know. Can you email me or email one of the other creators and let us know like what you saw that day? Did you see this truck and the Kia Soul? Did you pass those on the way to the Redmond property? You know, I really would like, and also what time was she back there? Because that would be another witness seeing Andy on the road that day.
How much traffic does she think is on Ben Hill?
Why would they need any of that?
They've got Fred.
Or not Andy. Yeah, they got Fred. Fred already knows it. Like, why would they need any of that?
Well, they also have photographs of him, time-stamped.
Yes, Fred has told us tonight. I've seen the pictures. They're time-stamped.
It's in the evidence.
The timestamp is in the. They showed it to Fred, by golly. They showed it to Andy, Fred says. It's in the evidence. There's a timestamp photo of it. Why do we need some person who was from California a year ago, but I think tonight was from Mississippi? Why do we need that?
It's Mississippi.
They debunk themselves.
The truck is completely different too.
Right.
Got a whole different truck with more detail now, and
it's the Fred. I can't even say it.
The Fred events.
Fred events. And this is why it's just frustrating. It really is frustrating because this was said a year ago, but then tonight and last night and however long this has been going on now in this cycle, it just so adamant that they are correct and what they are saying is not a lie, but it continually changes. We're listening to it change. Mm-hmm. We heard the change on Fred earlier within a couple of minutes. And it makes me completely understand why law enforcement said unfounded. I don't know that they could find anything in this to be credible. Anything that we've heard from those on the Hill talking.
No, I mean, and it's weird because they're all fighting each other.
They are.
Even like Dawn and Candace are, have heard each other's stories multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and Dawn's story is just Candace's story.
Yeah,
because he wasn't there, allegedly.
And I don't know if it's Alicia or Alicia. I agree, but I also understand. Don't get me wrong. I understand why there was 1,000 people in there tonight listening to this because people are so hungry to find out what has happened to Summer.
Yep.
They just want to know. And so they
And then
hang on every word. But it's just and I fully believe that the people that are sharing the mistruths are fully aware that people hang on every word about it. Mm.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I still, even they go on obscure channels and everything. I grab everything Don and Candace do too.
Mm.
And it's very similar to it. Deets, you can attest to this. Very similar to what we just saw with this story. You
Yeah,
see with Don and Candace's.
you do. You can hear things change in real time
Hmm.
within, sentences. It's wild. Thank
And
you, Kate, for joining,
the
love.
the craziest thing is the worst, the absolute worst of everybody on Ben Hill, as far as the lying and the damage from the lies, is Jody Sue,
You think?
without a doubt. And hers are, she's so prolific that
Gotcha.
maybe that's why, right?
Mhm.
But it is nonstop. Every single time she goes live, it's like lie, 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 lie. And it's like, why is this happening?
Well, and see, I think she can probably get away with it more because she just is live so
People aren't
often and so
listening.
long. Yeah, people can't it gets lost in the sauce. Even this is 4 hours. I highly doubt people are gonna play through this whole thing. And so the things get lost in the sauce on such
Mhm.
long streams like that. And it's just
But
wild though. If people really just and I get it because when you're in a chat as a subscriber, you're chatting, you're typing, and so you're not fully taking it in. And so if people just slow down, put on their critical thinking caps instead of their tinfoil caps and listen to what these people were saying, even within the span of one live, in the span of one live, they could catch these lies so easily.
yeah,
So
and,
easily.
and to be fair, and I know Deets has defended before too. We've both defended Jody Sue.
Oh, for sure.
Multiple times because people do make up things or misunderstand things
Mhm.
that she has said, but we've both taken up for her multiple times. So it's not like, we're just out to get her. But I think the lies are the ones that she has told are incredibly damaging, at
Yeah,
least
I
publicly, right?
stopped listening to her a year ago because it's like she doesn't say anything new, in my opinion. It's just the same
Yeah.
regurgitated stuff over and over.
Well, I listened today because of the topic, right? And but lately I've been just recording, putting her on
Mhm.
record and then logging it, and it's there, if anything, if it's ever needed. But I'm not, I don't have time, dude. I mean, I just don't.
No, I know you're busy.
Aquasys.
Aquasis,
Yeah.
etc.
Well, she's been told, like, Liplock did a whole live where she was like, it's not Aquasys, it's acquiesce. And she still says it, Aquasys.
I catch some of Lip Lock's little shorts. They crack me up.
Yeah. Okay, she had one today. I can't remember what it was
I
now.
didn't watch it, but I've seen a couple before them. They crack me up.
Oh, it was adverbs today.
Then add in Fred. I know when Fred and Laura came into
Mhm.
the scene, it just became even wilder. Even
Yep.
wilder. Let's see. Is there more on this one with Ziggy?
I don't know. I didn't go any farther. I was just looking for that particular thing, and
Okay.
I don't think we need to keep going unless you just want to.
No, yeah.
You're like,
Oops.
no,
I hit
no.
the no, I hit the wrong thing. I meant to switch it to the other one and I hit stop sharing. There we go. All right, let's go a little bit further. Let's see, what time are we at? We are at, okay. I got a little bit longer in me.
You got Mr. Pio's.
I got more.
Now,
I
Mr. Pio.
gotta find out what else is in the evidence.
Sammy said, like, being a little bit pregnant. A little pregnant.
Little, just a
Not too
tiny,
bad.
just a little.
time to build a case, but they also have statutes of limitations that they have to abide by.
They didn't charge Fred till like a year after that whole drug deal for that drug.
3 years. It's been almost 3 years.
My
no.
indictments, the indictments take up to 2 years to come out.
Okay, that's done come and pass.
It's coming up. We're at 2.5.
It's come and passed. We're at 2.5 years
I think
or more.
You know that there's probably a lot of people involved in this, and that's
Okay, Ziggy, I don't think there's nowhere near what people involved in is as everybody goes on to think there is. I think this is something just as simple as anything else. I don't think this is some sort of big, elaborate, everybody's involved type situation. I mean, me personally, hey, Fred, I got a question for you, bro. Did you ever think that there would be a child go missing in Beach Creek?
No, it's never happened before.
How old was you and me and Chad and everybody else walking them streets? And I'm not talking about Chad Arnold either. I'm talking about our dead cousin, Chad Light. How old was we when we was running in woods and nobody ever messed with us? The main roads? Hell, far.
No.
Okay, so does that tell...
I think it was right there on 110.
Now what?
That's why the law enforcement thinks it's all happened on 110.
Okay, then. I had nothing to do with the neighbors. I don't know them as well as everybody else. I didn't talk to them. I didn't associate with them. The first time I ever went with Donnie was on November the 22nd, or November of 2022, when the YouTubers was here and everybody went out to eat that was here. I mean, I was a neighbor to the Wells. That's it.
Did your son hang out up there by chance?
No, my son never hung out.
I mean, I gotta agree with him there. Like, if it's this big conspiracy of everybody being involved, those are the tightest group of people ever to keep that a secret for 2.5 years.
Particularly this group.
Right? Because they're out here speaking so freely. I think someone said when I put up the poll, like, should we do a late night stream? And someone said in there, how did they word it? I think it was Lana Kay. She said she finds all these people, she doesn't think they're involved because she doesn't feel like someone who was involved would come out and speak this much. And I tend to agree with that to a certain extent. Like, we're catching them in these lies within, moments. You think they could keep playing over and over and over for almost 3 years and get away with it?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it does, Cape. It's like they wing it as they go along.
How did they not know how long this has been going on?
Right.
I don't understand that.
No, I mean,
Maybe I heard it wrong, but it sounded like
walked
they
off to where, though? She didn't pass away in the woods. The birds would have... Not necessarily. There's so many places out there that a small child could get lost in, could hide in. So many places. And then they have, what's that stuff called that they have there in Tennessee that grows, that like ground, what's it called? Do you know what I'm talking about? That thick ground cover that like grows in like as tall. There was a clip of one of the searchers next to it and like how big it gets and like it's super thick and it's hard to get through. And does anybody know what I'm talking about? That plant? Like, yes, here Shaggy says it. Kudzu. Yeah, there's just so much that.
Kudzu.
Thank you, Skilo. Everybody's got it.
Where I grew up, there's a place called Kudzu Hill that we went by on the way to our house.
Mm-hmm.
It's this giant hill covered in kudzu.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's not fun.
And it's not like that would be weird either for there to be birds everywhere, or circling. I could go out now and there'd be birds circling over a field. I get what you're saying, like searchers might want to go search that area, but
yeah.
I don't
Pixie.
know.
Hey, Pixie.
I don't know. Hey, Pixie. I didn't see you sneak in. Yeah, there's no way they could keep it up for 2 years.
Mm-mm.
Not all of them.
No. I mean,
There's caves and caverns, that too. I mean, there's just a lot. There's a lot to it.
there is. And when you're out there, by the way, when he was talking about the first time he ever went anywhere with Dawn was November 2022. That was
Mhm.
us. We took them all out to dinner.
She says us. It was her, and I was not there.
Oh, I am so sorry. Us. I
Yeah,
forgot where we were. Dang.
their group. Yeah,
Yeah. Me and Adrian. Yeah.
and Tracy. Yeah.
Tracy. Yep. Sorry, I didn't mean to do Deets. I'm not even thinking about where
No,
we
no,
are.
no. It's
What
fine.
that
I
sounds
was
like.
there on June 15th of 23 with everyone. I was
Yeah.
not there before.
But November 2022 was me, Adrian, Tracy, and some other people. We took them all to eat because they allowed us to search, number one, and Andy helped us search. So,
And Maven, she says, I'm a member of EquiSearch and love them, but there are instances they miss people. My point is that it can happen. It's still a possibility, even if unlikely. Until it's proven, it didn't occur. I agree.
correct.
I always bring up, there's a woman that went missing on the Appalachian Trail. Renee, I can't remember her name off the top of my head. But if you look up the information about her and the search and rescue mission for her, she ended up being found a mile off the trail. It wasn't even a mile off the trail. And it took them years, like 5 or 10, I can't remember, to find her. And they did multiple searches for her. And the dogs came within her camp. She had a whole camp set up. They came within her camp, like 100 to 150 feet is how close they got to her camp at least 3 times. She never was shown up on the heat-seeking thing, like, nothing. It does happen. It's very unfortunate, but there are instances where people are missed or they come so close to them and don't find them. No, there are not. Yeah, mountain lions would be the only one, but it's a possibility is all I'm saying. I agree with Maven that there's still the possibility that they do go without being found.
Yeah.
I document everything. Alrighty.
Yep.
Out over there. If anything, the only thing he done was run over there and get the black and white dog when she got loose, or the male black and white Australian Shepherd when their dogs was in heat, and he would run off. We would go get him from their property. That way, they was not no pups.
So he never would swim in that pool?
No, we had our own little pop-up swimming pool over there if my kids wanted to swim in a swimming pool. They didn't associate with the whales. Yes, she watched their kids like once or something. Yes, they watched my property when I went to the beach one time. But other than that, there was not no hanging out. We was not friends. We was neighbors. We was cordial. We was, yes, I sold them a little weed.
Well, we don't care about, nobody cares about weed.
Okay, then, that's my guilt. That's the only thing wrong I have done.
I don't know.
So other than me and her having a toxic fucking relationship. I mean, that's my guilt in any of this. I left when after Summer went missing, and it wasn't right after. I was gone by the 31st of July, and I was doing my other things.
Where were you staying at?
I was probably staying at my mom and dad's house, or as of July 31st, or somewhere right in there. I was living somewhere out of town.
In Knoxville?
No. I've got receipts, and I can show receipts of where I stayed. Huh?
Sevierville?
Yeah.
So that's like right on the outskirts of Knoxville.
No, it's not, Ziggy.
Yeah, it's right.
No, it's not. Ziggy, come on
it's
now.
Like in the middle of Knoxville. It's like
it's another hour. It is another hour from Sevierville, where I was, to Knoxville. I mean, come on, play your rules.
It takes 45 minutes to get across a city like that. It's not that. Sevierville, I don't believe it's that far away from Knoxville.
If you are in Pigeon Forge, if you're in.
Okay. And the whole world Googled Knoxville to Sevierville.
How far was it? I didn't Google it. How far was it?
He's right.
Okay. So,
I think it's like around 30 miles, but it's a high traffic area
oh
too.
yeah, yeah, it's right down there by Pitch and Forge and everything, right?
Yeah, not Knoxville.
Yeah.
She
But
is
they're
trying
stuck on
so hard.
Knoxville because they need the Lady of the Night story to be accurate.
That is unbelievable. I heard her go, where did you move? Knoxville. I'm
I
like,
heard that
wow,
too.
what? Oh my goodness.
So somebody answer me this. Say Fred and Andy did go buy hookers. How does that play into Summer's story? Summer's disappearance. How does buying
No idea.
hookers lead to Summer disappearing? What's
No
the
idea.
connection there?
That hookers or pimps want 5-year-old children or something. I don't know.
I just don't understand why you're bringing that into the narrative and putting it out
Yeah.
there. I don't. Sometimes. Wow. I know. Just the thought of Andy and Don going to find hookers together.
Oh my God.
Let's
But I
go to
mean,
Knoxville.
yeah,
But
it's
even the argument of, oh, so then later you move down to the Hookerville. I just
to
don't
the
get the logic.
Hookerville.
I don't get the logic.
So the way that this story went to how he even got involved was the Lady of the Night said he would sometimes come with someone else, right? And we
Mhm.
know, like the Don situation, it was just Don, right? And not we know, but you know what I'm saying. Like he doesn't have a bunch of friends or buddies or whatever that he's hanging out with. It does not appear. But regardless, um, she sent him a picture of Andy. It said, "Is this him?" And she said, "Yes."
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. If you want to
Stop
know,
believing everybody that calls in, sends you information.
dude, and
Like,
the beauty of that is nobody can check it. And it's just like the CPS thing. They need their anonymity, right? Then why are they doing this?
and it's not something we can research and find
We
out.
can't. Yeah, we
Yeah.
can't. It's somebody's word against somebody's word.
Yep.
And that's for me, that's never reasonable,
No.
right? I mean, if I can't even check it, where in Knoxville? What motel? What this woman is talking for someone else, so it's hearsay about hearsay. I don't. It's really weird, but it's like she totally believes it.
I think that's what's so fascinating is that you just find it so believable.
Yeah,
Why? Why? That's my question. Why?
I don't know, and I mean, even if she doesn't have to believe everything Andy's saying
They
in order
don't.
to recognize where Fred is not telling the truth.
Right, when you can hear it. If you just keep listening to him, you can hear when he's not telling the truth.
Yeah, I mean, he tells on himself.
Huh? Yep. The whole Knoxville story is ridiculous. And I'm gonna jump in here. And I don't think I've ever been okay. But I recognize Gavel's. It is ridiculous.
Hey, Smoky Blue Days.
It's completely ridiculous. For clickbait.
Hmm.
I'm local to the Tri-Cities area, not Hawkins County, but the Tri-Cities, and I've been around the whole, yeah. It's crazy.
That's
Playboy
true.
is the
Yeah.
pimp's name, right? Yes, Playboy is the pimp's name. Remember the symbols on the jail cell wall where Fred was staying. I don't remember
Hmm.
the symbols. Where were they?
Oh, you don't know about that?
I don't.
Oh, They were clean. Okay, I have to try to remember this. There was graffiti in his cell
Uh-huh.
that said Playboy, and it seemed like there was something about summer in there, and they were cleaning it off that day.
Oh.
But it was in Fred. Fred was in the cell
Was this
with
before or after
with
law
the,
enforcement told him Cotton was dead and did it, or Andy did it?
look. Let me ask you this too. Why did they give him a lie detector test and ask him if he had anything to do with Cotton's death and ask him if he had anything to do with Summer's death? Why would they bother to do that if he was so trustworthy and they were working with him? There's that, but then also that
Oh,
the lie detector test was inconclusive.
Gavel.
It was inconclusive because
Oh,
Fred wouldn't lie for anybody. He couldn't do the baseline. They couldn't get a baseline on him because he refused to lie for anybody else, for anybody, for any reason. And they went ahead and did the test anyway.
so the man who has been working with law enforcement since hour one of him arriving home to Ben Hill Road had to take a lie detector test. That's probably because the wire was wiped clean. So they just needed to verify that the officers that heard it and Fred were still telling the truth, right?
Yeah, I mean, they had to know. I mean, just for no reason. They knew that he didn't have anything to do with Cotton's death or Summer being missing. But they decided to waste the time and money on a lie detector test for that.
Yeah, because those
Even
are
after he
cheap.
said he wouldn't. Yeah, even after he wouldn't do the baseline.
Those are cheap. You know, they
Mhm.
just throw those out willy-nilly. Smoke Blue Day says we are a combined metro statistical area, but we have a state university in Johnson City, and we have
Mhm.
Target and Panera Bread and Starbucks and all the things. Oh, said the poor backwoods kids of Northeast Tennessee have no idea exist. Oh my goodness. But I'm just saying, considering how much of a drug problem people say this area has, seems strange that Don or anyone would need to drive 2 hours to a city that has only slightly that's only slightly larger to buy them. Yeah, they had
Yeah.
to go to Knoxville or hookers. There's no
Now,
hookers in Kingsport.
well, according to Jody Sue, there were hookers at the Holiday Inn right down the road because that's where Andy's buddies would get him free rooms to bang hookers.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It's in the Discord. It's in writing.
There's something about the Knoxville hookers that are and the Knoxville drugs that are better than the Tri-City area's hookers
Well,
and
now
drugs.
it is admittedly true that Don did go to Knoxville.
Good
That
morning.
Don did.
That Don went there.
Yeah.
So Don preferred the
Hey,
Knoxville
Sky.
hookers and drugs.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Hey,
distance maybe. I
muscles.
don't know.
Yep.
But Jody Sue says he would take one of the kids with him sometimes too.
And see, I agree with Smokey. It's like if there's why do they need to go to Knoxville for drugs when they have a drug dealer right down the okay, let's move on.
Different drugs.
Oh, wrong drugs.
Wrong drugs. But later on, after Fred drops off, Andy talks about these meth labs.
Really?
Yeah, Ziggy was like, ask him something about did he think that Fred did, whatever. And he was like, you want me to be honest? And she was like, yeah, before she even thought about it. And bleh, there he went.
Wow.
So,
Let's hear about the hookers, y'all.
mm-hmm.
In Pigeon Forge, and you're staying on the strip, it takes you more time to get out of the traffic in Sevierville and Pigeon Forge than 45 minutes usually. Have you never been down there?
Yeah, I was just down in Knoxville. Why do
You was in Knoxville. Yeah. Go to Sevierville during Rod Runs, Jeep Toberfest, or Jeep Fest, or any kind of anything.
You know, I was in Knoxville just like from Sunday to Wednesday this week.
Yeah, Sunday to Wednesday. That's 3 days of a work week in Knoxville. That's everybody going back and forth to work.
You didn't know that I was there? You didn't know I just got back?
Yeah,
I
I
knew.
seen your live when you got
Okay.
back, and I seen your live when you was with Fred at Kathy's house.
Okay.
I'm not stupid, Ziggy. I don't watch everything that goes on the
know, I-
YouTube streets. I have
Yeah.
a life to live. I do things with my wife. I do things for my parents. I do other things. I don't revolve on this. I'm trying to move on from my past life and the things that occurred in my past relationship. And but as far as Summer Wells, I had nothing to do with that. I mean, people can say I sold sedatives. I mean, I sold weed. If it is a sedative to you, then by all means, it's a sedative to you. If it helps with your depression or your anxiety or your cancer or whatever, that's all I've ever done.
Okay, I don't smoke the marijuana, but I don't think it's a sedative, is it? I mean, it can
be.
relax you.
So there's different. So there's. Okay, so I know people that smoke it, and there's indica and sativa. One of them makes you chill, and one of them gives you some energy. So
Mhm.
it depends. And then there's all different strains of that with different potencies and all that kind of stuff.
It can put you
Indica,
in the
put you
couch.
indica. Oh, that's a good one, Keaton.
I just don't think of a person who sells bud. I'm correct, right? He sells the flower. He doesn't sell like a gummy or things of that nature.
I don't know. I
Oh.
mean, I know at this point because they open Virginia is legal now, and the
Mhm.
Virginia line is right there. So he goes to a dispensary.
Oh,
So I don't know that there's any, of that going on anymore. But
right. I was just that I don't know why. I always thought he just sold like, especially when he was there, they sold like, the bud. So I don't know. I just don't see people using weed as it's not the drug that comes to mind when you
yeah,
think of a sedative. That's all I'm saying.
oh no, not at all, at all. And so that's kind of weird. Yeah, the ex neighbor, right?
Right.
And I don't mean weed.
I don't mean weed. That's what she said. Maven,
Go
you have a
ask
good
him what
night.
that
Thanks
is.
for chilling with us all night.
Good night. It's
And
good to see you.
yeah, we all hope to wake up to answers one of these days. Wouldn't that be
Oh my
awesome?
God, yes.
A certain one or a higher dose knocks can help with sleep. Okay, see, that's what I'm asking. I don't smoke, so I don't
Yeah.
know, but
But
the whole weed narrative just
a
throws me.
sedative to using marijuana to sedate a child is the
Mhm.
most asinine thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, I
Right.
agree. 1,000%. All right, let's hear some further info.
Yes, I've done other things. That's all I've really ever sold was weed because it's kind of like a victimless crime. I mean, everybody pretty much smokes weed. Even the police smoke weed.
Oh, trust and believe, guys. I know how long it takes in traffic in Knoxville. I was just there. I literally thought I was going to be late to picking up Fred and some people in his house to get back from a meeting because it took from a mile and a half drive from McDonald's over there, right over there by, never mind. But anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I was in La Follette, what, babe, 3 days ago?
Took 15 minutes to go like a minute and a half.
We've been out of county several days. Last couple weeks.
I mean, depending on what day you're there, where you're at, what wrecks happen, if it's raining, if it's not, depend. I mean,
do you guys know Billy Anderson? Somebody was wanting to know. Do either of you know Billy Anderson? Do you, Fred?
No.
Do you know a Billy Anderson, Andy?
no, not that I know of. There's nothing in.
I'm trying to think who that is. I haven't even heard the name, I don't think.
I mean, I know it seems like I went to school with a Michelle Anderson or some shit like that. But no, I've never. That's like the Billy Benton dude. That's a wild deal to me. I don't know who the Bill Shipley dude is. I mean, I've seen him around at stores and the grocery stores and this and that and other. I don't know who he is. I mean, I honestly, personally don't know who the Brandon dude is that led JLR through the valley behind my house.
You don't know Pete Clark?
Pete Clark?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I know a junior Clark. He's dead. I know the Clarks that live right there in Knoxtown in Beach Creek, which they're not Clarks no more. They're something else.
I'm talking about Light Road, and right, Fred? Light Road?
I don't know. Okay,
no, I don't know.
Fred.
No, I don't.
I know, Lab. It's like we're watching the Waltons say goodnight to everybody. You know Billy Bob, you know Jimmy Sue, you know this person, you know that person. Nope. Okay. Next. It's wild.
Yeah, it's just like a list of names, and I'm wondering if those are the names of people that have been arrested that have the nickname Playboy in the area,
Oh.
as possibly. But who knows? I mean, you know.
Just throwing all these names out there. Nope, but I did go to school with Bob Babalon Dingadong. Yep, know that guy.
Bob
I don't
Dabalina.
know. Bob Dabalina.
Dabalina.
Okay.
Okay,
No.
Light Road or Light Hollow? Sullivan County, Hawkins County. Which road?
Hawkins.
No, it's Sullivan County.
Sullivan? Oh, I'm talking.
Yeah.
Okay. Brandon
No,
Clark,
I don't-
Pete's dad.
The only person I knew that lived in that light holler was what's his name? Snake. I don't even know Snake's real name. What's Snake's real name, Fred? That's the only person I know that lived in that light holler in Sullivan County, other than Stephen Miller. And then in Hawkins County, I know a couple people. Yes, like 3 people.
You don't have any affiliations with anybody, and I mean, I know this is a very tough.
No, I didn't affiliate. I lived in Beach Creek. Yes, I didn't affiliate in Beach Creek.
Were you affiliated with any like gang members?
No.
What do you know? What's that guy's name? Do you know a Dustin that lived on Simpson?
That's a perfect snake. There's a snake now.
No, not even the snake. The snake is like, oh great, there's a snake now. Then I read Scott H's comment. Bob the Builder makes an appearance, right? And then she's like, you know any drug dealer? No, gang members? You know any gang members?
Oh, there's the whole thing too with she has the wrong overbay.
I'm just like, why don't you just ask him to send you a list of the people he does know? I think we might get there faster.
It'd be a shorter list. Like, everyone's more like, have you ever heard of this person? And he's like, I know so-and-so. And they'll say their last name. And it's like, not at all the person that we're looking for. But he tries. He's like, I know. I went to school with
Yeah, that's
Smith.
what she knows. She was just there last week.
Oh, man. That's what I was at, which she said, I was there for 3 days, 3 or 4 days or whatever. And it's like, it wasn't even 4 visits. Muscles about scare. It was that many days, like 3 or 4 days. And he lives there and has been going there his entire life.
Listen, Fred doesn't know about frogs, but he can hook you up with some meth monkeys. Just saying. I know a snake, though. Is this
Snake?
real life?
I don't even know his name.
It's real life. Oh my gosh. All right, let's see who else Andy does or does not know. I'm waiting for Bob the Builder. Oh my goodness.
Oh, you don't know about Bob the Builder?
I don't know about Bob the Builder. I mean, I know about the cartoon my kids watched when they were kids, but I'm guessing it's a different Bob the Builder.
The Ben Hill Bob the Builder.
Can we fix it? Yes, we can.
Nope.
Okay, all right. We cannot fix this. We need Bob the Builder.
No, not this Bob the Builder.
Not this Bob the Builder? Okay.
No.
Let me get a grip here.
Lane?
Dustin that lived on Simpson Loop or Road?
Road, I believe. Dustin. Overbay.
I know his ex-baby mama because she used to date my buddy Ford. I don't know the overbays.
He's a high-ranking vice lord. Did you know that? It is. It's right in the newspaper. It's right on the internet.
I don't even know what a vice lord is. I gotta Google it. I don't even know what a vice lord is to know what is high ranking. I'm not even joking here. Laugh at me all you want.
Did you
I don't know
hear?
what a vice lord is.
Did you hear him start laughing when she said he's a
Yeah.
vice lord?
What is
He
a
was like,
vice? Oh, it's a gang. Okay, it's a
yeah.
gang. Okay. It's a oh, they've got a bunny. Oh, is that a bunny?
Hmm?
Why are there so many animals here? Snakes. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the Vice Lord's logo is a Playboy bunny. That's why we've got to find who the Vice Lords are. Okay, this is making 0 sense whatsoever, but here we are. Do you know Overby? He's a high ranking Vice Lord. It's in the paper because they just put that shit in the paper. Like,
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I believe she has the wrong name completely. So the people there were people named that last name that live. They are direct neighbors to 110, right? And they have an adult son who didn't live there. Like they moved in, right? And
Mhm.
he didn't live there. Anyway, he did an interview with somebody on here
Really?
one day. I think his name starts with a J. I don't think it
Mm,
was Dustin. I think it was might be Justin.
mm.
Did she
Maybe
say
Dustin Overbay is what she said.
it's I think his name is Justin.
It was
But
in the paper, Jenny. You're wrong.
that's who Andy's talking about. So he doesn't even know the guy. He
Yeah.
goes, I know his baby mama used to take my reports.
Wait, Snake or Snape? Maybe there's another Harry Potter. There might be.
Oh, Snake and
I'm just waiting for you guys know a lizard. I thought somebody was from a lizard. He was a Vice Lord in the 40s.
did you ever
Stop it.
Oh my god. But that's what she was talking about, the part where I got pissed off and just turned it off, when she said that the picture of, Summer doing a peace symbol, she was doing a Playboy symbol.
Because of the Vice Lord connection.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Okay. Well, let's keep listening and find out if Andy knows the Muffin Man.
Whoa. No. You've got that totally mixed up.
I can
That
pull it up.
Dustin, I know which Dustin Overbay you're talking about. Kenneth Lee was friends with that Dustin Overbay. That's redheaded Dustin Overbay.
Yeah, I'm talking about redheaded one.
Okay, the one that lives on Simpson Road is not that Dustin Overbay. That is a total different dude.
Well, it has him listed as Simpson Road. I've had it up last night.
Yeah, I got pulled over one time and had his tag on my car because he had switched it when he was over at her mom's house and stole my tag and put on his car to go rob something.
Dude seems like a bad guy. Jason, our live.
Corn Pop was a bad dude.
But maybe there's another one that lives there
He's
named Justin.
They're just spilling it. So he No, it's not over bite, it's over bay. And they switched the tags so that he could go to a burglar. What did he say? I don't even remember now.
A burglary. Well, I don't know what he said specifically, but yeah, switched the tags, went and burgled somebody, and then came back, and then I guess
Oh my
Andy gets
God.
pulled over, right? Because
Spoiler alert, Fred is Spartacus.
well, they parked their car down at the road because it couldn't get up the driveway, because that driveway is so bad.
Right.
So I guess it would have been easy. I mean, if
Switching stickers, I
you're going to
guess.
you're going to do some crimes, you just switch the plates on the way out.
But was he an overlord? I don't know.
Josh Overbay.
Josh Overbay.
There may be another he may have a sibling or something.
Mm,
I don't know, but the person Andy's talking about is Josh.
Wow. Wow. All
And it's
right.
just, yeah, now he's some vice lord.
She's just like spitting them out at him though. You know that. Okay, I gotta get to Bob. I'll stop talking. Here we go.
I mean, I didn't want to be here.
Sorry guys, I hit the thingy. I don't even know where we were. Oh, how far were we? I don't think we were even that far.
We do to work together to find these cards. See him any day on the 14th.
That morning,
What time that morning?
about 8:30.
I was talking to her, chit chatting. She's like, "So you're from around Roswell, ain't you?" I was like, "Yeah."
Andy or Jody Sue? Well,
She has to make me look how she wants.
okay.
I know a Junior Clark. He's dead. I know the Clarks that live right there in Dykstown in Beach Creek, which they're not Clarks no more. They're something else.
I'm talking about Light Road, and right, Fred? Light Road.
I don't know. No, okay,
No, I don't know.
Fred.
I don't know.
Okay, Light Road or Light Hollow? Sullivan County, Hawkins County. Which road?
Hawkins. Dad.
It's in Beach Creek. Yes, I didn't
No.
affiliate in Beach Creek.
Were you affiliated with any like gang members?
No. I know which Dustin Overbay you're talking about. Headed on Sim
Has
time and attack.
Jody said our live.
Is a joke.
I was just reading something that Stormy said. Why did Andy say he saw Summer dead that day? Somebody asked.
That was a dream. That was it. That was a dream I had.
And then Stormy wanted to know, Jody
How long
Sue.
we've been on here?
Huh? Do you need to go? It's been about an hour. So I mean, you don't have to stay much longer. I figured you guys would only be here for about an hour or so, anyways. I'm not trying to,
What time you gotta go, Fred?
I've got all the time in the world.
Not all the time in the world, but
Rock out with your cock out then. Let's go.
I mean, it's so. Jason said our live. Ask Andy why he sold sedatives to the children over the hill. So who's lying, Andy or Jody Sue? Well,
she has to make me look how she wants me to look to be bad, but she's not wanting me to look that bad because I'm not. I'm a jackass if you fuck with me. If you stick a dog in a cage and you whack at cages, you go by with a stick every day. When you let that dog out, he's probably going to bite your ass.
Yeah.
I was GPS tracked. I was followed when I left to try to get away. I was tracked down. I was looked for. If I was that bad, I was gone. Let me be.
So somebody said, Jody
I can't
Sue.
hear you.
You can hear me?
Still being tracked after me and you got together.
No, I was talking to Becca.
Oh, okay.
No, I was still being tracked with my last phone that I had before I left, after I had left.
You were being tracked for what? For what reason? Did you say you were being?
So where people know where she knew where I was.
Oh, she was tracking you. Oh yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I mean, I know that Jody Sue's definitely not helping things, okay? At all. I do believe that you are definitely a way better person than she is. But that's why I say, like, I just, that this thing about you being on the road is like the main thing that just, I wish like law enforcement, I wish they would go ahead and clear some people, or give us.
Me too. I do too. Because do you think anybody from here to Crossville wants anything to do with anybody? I moved 3.5 hours away from here to 2 or 3 different towns bouncing around, and people knew who I was when I filled out an application and go in and take an interview. That was one of the first few questions when they looked at you funny. I mean, I applied for a bar where I moved to cook in the kitchen.
Uh-huh.
And I called her and she's like, yeah, come in for an interview. Come on in. And then I got there and I was talking to her, chit-chatting. She's like, so you're from around Roswell, ain't you? I was like, yeah, I lived in Beach Creek. That's where I was raised. And she's like, yeah, you put your address down as this and this and this. That's straight across the street from it. That's Summer Wells. Are you that Andy B? I'm like, And I didn't even put Andy on it. I used my initial and I put my first name and my last name. Yeah, they know who I am. They don't want nobody caught up in the middle of a missing girls case. If I was a fucking murderer, they'd probably hire me. And it don't help that you, Fred, you sit there and you say you seen me on the 15th. I mean, okay, you believe you seen me. I wasn't there. If the police seen me there on camera, by all means, I think they done be here to get me. I'll call them Monday because I'm sick and tired of going through this, and I'm gonna see what they say.
You were supposed to do that. I would be. I mean,
I got other stuff that is more on my priorities than dealing with this. I feel that if I need to do somebody else's job for them, why? If they want me, they know where I'm at.
True,
I've not done nothing. I've not done nothing wrong in the state of Tennessee since 2000 and something, other than sell a little weed here and there to make mine free for me. When I was living in East Creek,
how about the other people? Like, I have people who have emailed me and had seen footage from other neighbors of you being on the road on the 15th. I mean, and some pretty reputable people that I would trust. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but like,
if you have that, by all means, Ziggy, I would love to see it. Can you show it to me? If you can show me,
I haven't seen it.
I would love to see it. Okay, if you can,
but
I'm not there. I'm in Hayworth Tire on the 15th. I'm on Ben Hill Road, probably on 2 of the 3 cameras. One which is not Fred's, one which is in the Fred's mom and dad's front yard or somewhere off to the side of the driveways. And I went to my uncle's house right next to his mom's to get him and to talk to him about Jackie Dobbs on the 14th. And I went back out to wait for the police to get there and my mom to get there on the 14th to deal with Jackie Dobbs being there. And between the time that my uncle talked to Jackie Dobbs on the 14th and the time that I talked to Jackie Dobbs, there was a miraculous vehicle appear, but only one person. So I've got a question for Fred. If he's seen him, did you see Jackie Dobbs on the 15th before I was down there and the law was down there and Mom was down there? What time did you see him any day on the 14th?
That morning.
What time that morning?
About 8:30.
Okay, so I was probably still at the damn house asleep then. Was there a blue blazer down there in my driveway?
Yes.
Okay.
So somebody says, how do they have Fred wear a wire on the 15th when police didn't get out there until 6:30 or whatever that evening? It just makes no sense to jump to a wire that quickly. You think? Or I would think that would be the smart thing to do. I mean, the first 24 hours is you have anything to say to that, Fred?
Fred, you didn't come in till late on the 15th. It was the 16th, bro. I swear to you. If I'm lying, God strike me dead sitting right here talking to y'all.
Wait, what? Fred, are you there?
Yeah.
Did you hear what he said?
I mean, it's timestamp 15, and they had me wear the wire on the 15th because Don was at my house at 8:30 at night.
Well, okay. I wasn't.
Sorry, I thought I'd get to a better starting point, and I'm just like, it just kept going and going and going. Wow, that's so much to unpack there. Yeah, Fred has all the time in the world, and maybe he's sitting back drinking chocolate milk out of a Pyrex making cup, but he doesn't say a whole lot. Ziggy's doing most of the speaking for him. And we're back to it was the 15th because I saw the timestamp, and so there's evidence. Even though that was well, I guess the pictures weren't wiped. And what was the other thing I was thinking of? Oh, yeah. So all these neighbors have this proof, and they've emailed Ziggy, and they're credible people she would trust. Although I'm really starting to question your trusting skills. But anyway. But why hasn't anybody shown that proof? If all these people have this proof of like, oh, he was on my camera, he was on my camera. Why have we not seen it? We've seen everything else. We've seen so much. Why is that not out there?
I don't know. I don't.
Hey, Sarami.
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 By the way, it's the guy who did the interview. It's not Josh either. It is Jeremy.
Jeremy.
But yeah, he came on and did an interview and said, "Stay away from my family." But he is not a vice lord at all, and
Aw,
I know why. I know why Andy busted out laughing too. So
really?
it's just not even.
Not even close.
Yeah. So I don't know who Dustin Overbay is, but I don't. That's not the people
Is
we
he
know
a
from there.
vice lord in the paper?
No,
Oh.
no. I'll see if I can find Dustin while we're.
I'm just shocked about like all these like saw the timestamp and Ziggy's gotten a lot of messages, so I'm just like no,
I,
that's not okay, Scout, not at all.
what? This is
Yeah.
SWAT arrests alleged gang member at Kingsport home on Skyland Drive. What? That ain't the
Teddy,
dude. This is in 2019. What? A Mount Carmel man who's reported high-ranking member of the Vice Lords gang. Dude, really? Has been apprehended after alleged threats to shoot police officers. And this
what?
guy looks like, nah. Well, I mean, shoot, I don't know anything about the Vice Lords, so they do have a Playboy bunny for their
Logo.
thing. Here's the link if you ever want it. Um, but I don't, yeah, and this is Kingsport. This is not Rogersville or Simpson Road. So she actually said Simpson Drive at the beginning. But there's a Simpson Road and a Simpson Loop.
Yeah, this is Skyland Drive. He's wanted on felony warrants.
Yeah, what?
No, let me get rid of some of these stinking pop-ups.
I know there's a lot in it.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Hey,
Oh
there's
my
a
God.
Tasha ad on mine.
That one just doesn't want to quit. So here is the Vice Lord.
Hey, he's tough.
Oh,
Who's
that's a
that?
different guy. That's
Oh,
yeah,
who
that was
dat?
yeah, that's somebody else. I mean, he don't look like a good dude, that's for sure. But
No.
you can see that he was arrested Friday on Skyland Drive. Maybe his act was committed somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, this was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he's out or what, but
He is a high-ranking member of the Vice Lords gang. So there's that.
mhm,
There's your Vice Lord.
yeah. But that's not the same guy that Andy was thinking of. I don't think.
I have no clue. Holy
Maybe.
God.
Maybe he's the little brother to the other guy and grew up there, or not grew up
Maybe,
there, but lived there at some point.
maybe Beach Creek is like England, where anyone who owns property is a designated lord. Maybe.
Yes, that is. I believe that is the case. But like it's only Beach Creek because if you go over where Scott H lives, they don't have the right rock formations.
Oh.
And yeah, so they're not. He's not a lord, sadly. He's just a
Oh.
duke,
Just a duke.
huh?
Sorry about that, Scott. Sorry about your luck.
Sarami's a lord.
Oh, she is. We are in the presence of royalty, y'all. I don't think there are gangbangers in Beach Creek. I don't know. There might be. There
Yeah.
might be. All right, let's see a little more here.
At the bottom of the driveway at 8 o'clock or 8:30 on the 15th, I don't think.
Hold on. He's just answering a question in chat. It doesn't have anything to do with
Okay.
Wait,
All right, I'm gonna mute for a second.
that's fine. What was that, Fred, about the
I said, Don come to my house about 8:30 on the 15th. and which allow followers him in.
Did he say the law followed him in?
Remember how we talked about Fred debunking himself? Listen up, y'all. Listen up. It's too easy.
Fish in a barrel. Oh, that's what the fish snatchers are for.
That's what
Fish
the
in a
fish
barrel.
snatchers are for.
Hayata.
Okay. Let's listen to Fred debunk himself.
That's fine. What was that, Fred, about the?
I said Don come to my house about 8:30 on the 15th, and which allow followers him in. That's when they search my place and stuff. Okay, when Don leaves, that's when they set me up with the wire to wire in on the 15th.
How long was Don there? Like at that point?
About 15 minutes.
For that and then he came back later too.
Yeah, he's off and on all night.
So they wanted you. So they wanted you to. Okay, so that's why, because because they just happened to see Don leave straight from there, right? He just left, and you're telling him that he was acting weird. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'm glad that we've had this talk and stuff, but I knew it was going to go like this. I knew that you still don't believe. Yeah. I mean, even with the conversation.
Okay, I don't know how long she's stumbling over, but let's go through the new timeline.
There's so much.
The old timeline was that he gets home at 7, let's say 8, Fred's words. Goes home. They wire him up at 8:30.
Nope. First they searched his house, remember?
No, this is the sorry, you're right. That's the new timeline. I'm rehashing the old timeline.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go
My
ahead.
bad. I didn't say that. It is
No, I
4 in the
apologize.
morning. Old
No,
timeline was that he got home at 7, let's say 8, Fred's words, not mine. And he goes home and they come down, law enforcement are just like, "Oh, he looks like a cool dude. Let's go wire him up." So they go within that time frame back to the judge and get a warrant, signed warrant, and come and decide, "Hey, we're going to wire you up so that you can go find out what's going on. We need the deets, and even though there's law enforcement crawling everywhere, searchers crawling everywhere, we need you to go stand nearby." And so they wire him up and he leaves his house at 8:30 and walks up to where Dawn, Jody Sue, and Andy are standing at the bottom of the Bernard driveway at 8:45. So it does take him. He's right on that 15 minutes. It's always there. So then he gets up there, and that is where he catches them. New timeline. Fred gets home at 7, let's say 8. And Don comes down to his house at 8:30. Law follows him in. While Don is there, the law searches his property.
Did he say while Don was there?
Yeah. You want me to go back? He says, "Well done."
No, I believe you.
Yeah. And they search his property, and then he leaves. How long did it take? About 15 minutes. Or how long was he there? About 15 minutes. And so then he leaves at 8:45, and that's when they decide to wire him up and catch up. So when does he walk back up to the hills?
8:45 and 30 seconds.
Oh, they got him wired fast.
Yep.
Fred was also at Zoomers at 5:30. He's got the zoomies.
He was at Zoomers at 5:30. He also left between 5 and 5:30. In one telling, he left between 5 and 5:30, and he, I guess, saw Andy at Zoomers at 5:30. They also saw Candace on Lone Star. And then he came back at 6:30 to get the cradle for the motorcycle and left again. But he didn't see anything going on at 6:30, and nobody saw him Bullshit.
When the neighbors were out searching for okay.
Yeah.
I think that Fred must either personally know or be related to JLR because he gets around quick, like JLR.
Teleportation.
I'm telling you what, that dude, JLR, he's everywhere. Like, there is crime, JLR is on the case.
I know.
But
I'll be listening to like a news conference and I'll hear. I'm like, oh, dang, that's
that's
JLR.
JLR. How do you get there? I know.
Dang.
So Fred must be related to him because he is here, there, everywhere, and he knows everything that is going down.
He has all the deets.
He does. But it's just crazy. Like, Ziggy,
Why
you
would they
just
wire him?
right, but and honestly, the my big problem with some of the stuff right there is that she's feeding it all to him. Yep. She
Yeah.
feeds him something, he says, "Yep," and it's like, "Wait, let him speak." But you just listen to him tell his timeline. It might be hours ago in our commentary, but 10, 15, 20 minutes ago. And
Mhm.
now it's different story. How are people not catching on to this? It's right there.
Yeah. It's
There's
pretty clear.
Jeremy says there's more than one JLR.
Oh, you
That
forgot
makes sense.
you forgot the 23 seconds that it took for them to get a warrant
Yes,
for the
because in the
wiretap
new
too. Yeah.
timeline, they get there. Fred or Dawn gets there at 8:30. They search the property. Dawn leaves in 15 minutes, and then boom, get the warrant and the wiretap or
Mhm.
recorder. But none of that's relevant because, as we heard, it's all been wiped. So
Oh yeah, it was wiped in the other story
in the other
because they
one,
were about to swoop in and arrest him. They were going to arrest
yes.
Don for what crime we don't know because Don walked down there and just confessed whatever happened.
No, the confession happened up on the hill or at the bottom of the hill at the driveway, right?
I don't think so.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know. This is
Don's
insane.
confession was when he went to Fred's, but he went multiple times through the night. See, and I
Mhm.
hadn't heard that.
Was
Earlier
that brand
story
new information? I thought he just went down there once.
might have just been new information for me, but
Yeah,
maybe I didn't
Selena,
pick it
they
up
were
before.
hoping to find Summer that evening. They were searching for a missing child. They weren't
Hmm.
wiretapping or getting warrants for wiretaps, or they might have been keeping eyes on Fred. I don't know,
Yep.
maybe. But
And anybody can sit here and say, "Y'all don't know. You weren't there." Okay, keep believing.
yeah.
I mean, that's cool too.
Believe the guy that changes his story multiple times in the course of conversation.
Hmm.
You do that.
You do you, boo.
Alrighty.
Conversations had with law enforcement, it just wouldn't make sense that it was a mistaken day.
I mean, okay. Do you have cards showing me on the road on the 15th, Fred? Does Laura? What can we do to work together to find these cards and to show me on the road? I want to prove myself guilty. Can I see them cards? Can I see the evidence? What can we do?
Well, one of the neighbors, old neighbor has some. The one right next door, that's one of them.
Yeah, and I remember seeing old Brandon there, standing down there next to the bench somewhere at some point in time. Now this was, I'm thinking, before Summer went missing. He was standing down there waiting on somebody early in the morning, so I don't know who he ever met.
Brandon, is that what you said?
Yeah, not Brandon Lawson. I don't know what it is.
That
The
JLR
one
dude?
from, yes, that J.
Okay, so now here Andy, who says he didn't know who Brandon was, remembers seeing him though. So
Yeah, that is weird.
yep,
But
that's highly it's like we said, they all do this.
yeah, but it was also a non sequitur, right? Because she said your neighbor has the card,
Yeah,
which is
if the
it's
neighbor
not an
has that,
answer. That's not an
yeah.
answer. Fred said he had them, and the question was, do you or Laura have them? But then his answer was that Brandon was down there waiting on somebody one morning. So I don't I missed something.
Yeah, I
or
don't know why they go from
something's
point
not
A to
right
point, like all of them.
about this. Right?
But yes, where is the like, so not only are we searching for Fred and Laura's SD cards, we are now searching for Andy's neighbors' pictures. Do you think we will see any of this, or is it all in evidence?
There is a creator that says that they saw the neighbor's cam, and that's what Ziggy's talking about. She said other people. There's only one that I know of because you was talking about it in chat.
Who's the neighbor? Who's the creator that said she's seen these pictures?
When Evil entered.
So why has When Evil entered not shown these pictures?
I don't know. I don't know if she just looked at them or what, but her version was a little different than
What was
Fred's, like
hers?
of what was on it. The time was different. So I don't really know. I don't know what the deal is with that.
What was the time?
I'll have to look at it because it was just
fine. I didn't know
day
if
before
anybody
yesterday.
knows off the top of your head what the time was. Drop it in the chat.
Well, it was day before yesterday, and I'm not sure she exactly said the time. So let me.
Gotcha.
I think it was just discussed. So I'll look.
So now multiple people have these pictures and images, but nobody's produced them. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. But I mean, they're happy to make the accusations. See, and that's the problem here.
Everywhere.
For that, Brandon.
Okay.
I don't know Brandon Lawson.
Right.
So don't ever misconstrue anything. I don't know him.
Yes, truth hurts. They do. I mean, Fred says that law enforcement has it. Yes, that's the whole. Yeah. Can Fred and Andy tell us what the Wells were doing in the shed below? I don't know. What's that mean?
I have no idea.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that, Stormy. In the shed below, doing? You mean the night of the 15th?
I wasn't at the shed on the 15th. I wasn't at the shed. I came straight down Beach Creek Road, turned into Ben Hill Road, and I went to my driveway. I didn't come back out and go down to the shed looking. I went and parked my car, started walking around looking.
So there's no.
I mean, okay, look, I've got kind of a weird question, and I don't know how to ask it because, I have no concrete proof of any of it. People talk to people, and people talk to these people, and then you hear this, or you get asked questions, or you hear people that have been asked questions about stuff, and then they come and they say something. And no, if I say something, I'm not going to ever tell you who I got it from because that might mess up what they done, what I've done.
Yeah.
Can I honestly ask you a question, Fred? Now, this is just hearsay or whatever else. This is just something that somebody's come at me and asked. Can I ask a question? Now, whether it be sideways, crooked, you can say no, and I won't ask it. But I'm going to ask a question, and I have no proof. I'm coming with this totally honest with all. How many people's in here, Ziggy? Give me a head count.
Just
1353.
1353. Holy shit. Is that 13,000 people?
Oh,
No,
listen up.
1300.
1300. Okay.
That's good.
I mean, can I ask a sideways question that I have no evidence to prove? Me personally, I have no evidence. It's just somebody asking me something or what I thought about this question. Take your time. I'll be right here. I'm gonna hit a ball timer.
Fred, is that okay?
I'm ready.
He said he's ready. He's just waiting. Andy. He's kind of quiet. He said he was ready a little bit earlier, but
Okay, sorry. I was hitting the ball. Sorry. Oh God. Somebody come at me within the past week or so. Now I don't know when this was done, but I heard about it personally within the past week or so. That at some point in time, somebody took a phone from you that had questions about where Summer was. Now, hearsay. Hey, so when he was cutting trees, he was
Does part of it don't.
With property, somebody asked. I don't know.
Oh no.
What's that mean?
well. The funny thing I see it about dogs is when my uncle came in and that I have in Beach Creek that I was close to and I was raised with.
Oh, okay.
Go forward.
Come through the mountain back there in between Ben Hill Road and Fields Road. You can come back behind, kind of close to Fred's mom and dad's house, and you can come.
On the 15th. Is that the one that
What?
shot you, Fred?
Like second cousins removed twice or once
Yeah,
removed or something.
People are acting like you're just like you guys are disowning each other or something, and that's not what
I'm
it
not.
is.
It's further ahead, I think, Deets.
I have my parents' house.
Grandparents, somebody's grandparents, like either Jody Sue's parents or your parents.
Well, we haven't heard this part, so it's got to be behind it. Right? I'm so sorry, guys. I did not mean to hit that again. Ugh.
It's forward more. Like,
Is it? Did we already hear about their parents?
oh, did we?
I didn't think so. That's why I
Oh,
asked that.
okay, never mind.
Hang
Sorry.
on, let me go. Yeah, I just want to hear that question. I do know more. I thought. Okay, here. Let me try this. I gotta come back here and mute.
Phone on the 15th.
They took my phone.
Well, somebody don't know when this was done.
He said he was ready a little bit earlier, but why? Okay.
I'm ready.
He said he's ready. He's just waiting. Andy. He's kind of quiet. He said he was ready a little bit earlier, but
Okay, sorry. I was hitting the ball. Sorry. Oh God. Somebody come at me within the past week or so. Now I don't know when this was done, but I heard about it personally within the past week or so. That at some point in time, somebody took a phone from you that had questions about where Summer was. Now,
That's what I went back to hear. Does he say took a bong?
He took a hit, yeah.
Okay.
Or he took a
Okay.
hit of weed or
Okay.
whatever.
Somebody took a bong. Okay. I'm just. I didn't hear it. I
Andy
was like,
did.
okay. All right.
Yeah.
No. Here he asked Fred. He's asking Fred, and he said someone took a bong from you. Is that what he said? I'll go
Phone.
back.
Phone.
Phone.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I'm like, why are we okay?
Yeah, I'm
Phone.
sorry. I thought you were asking if
Phone.
he took a bong
Yeah,
hit.
no, I heard
Yeah.
him say he took a bong hit, but then I thought he said bong. I took a bong from Fred, and I'm like, wait, Fred. Okay, I was so lost. That's why I went back, and then I got lost. Okay, took a phone. Okay, here we go. Here, thank you guys. That's why I asked, because I'm like, what does the bong have to do with it now? Holy cow! We got snakes, we got lizards, we got Bob the Builder, and a bong, but it's a phone. All right, here we go.
Yeah, and this is listen
This
to
is
this.
interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
hearsay, I don't know. I'm asking because I've wondered. Now I don't know whether it be you working for the police or you asking somebody else. Now, what? Hold on.
Police took my phone on the 15th.
They had your phone on the 15th?
They took my phone and dipped it on the 15th.
Okay. Why? They had your phone on the 15th?
They took my phone and dipped it on the 15th.
They took Fred Hill's phone on the 15th?
That is the claim, yes.
Did he say bong with notes? They took his phone and dipped it, or I don't know what he said.
It sounded
there.
like he said dipped it, but
That's it. Okay.
I assume
But I
that
heard
means
bong instead
copied
of
it.
phone. So I'm not the one to ask. There. Wow. So They took Fred's phone on the 15th. I wish Maven was still here, but I get it. This has been a long one. Why would they take Fred's phone on the 15th, y'all?
Continue when you are ready, because
Oh, it gets better. Is that what you're
well,
saying?
you're
Okay.
about to get your answer, yeah, or somewhat of an
Oh,
answer.
okay. I'll keep listening here. Oh,
Okay. Why would they take your phone and not take my phone?
They dipped everybody's phone.
They didn't take my phone. They didn't take Jody Sue's phone. They didn't take Boogie's phone. They didn't take no.
Your vehicle phone.
No, they did not. They didn't take my phone. They didn't take her phone.
So they didn't take your phone. That's really bad police work if that's true. Because
Ziggy.
No, that was I was when he said, "I'm gonna ask you. Can I ask you a question? It might be sideways, or whatever." I was like, "Oh no,
Yeah, I thought it was
what
gonna
is
be
he about
something
to
drug
do?"
related or something like that. Like, yeah.
Well, I didn't
So
know what it was, but he knew. I think he knew what he was doing, like what he was asking. That was one of the things Fred's been saying.
So they took, oh, has Fred been saying this? So they took Fred's phone, and Fred claims they took everybody's phone, and he's claiming that they did not take his or Jody Sue's or Boogie's.
I
And
will
in,
tell you that Andy, Jody Sue have always maintained that they never took their phones. Always.
right,
And there's no reason to. Why would they take their phones?
right. Not unless they found something like link. I don't know. So,
Especially on the 15th.
but the first like I feel like most of us in here, and hey, Pearl's back. So I
Hey,
feel like
Pearl.
most of us in here, when we hear that, regardless of how you feel about either one of these gentlemen sitting up here, I know for me personally, I'm like, "Ooh, why the hell did they take his phone? Let me hear
Mhm.
some more from this guy. Why are they taking your phone and dip it?" I don't know. I think he said dipped it, but whatever. Why are they taking your phone on the 15th?
What'd they dip it in?
What they dip it in?
Genie, it's not evil exists. It was when evil entered.
When evil entered, yeah, we talked
Mhm.
that, Gina. But I'm just saying, like, hey, if somebody has that, I would really, really love to see it if they have proof of it. Because especially in this case, I don't feel like anyone can just take anyone's word for anything here.
Right. And if we've been lied to
Mhm.
about this, about Andy all this time, then it needs to be where the public needs to see it. Right?
Well, right, because that would change a lot of things that Donna Candace have said, things that Jody Sue and Andy have said, even things that Fred himself has said before, as we heard earlier. So I think that would be
Yeah.
mind
Pearl,
blowing.
that's Pearl said, Fred, this isn't Law and Order SVU. Everything doesn't happen in an hour. And that is pretty much what he's claiming. Like everything
No,
is happening within like an hour and a half.
you two are a lie. Fred is faster than Law and Order because he gets it done in like 15 minutes.
Ugh.
But but he gets the order part done in 15 minutes, or the law part done in 15 minutes. The order part could take up to 3 years plus.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
Hillary
age.
Clinton had a bunch of phones too.
Age said they took his phone too, and they still
They
had it
did, and they never
when Chris
gave
went out there.
his phone back. That's what he said to
Right.
Chris.
But there was a separate issue there. Maybe even two separate issues.
Oh, gotcha. But I do find it very peculiar that Fred is willingly admitting that they took his phone on the 15th.
Hmm.
But as we stated 5 hours and 15 minutes ago, people tell tall tales. They admit
Mhm.
to falsehoods all the time. implicate themselves in things by accident because people lie. So
Yep.
there's the chance that they didn't take his phone.
Well, you know,
Of
that's
course.
what's happened also here, but it ends up like hitting Andy is people keep saying like, well, Jody Sue said that he was in a hotel with prostitutes. That must mean that this is right. What's being said that he was with prostitutes, and it's like, oh man, come on. And
Mhm.
there's other stuff she said too, like the sedatives have that's come up, like all of these things that she was trying to hurt him for whatever reason, right? But it's ended up now she's sitting there upset and trying to defend him because right is right.
I feel, who well, who I feel the worst for is obviously Summer. Obviously, that's a
Of
that's a
course.
given. But after that, pertaining to this situation, not the case, but hearing this stuff here, there, and everywhere is someone who just learned that Summer Wells went missing, and they decide that they want to go and find out more information. And they stumble across this stuff. How would they ever know what was true and what was a lie here? Like at all.
They wouldn't.
It's such a muddy mess.
Hmm.
Such a
Well,
muddy, muddy mess.
if they just listen to start at like Fred's first interview, they would know that okay, well, it is what it
Mhm.
is. With Andy's, they would probably think he can't remember anything because that's what a lot of people say.
Because he
Um,
says it. Mhm.
yeah, and the thing is too, like they group him in with liar. They're like, oh, he's a liar. They're all liars.
Mhm.
I don't. What lie? What's
Good
the
night,
lie?
Smokey Blue
He doesn't
Days.
remember anything. So
She said, Gavel, it was good hearing you tonight as well.
oh yay! Good night, Smoky Blue Days.
Nice to meet you. Um, it's just such a mess. It's such a mess. But yeah, if someone, I don't know, Ziggy just had to make me laugh there. She was like, if they didn't take your phone, they did bad police work. Well, why? My question is, why did they take Fred's? And I think that's the question you should be asking him as well. Why did they take your
Mhm.
phone? Because he's
He'll
working
just say
with
they took
them.
everybody's.
He's
They
got
took
the
every.
wiretap. He's got law
Mhm.
enforcement searching his property.
Yeah.
Like
And while he was in
he's
jail on an unrelated charge, they're showing him all of the evidence.
yeah.
So
So
nobody else.
wait a second. Let me get this straight. So on June 15th, law enforcement are at Fred Hill's door searching his property. He has told us that there are dog hits on his property, and in fact, he had to search a car himself because law enforcement didn't do it. And now we're also learning that they took his phone on the 15th. All of these things come from Fred Hill's mouth.
Hmm. Yeah, and there's also yeah, there's so much.
Just those things right there. Like, what?
Hmm.
Anyone? Any Bueller? Is this thing on Bueller? Like, seriously.
Can you imagine if we'd had time to sit down and do a visual for this?
Right? Oh my gosh, just to do Fred's timeline, he's all over the place.
Hmm.
Like, seriously, to map out where and when from, maybe I'll do that, like, if I get some free time. Like, that would be hilarious. Because then we could see him teleport on a map. Like, okay. Let me play a little more. I can't stop. Like, I gotta babysit in a few hours, but like I can't stop. This is
I know.
just insane.
And let me know if you want to do that because I've got his stuff, a lot of his stuff in the Matrix
Yeah, we can totally.
already.
Wouldn't
So,
that be interesting to put it on a map and
yeah,
like color code it?
it would be very interesting.
It would be. Yeah, Cape, I'm with you there. Okay.
He did not take my phone.
Hunter's saying you text, it's done, and you're going to tell us that your phone.
They didn't take my phone.
Then that's ridiculous. If that's true, that's ridiculous.
She still has one of those phones now.
I know who you
I'm not. Look, I'm not insinuating nothing, Fred. I'm not accusing you of nothing.
Fred,
Whoa.
like a few hours earlier, Fred, you accused him of buying like a transaction took
Mhm.
place with money. Remember when he walked up and saw him at the bottom of the hill?
I said he thought it was
It
for summer.
it was in that timeline, not when Dawn went down there and
Yeah.
then it was in
Yeah.
the first timeline in this live stream. But he thought that the money transaction was for Summer. And he's like, I know what you're insinuating. Like,
I mean, and that's the
dude.
thing. Like, what? It's so weird to me. Like spaghetti, spaghetti.
It might make more sense, Pearl. You're right. You're right.
um. Oh crap! I can't remember what's the name.
They talked about that, Selena. Now I remember that. I actually think that it came from like when she threw that out there, and then did he not say that the "it's done" text was like a weed transaction?
He he said he doesn't know. She is the
Oh,
only
I
one
thought.
who seems to know anything about it, and she said it was well after Summer went missing. It wasn't like even on that day, and they're acting like it's that day, and he doesn't know
Oh,
because he doesn't know, and he doesn't listen to her,
so we're
so he
taking.
doesn't.
So we're taking Jody Sue's evidence, and she says there's a
Mhm.
text that says it's done, but then so
Well,
we
H
believe
said,
her. Right, H said that, but then Jody Sue says that came much later. But see, here's
mhm,
like I've noticed throughout this live, like sometimes Ziggy validates what Jody Sue said, and sometimes she claims it's a lie. And I'm like, okay, but how do we know which is which? And that became my problem with all these people. How do you
yep,
know which one's telling the truth and which one's lying when
right,
they continually do it? And it's the same with Fred, but you believe Fred on everything when he talks in circles and debunks himself within minutes.
mhm, yeah, and a lot
Okay.
of people do that with Jody Sue.
Yeah.
They'll say Jody Sue said this and whatever. There's a difference in noting that she said something and
Mhm.
making it the basis for why you believe this is true,
Factual. Yeah.
right? So, that does happen a lot with a lot of people.
Yeah. I mean, she also said that there was. Oh, is this where the blue came into when Jody Sue added the extra vehicles on the 14th? Is that where Fred got the blue truck? I don't know. Do you remember she talked about those blue
Well,
vehicles? I clicked that one time.
the blue truck, when she said something about a blue truck, what the heck? I forgot all about that.
I'll see. I'll play this and I'll see if I got it in my studio still. I don't know if she said blue truck or blue car. It was blue something, and I remember catching that, and I was like, it actually might be on my computer. I'm on Morgan's
Yeah,
because that was
because there was
before
the
I got
blue van
demonetized.
that originally Grandma Candy saw when they got home, according to Candace, but Candace didn't see it, and then later on it turned into Candace saw the blue van.
Yes, I
Um,
remember the blue van.
there was that. There was Jackie Dobbs in the dark blue SUV
Mhm.
the day before, and then yes, Jody Sue added something else. There's also the blue truck that Dawn gave to Fred sometime before someone went missing. Like I think he said a couple of weeks or something when they went up there to get it. Fred and Laura. That was
Oh my goodness.
hmm uh the blue van possibly was Fred's sister.
Okay.
She has the blue van.
Of
But
this.
Jody, she said nobody was there, and I don't think they had visitors very often, and I don't think they were close with them, but I don't know.
Sorry, I'm just looking through this real quick to see if I have it on here, but I don't. I'm not seeing it.
Oh, there was while you're looking, the
Mhm.
Alicia mentioned Marlena. The Marlena thing with Fred was really funny too because he couldn't remember her name, acted like he didn't know her, and then he proceeds to tell this entire story that has been on YouTube about Marlena and her child. And Deets can tell you that nothing makes me madder than for someone to say that child's name.
Yes, so frustrating. You don't
I
need
don't even
to.
know why anybody is talking about that.
They don't need to mention
Nope.
And the same thing with her little. It doesn't need mentioned. Like, just
Nope.
leave it out, y'all. It doesn't bug me if people talk about Damien. Like, he was an adult then, he's an adult now. I don't think it's fair to put something on him without any actual proof, and I think that
No,
is
it's not.
completely wrong.
It's not at all.
I don't think I have it on here. I think it must be on my computer. But yeah, it was a blue vehicle, because remember, it was when the property was for sale, and like these
Oh, the
rich
out of state
people,
one.
these rich people showed
Yep.
up to look at the property, and she sent
Mm-hmm.
them away. And then there was like another vehicle at the opening to Ben Hill, which my argument at the time was like, you can't see that. What are you talking about? So
Oh yeah, what she
okay.
said, the end of Ben Hill. I forgot about that. Yep.
What about the article, me? WJHL article. Did you say something before that? No, I don't know what you're referencing. We need to start an It's About Summer campaign and enforce it on panel. Oh my gosh, for sure.
But people have tried that, and it ends up as a mess, as an absolute mess. Because then I care more about summer than you do, and I care more, and it just
Yeah.
it's gross, absolutely gross, and I will never ever, never. Mm-mm.
Scott, I got one pop left. When it's gone, we're done. Then I'll be done. So, was the blue truck not? Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's go a little more. Here we go.
And I'm just saying, I heard something and I'm asking you about it. I'm coming at you face to face, but we're not face to face.
All right, Fred, go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, I know who's saying that they found phones and stuff, and once it searched my camper and stuff, tore the walls out, everything, looking for everything.
Yeah.
It's Karen.
It's who?
Hey,
Karen, yeah.
okay, look, I'll go ahead and tell you, I don't talk to Karen. I ain't even seen Karen since we was little. When's the last time I seen your sister?
Yeah,
I've seen
It's probably associated with my sister.
I've seen Julie since I've seen Karen, and I don't even talk to her. I used to see what's her name when she worked on top of the hill. That's it. I don't associate with your side of the family. I don't associate with Frank. I don't associate with the Hills.
I didn't associate with Frank either. I couldn't even tell you what he looks like.
Well, I mean, I've not seen him since the early 2000s.
It's only Jody Sue that's the one that was always talking about Frank Light and defending Frank Light. To me,
No, it's not Frank Light. No, wrong Frank.
Oh, okay.
Wrong Frank. Frank.
She was like, it's only nothing to do with it. He's like, wrong, Frank. She's like, oh, okay.
Well, did Fred say something about bones in the beginning of that?
No, I don't think so. I can go back a little bit.
Okay. It sounded like he said something about bones. I was like, wait, dude, that hadn't happened yet.
That hadn't happened yet. All right, let's see. I'm going back to 2050.
All right, Fred, go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, I know who's saying that they found phones and stuff, and once it searched my camper and stuff, tore the walls out, everything, looking for
Look at. Did you hear it?
He did. He's
What
okay.
the?
What? Okay, let me slow it down and turn him up. Good
Wow.
catch, Jenny. That doesn't happen until later.
Thank you. I don't know if it's a catch yet, but dang, that sounds like it.
What is he talking about? Hey, Foxfire, what is... Okay, let me play
He said,
it.
because we found bones and everything, and they tore my place apart.
And checking the camper. Yeah.
What?
Did you... Y'all, it's 5 a.m., 6 for Jenny. Like,
6 for me? What?
we've been here almost 6 hours. Is anybody else hearing this, or is it just us? Let's listen again.
I'm coming at you face to face, but we're not face to face.
All right, Fred, go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, I know who's saying that they found phones and stuff, and ones that searched my camper and stuff, tore the walls out, everything, looking for everything.
Oh,
He says,
phones.
I know who is saying that. I know who's saying they
He's saying
found
it's
bone.
he's saying it's his sister, and he said phones.
I thought he said bone. Okay, could be.
Because that's what they were talking about was the phones.
Mhm.
And he said because Andy said he heard it from somebody and whatever. He goes,
So
I
it's
know who
his
said
sis-
it. It's my sister.
Okay.
But that's not the case. But
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I am losing it, True Text, and this is a wild stream, bud. How's it going? Ooh. If you think things are crazy over on your side of the street, welcome to this community. Okay, so he's just saying he knows who's making those allegations against him. All right. No catch there. Okay, let me skip ahead.
Yeah.
It's Karen.
It's who?
Hey,
Karen, yeah.
okay, look, I'll go ahead and tell you, I don't talk to Karen. I ain't even seen Karen since we was little. When's the
It's
last
probably
time I
somebody
seen your
associated with
sister?
her.
Yeah,
I've seen
It's probably associated with somebody with her sister.
I've seen Julie since I've seen Karen, and I don't even talk to her. I used to see what's her name when she worked on top of the hill. That's it. I don't associate with your side of the family. I don't associate with Frank. I don't associate with the Hills.
I didn't associate with Frank either. I couldn't even tell you what he looks like.
Well, I mean, I've not seen him since the early 2000s.
It's only Jody Sue that's the one that was.
Oh, name is Fred.
Oh, okay, Frank Hill. Okay.
I mean,
well, we gotta say
hey,
that because people
Fred.
might think white. I mean,
Fred, how are we related to Frank Light? Are we? Because he's Roy's, huh?
I don't know if we are. I don't think so.
I did the family tree. I'll have to look again, but
Some you can claim, some you can't.
yeah, did the police do a search warrant for the grandparents' house for digital stuff, like Jody Sue says, or is that not true?
Whose house? My house? My parents' house?
Grandparents, somebody's grandparents, like either Jody Sue's parents or your parents, for some kind of digital stuff.
Nobody searched my parents' house. Nobody's came to my parents' house. I have not spoke with the police since a few days after this. After Summer went missing.
That's not what he's saying, Dean. That's not what he's saying. Don't put words in his mouth. Andy is not saying that. They just did not have a relationship. They just were not close. Everybody out there is related.
We're related, but are we not like second cousins removed twice or once removed or something?
People are acting like you're just like you guys are disowning each other or something, and that's not what
I'm not.
It's just how it is.
No. Okay, let's lay this out here. If I'm wrong, correct me, Fred. Your dad is my grandmother's brother, right? So that would make me and you second cousins?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not trying to say that Fred is not my cousin. Or are you trying to say you're not related to me?
Who, me? No.
Yeah. Okay, so we are related. We just was not raised together. I was not raised on Ben Hill Road until I chose to go back there once I started school, and I would spend the weekends there. And then once I got older, to the 15, 16, and was driving, yeah, I stayed down there a little bit here and there because my mama lived there. When my mama got sick and moved out, started staying at my mama's house or my mom and dad's house, I didn't go down there very much until I moved back down there after she passed away, and I got out of trouble and I moved from the other house. So, I mean, the only cousin that I have in Beach Creek that I was close to and I was raised with, and you could say I played with every day as a kid or every other day because my mama and his mama were close sisters, and they lived 2 miles apart. So she took Chad Light, yes. He's dead now. That was my closest cousin that I was close to that lived in Beach Creek. That's the only person I really had anything to do with in Beach Creek.
Is that the one that shot you, Fred?
No.
Oh, okay. It was a light that shot you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The Fields Road search. Did you go down to Fields Road on the 15th? Or why? Do you know anything about that property of your guys's, Andy, being focused on?
I mean, no, not really. I mean, they searched all down through there. Like it wasn't just Fields Road. They've come through the mountain back there in between Ben Hill Road and Fields Road. You can come back behind, kind of close to Fred's mom and dad's house in between there and where he stayed. And you can go back across in front of that house and you can pop out my cousin Chad's house, right behind his house. So that's right there close to Bell Road and Fields Road. I mean, that's like the Brandon dude with JLR come from the live hauler through the gap behind my house and popped out at Thompson's and come all the way through and let him back out in up Beach Creek.
So did you go to Fields Road that on the 15th?
I will say it is crazy, those trails behind there that, like JLR and Brandon showed us, and then the ones that he's talking about, it's wild. But I mean, it makes sense too.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Andy, Mia's Frank's dad's sister, but Mama, Frank, Mama's sister. I'm so confused, Glitter, on who's related to who. Don't even ask me. They're related. That's what we're going to go with. I think
Yeah.
down there, one of my biggest pet peeves, I don't know why. It's not really a pet peeve, but it's kind of like cringe and it makes me go, ugh, is when people say that's my relation. Like, no, that's your relative. People
Do
say
people say that?
They say
My
relation. That's my relation. But yeah, they're all related somehow.
I hear kin down here a lot.
Kin, that's my
We're
kin.
kin.
Mhm.
Are we
So,
kin?
yeah, they're all related somehow. But yeah, those little backwoods trails and everything are wild.
Yeah, that Brandon guy, remember he said, Andy came down the driveway with a stick and was going to hit these women. Like, that was Benny Keys and that was Molly Golightly. What?
Who said
How
that?
did that Brandon dude?
No, the Brandon dude, yeah.
Yeah, he was like, yeah,
That
Andy was going to
Brandon
hit.
dude was a trip with his machete and his boots and like he's just like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll take it, and starts marching off like, okay, here we go. Wild.
Oh, Andy tells what the contamination is, Selena.
Yeah.
I was like,
How can
oh.
Andy's mama be sisters with Frank's mama and his mama also be Frank's dad's sister? Glitter? Some
80s
family trees make a
mama.
reef. Glitter. Some family trees make a reef. I
80s
don't know.
mama and Fred's dad. Wait, 80s mama and Fred's dad were brother and sister. Their father was Ben Hill.
Okay.
So even though Andy and Fred are similar age, like a close age, he is actually cousins with his mom. Fred is cousins with Andy's mom.
Wow.
Mhm.
Some only have one branch. That's true. No, he wasn't meaning Frank Light. He's talking about Frank Hill.
Oh, and tons of this. It's so crazy when they all go, "Oh yeah, we're related. I'm related to Crawford." It might be like their aunt married somebody named Crawford or something like that. Like it's not a tight you know what I mean? It's this big, you may have never met them kind of thing.
Yeah. Hmm.
15th.
Maybe later on that night. I don't remember doing it earlier in the evening just to look. I mean, I think we went down there just to check, see if anybody was around for the Jackie Dobbs situation. No, I didn't hop over the gate. I just looked. The gate was there. I can drive through the field and get my ass chewed and just deal with it if I want to go up there. But I mean, it isn't an exaggeration of shit. I wanted to live my.
Somebody gave a super chat and asked about the Fields Road thing. That's why I was asking. Like, it's not me.
That girl, I see it popped up. I can't see chat. If I'm missing chat, people asking me shit. I'm sorry, I can't see it.
It's probably best for both of you because it will keep you guys like, because you'll be like me and see things that are false, and you'll distract you. So Mr. Dobbs go to your other why would Mr. Dobbs go to your other property? Somebody asked. I don't know. What's that mean?
Well, the funny thing I see it about Dobbs is when my uncle came in and talked to him when he came in that evening. Now, Fred, I didn't ask him. He seen him that morning. I didn't see him till later on that evening. When my uncle seen him, there wasn't a vehicle there. When I seen him, there was a vehicle there. When Fred seen him, there was a vehicle there. Where was that vehicle when my Uncle John seen him?
I don't know much about the Dobbs thing. I don't really quite understand it all, but
look, the only problem that I had with Jackie Dobbs was that he had cut trees on my property, not his. Now, let me ask Fred a question too to go with that whole Jackie Dobbs situation, because he knows, and if I'm wrong, then somebody else told me wrong. You know where the driveway goes up that we use now?
Yes.
You know where the old driveway goes up, that goes up beside that splits off and goes up through the woods?
Yes.
Both them's ours, right? That goes with Mama's property, right? As far as you know, as far as I know.
A part of it does, part of it don't. That's why they built a new road up to the property.
Okay. So when he was cutting trees, he was in between the old road and the new road. Is that his or is that mine? Or mom or Mama's, mom and dad's? Mom and my uncle's.
Your property far as parking, but that was about it. I mean, they cut trees.
Okay. Okay. Would you want somebody pulling up on part of your property without talking to you and cutting your trees and then just saying, dicking your ass once you finally met him? I mean, I think that's how that shooting kind of went down. That son bitch was running in and out, shooting off rounds, raising hell. Then he wanted to pull a gun on you that night. You shot him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I pulled the paper, no.
Okay. So that's the only thing that I had against Jackie Dobbs. I didn't care if he had property. I didn't care if he lived on his property. Mom and dad, mom and uncle, nobody cared if Jackie Dobbs was there, just as long as he'd get his ass on his property. Just like he come down there and messed with you and he got what he got.
Yeah.
So, I mean, ain't nobody down there. Do you know anybody down there that you think would be a child predator?
No, not really.
I mean, even.
Wait, hold on. What, Fred?
Yeah, what?
They was child predators at Dawn's.
Yeah, at Dawn's.
Well, okay, I didn't have nothing to do with that, man.
Oh.
I mean, I know the dude from Arkansas that came over there and broke his neck.
Fred has not accused you of anything except like.
So he does know there were child predators at Dawn's. Is that because his phone told him so? Hey, Parody Patty.
Probably.
Good morning, Lindsay. We pulled an all-nighter. So, yeah, who were the predators there? I'm curious, but what was it she just said? I lost it.
Who broke his neck? That was Bob the Builder.
Bob the Builder? We still haven't gotten to Bob the Builder. Hang on, let me hear what she says again. I just lost.
Oh, I thought you said who. Yeah, Agatha said who broke his neck.
Child predators at Dawn's.
Yeah, at Dawn's.
Well, okay, I didn't have nothing to do with that, man. I mean, I know the dude from Arkansas that came over there and broke his neck.
Fred has not accused you of anything except like the few things that he's mentioned here. So
Fred has not accused you of anything except those few things that he accused you of.
Except lying,
taking money,
kidnapping a child, taking
a child,
purchasing a child.
Just those things. Just those things. I do, Patty. I am a little, but it's so interesting. This has just been wild. It has been a wild interview.
Like Mr. Toads.
And trust me, like I give Ziggy some slack because like when you're up there doing this and live and in real time, a lot of things escape your mind and whatnot. So I do hope she listens back to where she can actually hear Fred debunking himself, but I'm not going to hold my breath on that one.
And I said this earlier, but I've held off on this like for a long time, as far as the Fred stuff, because I was really hoping that she would see it on her own.
Right.
And I didn't even mean to discuss it tonight, but it's the truth.
Here it is.
So,
I mean, what can you do? I think I haven't caught all of them, but I've seen a couple of Michelle After Dark's videos. She's done a couple of videos and clips kind of laying it all out there, right? So
yeah.
I know there are people out there doing it, maybe not a full in-depth debunk, but I think other people clearly see and hear the misdirection.
Yeah. I mean, nice to meet you, Foxfire. Agatha Misty would like to know how Fred knows who is at the Wells. Do you want to tell her, Deets?
Go ahead, I can't.
Fred has a. Go ahead. You want to do
No, go.
Fred knows when RSOs are at 110 because his phone alerts him when RSOs are near.
She's not making that up, y'all. He has a magical RSO detector phone.
Yeah.
It's not the monkeys, it's the phone.
Blip.
The phone alerts him when an RSO is near.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's
I
a
mean,
fact.
that's a straight up fib. Like that's not
Right?
even a. Oh,
It's
I
just,
thought it did that. I mean,
and it's just a perfect example of one of these little things she's not catching. Like, it's clear cut, girl. He just told you his phone detects when RSOs are around. Yeah, it's like a stud finder phone, but instead of studs, it's finding RSOs. My question is if the RSO has the phone, is it just continually going off? It would just be like, oh my gosh. That's just
that's just his word.
I think that is one thing he is clear of, right? There's nothing pertaining to him, right? As an RSO, is there?
Who?
Fred?
Oh no.
Okay,
No.
I didn't think so. Yeah, I think he's clear of that. He said it, Patty. He absolutely did.
Yeah.
It's in one of his first interviews with Ziggy.
Uh-huh. He said his phone alerts him when there's RSOs up at 110. So
Yep.
he knows they're up there all the time.
His phone alerts him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's go a little further.
Snooze. That's awesome.
People,
I'm not saying he has.
questions
No.
that people are asking and bringing up.
Well,
So
I'm just trying. I'm not accusing Fred of nothing. I'm not.
Of anything. That's just all I was saying too. I just wanted you to know.
Well, I'm just trying to shine. I'm here. We're doing this. Me and him are from the
I really
holler.
appreciate it. Like, because, you know, some people.
Well, okay. What better time than now?
I mean,
that you got two people from the holler that he says I was there, I say I wasn't there, to shine a light and a subject on everything else that everybody has questions about.
Yeah.
They can ask me, they can ask him.
Should have been done a while back, but it kind of never, it just never
I
happened.
didn't want to.
No, it wasn't you.
Be here.
It was, I mean, both of you.
I mean, I didn't want to be here. I do not want to be here. When I walked away from Ben Hill Road, I wanted that to be the end of that. I was done.
So
I didn't want it to last 3 years and all this, because I'm not all this. I'm a pothead. I like to sit around, have a good time, watch movies, enjoy my life. I'm here to have a party till I get kicked off the rock. That's what I've always been.
Speaking of parties, you weren't at a party at the Wells on the 14th? I mean, I'm just asking all the tough questions.
If there was a party at the Wells on the 14th, I was not there. I was at my house. Do what?
There was no, do you know of any type of get together on the 14th, like of people hanging out there?
No.
Okay.
I want to say that I might have been there on the 14th to take them some weed, but I didn't see nobody else. I pull up in my truck. Dawn and Candace come out and they pay me, and I roll off the hill and I go back to my hill. I didn't stay and I didn't smoke with them. Hell, if I had a way to get a hold of Donnie, I'd get him up here, ask him if he's ever smoked weed with me. I don't smoke weed with people because you can communicate diseases that way. Certain people that I've been friends with my whole life, yes, I'll smoke weed with them. But as far as just some Joe Blow on the street, here, hit my blunt. No, that's not going to happen. And you can ask my wife that.
Did you ever see Cotton Simpson? Do you know who Cotton Simpson is?
I
Do you
have
know him?
met Cotton Simpson. I think, okay, look, I think I met Cotton Simpson one time at the hard curve coming through the mountain. My car had tore up. Fuel pump went out or something. And I was stuck in that hard, sharp corner there on the mountain road. And he stopped and asked if I needed help. And I was like, no, I done got somebody coming. I'm fine. I appreciate it. And he went on about his business. That's the only time I can think that I've met and spoke to Cotton Simpson.
Have you ever, so you never saw him over at the wells? Ever, by chance? Like, did you ever see him going up on that property? That you can remember?
I mean, I never did see him over there. I seen Hunter over there.
14th or the 13th, you didn't see Cotton Simpson?
No. No, I mean,
Sorry, I kind of got lost in the sauce just reading through some of the comments that were flying through the chat. And I'm not going to scroll back because I don't want to call anybody out, but some of them are just like wild speculation that has been readily debunked over and over and over in this case.
Yeah,
It's
they don't.
great. Like
Some
Jody
people don't
Sue
care.
seeing Summer in the shower with Dawn. That's not possible because she also claims that she didn't get out of the vehicle. So from her angle, it would not have been possible to see them in the shower. Now we do know what he
Right.
has said since, and we know that, you know, she's changed that to in a towel at the door. So it's just crazy seeing. I mean, that's just one example. There's so many other things being thrown around in there. And again, I don't blame the people for that because there's so much misinformation out there. So
yeah.
much.
I mean, there's pretty much like a CNN just nonstop just throwing stuff out. And Fox, I'm not just picking on CNN, but like the 24-hour just blah 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 blah, and you know, somebody gets mad at somebody else, and all of a sudden they throw out a whole bunch of crazy stuff, you know, and everybody has to go figure out like what's really happening. And I mean, it's none of this has anything to do with why people are supposedly here.
This is crazy.
It is.
Oh, I know, Agatha. I don't like that whole debate either. I'm just pointing out that, you know, there's just a lot of inconsistencies. I blame them because we can all watch the right sources and not spread it more. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That's true.
Wow. They blame, and in the end, they blame the dead guy. Wow.
Yeah, that exactly. I mean, Cotton Simpson. I mean, we've already been told by someone that spoke to their family that he didn't even die in the place they said he died, which was a key to blaming him in the first place.
Yeah, where did the party? I don't know. Where did the party on the 14th start? I saw someone in chat throw out that they were doing psychedelic and prescription pills. I'm like, where did this come from? This is new.
No telling. Oh, that's been around since
Has it? I don't even
the
remember.
very beginning. That was in the very beginning of this. People said, well, they had a party. And
psychedelic drugs.
I don't know about the psychedelic drug part. That's new. I don't think that's the preference of 110. The psychedelics. I could be wrong. But yeah, there's always some kind of. I mean, people really are bad about the Dawn and Candace stories.
Yeah. Well, and they.
Yeah. Oh no.
But
that's what I'm saying. There's plenty there.
Yep.
Right. There's plenty of misinformation and false timelines and the drinking and drugging and inward and all the things. There's plenty to work with there. But then it's
we don't have to lie and add more to that whole mess.
Exactly the same with Jody Sue. You
Yeah.
just only have to watch one live, and
The same
good
with all of
grief,
them. You know,
why
every
lie
last
about her?
one. Yeah.
There's no reason to make up stuff.
I would love for law enforcement, Agatha, to come out and debunk anything, but we just know that it's not going to happen. Hey, country. Good
Oh,
morning. Good morning to the morning
Alicia.
crowd.
Oh, the dirty kids.
The dirty kids. Oh my god.
Yeah. Where did that story originate? What channel?
I have no clue.
The one we're talking about.
I'm still on the hit. Oh, here? Okay.
No, it was Ziggy, but I mean, I don't even know that it was. I'm not blaming her. I'm saying that the lady that had the story
The lady that came up and
told
shared
it.
it.
Yeah, she told it on Ziggy's.
Oh. Yeah, people are gullible. All right. I'm almost done with my pop, so we'll see how much further we get. This has been good, though.
I know. It's
Okay.
pretty awesome.
I'm telling you, I did not see him.
No, I'm
I
just
didn't
asking.
hang out.
I know, but you
No.
said
Okay.
you guys were over there at some point on the 14th, so I'm just wondering if you happened to see Cotton there that day.
No. They went. I don't think there was nobody there when I come. Usually when I show up there, there's nobody there. Now, like one time I went over there and some kids was there, Hunter and another kid. I'm not going to put out names.
Mhm.
I'm not that person. But there was kids over there.
I gotta say, sorry. Again, I'm reading the chat. I just love how Justin says this. Someone asked, I don't know if I can find knowledge is power's comment, but BS, you won't smoke with somebody, but you pick up hookers. And Justin is just so eloquent. He's like, he refutes that he ever purchased services from a hooker.
Purchase services. Oh my god. May I
Just
see a
love
menu?
the way he worded that. He refutes that he purchased services from a hooker. Oh my
Oh my
goodness.
gosh.
That is so
But
funny.
that's
I
a
don't
weird
know.
thing to say. Like BS, you won't.
Yeah.
How about if
You
that
won't share a blunt, but
proved?
you'll purchase hookers. He's like, he
But
refutes that he purchased services from a hooker.
but instead of looking at it as like, oh, well, if he won't even share a blunt with somebody, I can't imagine seeing him go get a
True.
prostitute. I mean,
True.
it's just how you look at it.
The way he worded it cracked me up. It hit
That's
me in the
funny.
funny bone. Love it. I love it. So proper.
That people know. And at other points in time, there's other juveniles or young adults that's over there that I know. And I went to school with people that's their kids. But I don't know how you put that two and two together. I don't know where that comes together, that they meet in the middle. But I mean, it's not. I don't know.
I appreciate doing this.
I mean, I know.
I would.
Okay.
I mean,
Fred probably knows the dude, Bob the builder that fell off the hill and broke his neck. You know him?
Hoping we would get to Bob the Builder.
That's what you've been waiting on this whole time. I want to hear about Bob the Builder.
But I had no clue that Bob the Builder fell off the hill and broke his neck.
He
Can't
did.
fix that. He can't fix that.
He fell. That's what I said. Because you're like, can we fix it? Yes, we can. I was like, no, we can't.
No, we can't.
No,
There's
we
Bob
can't.
the Builder. Oh my gosh, Bob the Builder. Oh, True Texan says that it's a short-term rental at best on the hooker. That's a fact. Oh my gosh.
Can we fix it? No.
No, he's not. Poor Bob the Builder. Dang. Oh my goodness. I think if we did like a name count of how many people's names were dropped in this live, it's got to be in the 20s, maybe 30s.
Oh yeah, Definitely.
Now we're up to Bob the Builder.
Definitely.
All right.
If
Well,
it's not too much longer, you might want to wait till nature lovers. Well, I don't know. You might have been there for that. Her question is answered.
okay. I'll wait for that. Yeah, we'll get through that. I'm rolling. Cape's rolling another J. Oh, here. Let's find out about Bob. Do we hear about Bob?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear about Bob. I'm picturing Bob the Builder in the blue bib overalls, but
I know. I
I
can't
know
help
that's
but
not what
too.
Bob lived for or looked like, I'm sure.
No.
Okay, that's one of the ones I know. I might have seen Jose over there one night. I
Oh,
might
you're talking
have
about some of
seen.
the people that had hang out at the wells, is what you're saying. You're mentioning people
I'm
that you
telling you people that I've seen on their
Right.
property when I've been there. I've seen
Right.
Hunter. I've seen, I think, Jose that one time. I've seen this dude, Bob. I can tell you he's from Arkansas.
Oh.
I think his name was Eastley, or something like that. I don't know. That Facebook got shut down, and I had him on it, and I could tell you, but that Facebook got shut down because of 5 videos that were streamed from it that was not me. So, I mean, I don't know you. I think his name was Eastley, or something like that. I don't know. Uh, that Facebook got shut down, and I had him on it, and I could tell you, but that Facebook got shut down because of 5 videos that were streamed from it that was not me. So, I mean, I don't know. I didn't hang out with them. I didn't associate with them. I kept to my hill. I did my
Well,
thing.
you know how it is in the, I mean, yeah, no, I don't think that I don't know. I think it was a drug, or just any other like drug that type of relationship. It's you never have really good friends in that scene, anyways. But I just
You
feel
have
like
associates.
yeah, I feel like I don't know. I just feel like you had more of a connection to Don than you want to admit in the drug scene.
No. Look,
You
I
never
don't.
went with him or the outskirts. You never went on a trip with him to go get drugs.
November of 2022, YouTubers came to Kingsport. They ran around Kingsport. They spoke with Don and Candace. They spoke with other people, me involved. Certain people took us out to eat at a certain place. That is the only time that I ever went anywhere in association with Don and Candace Wells. When Don was gone to Utah that one time, I went to the liquor store and to the cigarette store, and I bought Candace cigarettes and liquor, and I took cigarettes and liquor to Candace. That's it. She paid me for said cigarettes and stuff.
I
She had cash.
I just care about if you went with him on drug runs ever. Which
Okay,
I'm not trying
I'm gonna break this down to you. In September of 2009, I got raided for selling weed.
Mm-hmm.
I went to jail. I was in and out of jail on and off till 2015, somewhere in there. I don't know what year. I can't remember what dates. That don't matter to me in my everyday existence and in my everyday life, and it don't make a determination on me worrying about every day of my life. So, I did not hang out with him. I didn't do nothing. I didn't really, honestly, sell too much weed after that raid in 2009. Yes, I did sell weed here and there, but it's this type of situation that you have a friend that you've had for years and they need weed and they don't have a connect, and you got a connect that you can still use. So you just, hey, give me $100, and if I go get you $100 in weed, you got to give me 5 grams out of that $100 worth of weed, and I smoke for free.
Mm-hmm.
That is the situations I had. I went and bought my weed because I worked and I like to smoke weed. It affects me.
I'm not really talking about weed.
Okay, what? In the early 2000s, mid 2000s, before 2009, yes, I did cocaine.
Did you go with Don, please?
No.
Okay, that's all I care about. I don't care about if you did cocaine. I just care if you just specifically about these drug runs, like to Knoxville, the outskirts. That's it.
That makes me think of that.
She's stuck on Knoxville.
Dude, Don didn't even live in Tennessee in
No.
2009.
That's what I was thinking too. He wasn't even there.
Okay, I have to tell you because once he got through the Bob the Builder part, he doesn't talk anymore about it. I don't think. But the guy was from Arkansas, staying with Don and Candace fell down the hill of 110 and went up the hill of 125 and apparently was just standing at the door with a broken neck.
What?
When Andy opened the door, the dude standing there and his neck was broken. He's fell down the hill.
Is he deceased?
No. That's what he said. He was on his Facebook, except his Facebook got ended up getting shut
I heard that.
down.
That's why I went back to listen to that story because I like didn't comprehend it, and then I was like, "Oh, I know what he's talking about." Yeah.
Yeah, he had to have people like
Wow.
report his own Facebook page because Jody Sue was
Jeez.
doing lives trashing him on his own Facebook page.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
ridiculous.
I can't believe you opened the door and
Yeah, broke neck got Bob the Builder.
broke neck guy. Wow.
Are you falling asleep? I think you
No,
are.
I'm reading all these comments. They're
Oh,
cracking
okay.
me up. No, the comments are killing me, y'all. Like, I wish you could see my face.
I don't even know if I saw the comments. I was listening and playing Zelda.
I don't want to call anyone out or anything, but they're just totally cracking me up. And some of them are really hilarious too. If a person doesn't know somebody that well, why in the crap would you go buy them liquor? Fair question.
Because they're your neighbor and asked you to go do that for them because they couldn't for some reason.
I don't know. Like, I don't know if I'd buy my neighbor liquor. I'm just saying.
I would.
Maybe. Well, I mean, I would buy my wine. She's my best friend, but oh, see, Sheba Mom got it. She's like, Wells didn't even live there in 2009.
Right. Scott said the same
Exactly.
thing. Scott H said that earlier
Yep.
too.
Yep. This is wild. The people the Wells were hooked up to in Arkansas are bad. I bet. I mean, it's possible. Yeah, the chat is wild, Patty. That's why it's cracking me up. Well, I think the reference, I get that, Selena, because I do think that they bought Candace cigarettes the night because Summer disappeared, because Jody Sue had said that in the chat earlier when they were talking about the exchanging of the money. But I think this buying of alcohol reference was at a different time when he said when Dawn was gone to Utah. Is that what he
Yeah.
said?
Mhm.
So, okay. I got to get to nature lovers question. I like nature lover.
You don't have to. It's gross.
No, I want to hear it. If it's
Okay.
gross, I want to hear it. I do need to go to the bathroom, though. It's been 6 hours. Okay. This might be on mute for a few seconds.
Okay.
TikTok skit. I did not freebase crack cocaine. No, look, no, I did not go. Look, Donnie and Candace bought weed from me. I never went on no runs anywhere with Don and Candace. My business was my business. I was the business. If I went and got weed, that was me. That didn't have no anybody involved in it. That was me. I did it.
Okay.
I didn't have no partners. I was a single person. And at the point the time Summer got down, there was maybe 2 to 3 people that got weed from me. And that was only close, dear friends of mine, other than Don and Candace. Like there was 2 people besides Don and Candace that got weed from me, maybe.
Do you have a Playboy tattoo? Sorry for interrupting. Somebody saw that comment. I was like, what?
Do I have a Playboy tattoo?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Hell no.
Somebody said, when you were on your live, did Jody Sue say you would learn what a forensic team was and mentioned a contaminated well? That's a question that somebody's asking. Andy, do you know what they're talking about?
Yeah, I do know what she's talking about. There's 2 shit barrels at my house that she shit in bags and filled up with piss and shit and put in 2 barrels that is sitting on my property that I need to deal with.
Did I just hear that?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I was halfway down the stairs when I heard that, and I was like, oh, let me truck a little faster. Oh, goodness. Let me go back and hear that. Oh my goodness. Boy, they got a wild stream, y'all.
Well, you have to consider too. So when you think about this, like, yes, we're laughing at this. She is the one who said that. The question is, did Jody Sue say to you, you would learn what a forensic team was? And she did. And it was in reference to this. So him answering the question isn't like, so she's the one that put it out there. I don't even understand. She does this all the time. And then she's like, I'm a victim. Because somebody, like, we're laughing at it. Those bitches are over there laughing at me.
Oh my
You're the one who put it out there.
goodness. This is wild. Y'all, this is too much. Yeah, Scott, it was too much last night. Still too much now. I'm with ya. Holy crap. Did that? Holy crap. Okay, okay. So this is okay. I gotta hear it again. Let me hear it again. Okay, hang on.
I was like, what?
Do I have a Playboy tattoo?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Also, I wanted to comment on that. He's like the audacity to ask me, like, dude, you smoke blunts, you sell weed. Like, she's been accusing you of purchasing hookers, and you're like, a tattoo of a Playboy? No. Like, the audacity. Anyway, that just made me laugh, but okay. Let's see.
No.
No. No. It's like,
Hell no.
Somebody said, why when you were on your live did Jody Sue say you would learn what a forensic team was and mentioned a contaminated well? That's a question that somebody's asking. Andy, do you know what they're talking about?
Yeah, I didn't know what she's talking about. There's 2 shit barrels at my house that she shit in bags and filled up with piss and shit and put in 2 barrels that is sitting on my property that I need to deal with.
No. No. This is the forensic story. This is the story to you're gonna find out what a forensic. Oh my god.
What a forensic team is.
Could you imagine having that job? Showing up like, okay, today we have to collect evidence. Oh, what's in these 2? Oh my god, what are in these barrels? Oh, my
Selena.
God. Yeah, Lana K, we are still we're about to get off here though. I gotta hear a little bit more. I'm sure there's more to this story, but
Can I real quick, barrels.
yeah.
Right? Another Fred thing. Whiskey
Right.
barrels. Because a psychic said they saw whiskey barrels. So he Fred says there's whiskey barrels up on 125. Just like he does everything that comes out. Oh, Andy did, or it's on 125. I was up there. I did not get anywhere near any barrels of shit and piss.
You didn't see any shit barrels?
No, I didn't. But I saw barrels. I don't even want to know which ones they are. That bothers me that bad. But there were no wooden whiskey barrels there at
No
all.
whiskey barrels. Oh my goodness.
But he tried. Fred tried.
Oh my goodness. This is insane, y'all. We have had snakes. We have had lizards. We have had fish snatching. We have had what else have we had? We have had purchasing hookers, allegedly. We have had, don't forget Bob the Builder, for Pete's sake. And we now have shit barrels. Shit barrels.
I was trying to eat.
We have had phones that detect RSOs. We have had teleportation warrants from law enforcement happening in the matter of seconds. We've had evidence that disappears and reappears, and And now we got shit barrels. Is this the bottom? We've had meth monkey. Is this the bottom of the barrel, or is it get
little bit.
worse?
There's a little more of the barrel.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Brokeneck Mountain.
Fish snatchers. Oh, the fish snatchers along with the barrel. I can't.
Let's not do that. Let's not go there.
I'm not gonna.
All right, let's hear the shit barrel story. Imagine, Playboys. This has had it all. This stream has had it all.
So did Don get that red for sale barrel from you?
No,
Do you have other? Aren't there barrels like that up on your property?
I've sold those barrels for 7 years almost. Those are the oil barrels from Hayworth Tire where they do oil changes. And I take the barrels home and I sell them for $10 a piece, and I make that extra money just to get it out the back of his bullshit. I mean, does
So-
everybody have to know my hustle?
So he could have got that.
He's like, does everybody have to know my hustle? Lordy. Oh my gosh. I started getting lost at Bob. Shit barrel was the last straw. I'm sorry, Agatha. Oh my goodness. Yeah. The for sale barrel. Which we don't have a burn barrel. We have, plastic garbage cans that they come and pick up. But we live in town in the country. Like everybody has a burn barrel. It's not a rare thing. So I don't know why that's like always a hot topic issue around these YouTube streets. It seems I know why it is. I get it. The for sale, the dancing. I get why people may get something, but yeah. Good morning, Titanium.
Good morning.
Yeah, they burn their trash and put their metal or airsoft cans in the. Ooh, they put their airsoft cans in there. I didn't know that. Well, they're not. I was going to say carbonated, but that's not the word I'm looking for.
Pearl.
Pearl, with or without shit. I don't know. $7, they might come with it. I don't know. Holy cow. Nobody shits in my barrel. Well, that's good to know, Cape. I'm glad nobody shits. Oh,
That's a
Patty
good
has
rule to have.
both. Yeah.
Good rule. Everybody needs boundaries.
Aerosol. That's what I was looking for. Aerosol. Yeah. Okay. So does it cost less if it is full? I don't know.
God.
A weekly review show? Maybe we should. It'll probably be another week before I find time.
His hustle.
Does everybody gotta know my hustle? Good morning, Tiny Dancer. The morning crowd's strolling in as we've been awake all night, learning about all the magical things of Ben Hill Road.
Yep.
It's an interesting place, y'all.
Yeah, and that's funny. Somebody brought Amber Heard in the bed thing.
Oh my God, no.
because Ziggy said like something about him and AD and Jody Sue were like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard or something. He goes, I don't believe she ever shit in my bed. Oh my God.
Wow. This is what's in the water on Ben Hill. Possibly in my head, I just hear JSB shout, I'm like, holy shit barrels. Holy shit barrels, y'all. Holy shit barrels. Wow. He's like, those two? Oh yeah, them were free. As is no return.
They're the new gravity heavy barrels.
I can't.
Oh, don't look in it. Just take it.
No. For all of you that own barrels, like, you'll be traumatized now every time you look at them and be like, "Oh, a shit barrel." Ben Hill is why real estate is so cheap in Hawkins County. Wow.
He says later is because she said it had to be separate.
Don't spoil it for me. Let's get there.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I thought you wrote me that. Oh my God.
Alright, hang on, let's hear it.
So could he have got that from you?
No, that's not my barrel. My barrels are all one color. And mine don't say for sale on them.
Well, I know he obviously. I'm guessing that he put that on there.
Well, no, he didn't get my barrels. I never sold Donnie a barrel. Just because I have barrels don't mean that Donnie got his barrels from my
Well,
shit, sorry.
I mean, it's not every day people have those type of barrels. I mean, maybe out there in the country, I don't know.
I know 3 people right now that work at garages that sell barrels.
Oh, okay. I'm a city person, so like.
Okay, I can get you the barrel with the lid that you have to cut off yourself for about $10 to $15. If you need a barrel that the lid comes off that's got the clamp on it, I can probably do for about $25 to $35. Just a plain plastic barrel that you got to cut the lid off of. Them some bitches, they about $25 every day, any day.
This mother trucker's up here running his hustle.
He's pricing barrels for everybody. I can let that go for about.
He's like, well, I can get you this. He's been accused of purchasing hookers, of exchanging money for a missing child. All the things. And he's like, let me hustle you some barrels.
And he was accused of selling a barrel. He didn't sell, but he does sell barrels.
Those are not his barrels. His barrels.
No. I love how he says no.
Thank you for that cash app. I don't know if
do
you
you
want to
have
say her name, but thank you, love.
Do you have a Playboy bunny tattoo?
Do you have
No.
a Playboy? No. The audacity.
Or audacity.
Oh man, who knew?
The audacity.
Who knew that barrels were so lucrative? Holy cow! I've got tears. I've been laughing.
Same. Patty is his mom and uncle.
Holy cow! Stealing them from behind the French fry shop using the waste oil in his chainsaw and sell the barrel. Holy cow! My husband one time actually, Capes reminded me of this. He wait, what Pearl say?
I'm so sorry. I read it in Pearl's voice.
Just dirty serious. Oh my gosh. No, he said in bags, Pearl. He said in bags.
But you have to, like, in your mind, read it in Pearl's voice. And you're going to say, petch.
Petch. I cannot do British.
Me either.
Oh, thank you, Foxfire, for the membership. Holy cow. We've got shit barrels. We've got everything. It's filled with human waste. It's free. I'm still concerned about why the well is not working. She's trying to connect him with a Vice Lord gang with a plate. Yeah. These things. And he's like, okay, you guys accuse me of all this, but let me hustle you a barrel.
And let me ask you this. I'm going to ask you a question that completely busts your little bubble here of lies.
Yeah.
That was cold.
I don't know that either.
That was cold and fast. He just like cut it. Like, you know.
Yeah.
Hayata.
Okay, let's finish here in the barrels.
Yep.
Now the good ones are the plastic ones, any color, that have the screw-on lids, and these farmers love them on the dairy farms for cattle feed or chicken feed or anything that these gamecock ranches and whatever else, dog food, anything to keep the coons out of.
Somebody want to know, see if Andy, Dawn, Jody Sue looked for Dobbs on the night of the 14th. Did you guys go out looking for Jackie Dobbs on the 14th? The night of the 14th?
Me and Jody Sue did.
Not Dawn, though?
No.
Okay. Andy, why does Jody Sue tell the world you are watching teen, underage, whatever, on her computer, and you are capable of murder? Yeah, why does she say that about you? Has she always said this stuff about you?
Yeah. I mean, from the time we got together, I was sleeping with everything and anything, walked, run, 18 to 85, blind, deaf, dumb, retarded. I mean, excuse my language, but I mean, if you have a certain amount of time to get from point A to point B, and I mean, does 5 minutes to 15 minutes satisfy you in an escapade in a bathroom? I'm not that type.
We go from shit barrels to now we are discussing
Stalls.
Oh my god. I'm a lady. I shouldn't individualize that back my barrel. Thank you very much. Gosh, the audacity, girl. Oh my goodness.
Oh
This
my
is
god.
wild.
He's like, there's blue barrels, red barrels, and plastic ones that twist off the top. You get those for dairy farm, put feed in it. He knows his barrels.
Mom of Three Boys, we played both videos. We played the original and then the altered one at the very beginning, hours and hours ago.
Oh my god, like yesterday sometime.
Yesterday. It wasn't even my husband's birthday yet. I agree, Patty. I think that there's probably more than weed being sold. I don't know who was selling it, but enter stall pump, right? Oh my gosh. I'm just dying when he's like, do you think 5 minutes is gonna satisfy you? Like, oh my god, we're going there. Okay. Why not? Why not? He's the force pump of barrels. Yeah, right. I got twist off cans. I get you plastic in any color. Like,
mine don't say for sale. He said mine don't say for sale.
She said Forrest Gump of dope. No, you didn't.
Oh my god. It did sound like Bubba, did it? It sounded like Bubba Gump. Not Bubba Gump, it sounded like Bubba. Shrimp soup, shrimp salad, shrimp, boiled shrimp, fried shrimp, coconut shrimp, shrimp soup.
Oh, I can't breathe.
Gumbo.
I can get you tall barrels, little barrels. I can get you barrels with shit in.
You got medium-sized barrel, and you got your extra large barrel. You want to be careful of that because it's hard to move those once they're full, especially if they're full of shit and piss. I'm sorry. I'm going to hell.
Mama. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's complicated enough with all the mammals. I feel like Ginny and I are at a disadvantage. Y'all been looking up. Well, some of you have been here the whole time, but oof. I'm dead. I am dead.
Oh my god.
My stomach hurts right now.
Yeah. So if y'all ever like have wondered, like when we hang out Discord, like me and Deez and Tracy and Adrian and Skeeter and Tater, this is what we're doing. 9 times out of 10. Not even kidding.
Life is like a yard of barrels. Oh, we went from
No,
Princeton.
Agatha was
No,
like
Agatha.
halfway
Yeah,
through.
the
I
pin
think
hit
Fred's still
hard.
Fred's still there even. He hadn't even dropped off.
I was hoping to get to where Fred jumped. Oh, nobody at Beach Creek, please don't get a paper bag on your board.
You don't need
They leave
dog.
dump barrel.
You don't need dog poos.
Oh my goodness. No, this is
Yes.
crazy.
Some places have like lemonade stands.
There's someone out there in East Tennessee who's like, man, you don't want to buy the
Yeah.
barrels from over by Beach Creek.
Yeah. Like, want to get it back at that old man who yells at you for cutting across his lawn?
Get off my lawn. You will get a whole barrel of shit.
Pre-bagged.
Forensic team comes free.
I think you're right.
Oh my gosh. That's what it is, glitter. He hit that bong hard. Oh my
He did.
goodness.
Made him cough.
What do we got? We got any more goodies left in here?
I don't even remember, man. I mean, look, Andy's a funny guy. Like, you can love him, hate him, believe him or not. He is actually really funny.
Is he?
Yeah, well, you're
Well, I
laughing.
mean,
What
yeah,
are you
just here.
laughing?
That was hilarious. He's just like he's hustling Ziggy some barrels. I can't.
It's hustle.
I mean, maybe if he offered it a deal, 2 for the price of 1. We'll see.
Alicia, did you mean to say that?
We watched this shit is hysterical.
Man, can you smoke some more cigarettes up in here, please?
Wow. No, Agatha, I agreed. I don't know what it means. All right, here we go.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see if it goes a little farther.
You don't know anybody that has a dark blue GMC or Chevrolet, single cab truck, dark tinted windows that you can't see through. You don't know anybody that.
I mean, I'm not the first one that pops into my head is a firefighter dude that lives right up from Beach Creek. I don't think he would be involved in this entire case. No, I don't know nobody that has a black tinted window truck other than
dark blue. It probably
a person. Yeah, it's like 2 or 3 different colors, got black wheels on it. Dude, they call dude Biscuit. I mean, do you want me to dox all these people and tell you names to these people?
Well,
Now we got a fucking biscuit entering the story.
Just because it's the morning time. Snake, Biscuit, bought the building.
Biscuit. Are these names legit? Now we got a biscuit. Oh my goodness. Biscuit. Oh, fuck a biscuit. Oh my gosh.
Cheese grits.
Oh, wow.
That sounds
He's
delicious.
getting a large fine, that's for sure. That's for sure. Holy cow. Okay, let's hear about Biscuit.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I'm wanting to, because that's the truck that was seen following you out of the holler on the 15th.
I don't know nobody from Mississippi.
No, Mississippi, that's a different car. The Mississippi car is a girl that was visiting from college, the Redmond. So she's part of the Redmond crew. She was supposedly clear. It was a blue truck, dark blue truck that supposedly you went in and got at the end of the holler and they followed you out.
I wasn't there on the 15th.
But okay.
I was not there on the 15th. I don't know nobody that has a dark blue or black single cab Chevrolet truck.
That's a lie too. You're gonna say that, so even if it's in a different day, you're so also saying that the dark blue truck thing is a lie.
I've never went in the holler and had anybody follow me out. I don't know nobody. I know one person passed my driveway. I associate with one. Can I talk?
That's why we thought it was weird. You know what I mean? Because you don't. I mean, why would you be down there, right? That's
okay, Fred. Whose house would I go to on Ben Hill Road? Say his name. I'll say his name. His name is John.
Yeah.
That is the only house. Fred, that's the only house I go to on Ben Hill Road, right?
I've seen you go in past my driveway many times.
Yeah, just to go in, turn around, come back out. I don't know Ed. I ain't never talked to Ed. I've talked to him a time or two. I don't much like him. I don't think he much likes me either. I know he don't like you. So I mean,
dang, the shade got intense there.
I know he don't like
you. Go past my driveway a lot. I know Ed don't like you.
No, he don't like you. It's true too. We don't.
Oh my gosh! Blame John. He always takes the rap. Who's Ed?
Mm-hmm.
Ed don't like Fred. Ed don't like Fred. I know. I forgot Fred was there too. He's been so quiet. Oh my goodness. Interview these barrel buyers. I tried to return my Beach Creek barrel. They asked me what was wrong. I said it smelled like shit. You offered me a biscuit.
And a snake crawled out of it.
Oh my goodness. Ed don't like Fred. I never talked to Ed. I talked to him a time or two in the same sentence. I don't think he likes me. Where the fuck is Dave?
At Wendy's.
Oh my goodness. At Wendy's. Oh, he definitely don't like you, Fred. Holy cow. Okay.
Well, early on, Fred said that Ed had a brother there, or a brother-in-law that was in the WITSEC program.
Yes, he said that. And that one lady that shows up on the camera, she's the one who said, "Oh, in WITSEC."
Oh, he's in WITSEC.
WITSEC.
It was so funny. I'm not making fun of her. It was just funny to hear.
Oh, goodness. Was that Kathy? I don't know who that was.
Yeah.
Was that who that was?
Mm-hmm.
You go straight up the road, you turn right at Old Biscuits, you find Snake at the third house on the left, you smell the barrel. Absolute direction.
Go no farther, you.
This is insane, y'all.
Yes, it was like Fred's directions. Scott's comment was like Fred's directions for finding the cake.
Wow.
Too bad I'm not sick because I got a lot of the medicine.
Abandon poop all you want.
Yeah, there it is. That's it, Pearl. That's what I was trying to think of. I was like, go no farther.
I have tears. I have legit
Me
tears.
too. My cheeks are wet.
Oh my goodness. I can never look at barrels again. I will never look at barrels and and Bob the Builder. He's ruined for me.
Oh, he's only ruined. Every time you look at him, you just see his hand on like
Yeah, I broke my
broken neck.
Bob. Oh,
Mom.
it smelled like the color.
Oh God.
No.
It smells wait, it's a shape. It smells
Oh.
like a rectangle.
We're starting to wane, Leo. We're starting to wane. And if it wasn't for the poop barrels, I think we would have been.
Yeah, we would have been out like 20 minutes ago.
Oh
Easy.
my gosh. This is wild.
And then we hit the poop barrels.
We hit the poop. The shit hit the wall.
We keep forgetting the piss part though. It's piss and poop.
I mean, don't remind me. You bagged the pee. Like, what happened to it? If it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown,
I don't know, but he gives a reasoning for it later, and then he realizes, like when he says it, that it doesn't sound right, but it's what she told him. He's like, I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
There's more to the poop barrel story.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
At some point they get back to it. I don't know. It might be quick. It might not be.
Make me pee my pants.
Oh my god.
Please, I do not want that souvenir after somebody's trip to Tennessee.
I think I hurt my throat.
Send help. Turn left at the poop barrel. Dear Lord. Oh.
We'll leave the light on.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let's hear. Did we get to it soon, or is the medical reason much further?
I don't know. That's why I said it could be near, it could be far. I don't even know anymore.
All right, I'm giving 4 minutes. We're shutting this down at 7 hours, so we got 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay.
I honestly, me personally, I feel some sort of way that I didn't get to buy that because of JL's some bitching ass. If I'd have been out of jail, I'd have had the money, pay $130,000 for 265 acres and close on it in 30 days. If I'd have been out of jail, I would have bought that property. And I do feel some sort of way that some son of a bitch that I don't like and that won't let us freely walk across our great grandma's property has it and wants to fuss about us going up through there, that we've done it our whole life. But no, I don't harbor no hard feelings.
Which property are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Redmond's property. Okay. Other than the property that Fred has, that where his camper's at, that his mom bought during the auction when I was in jail for my drug charges, they auctioned off my great grandma Hill's property for $130,000, and it was 265 acres. But all you had to pay down was 10% for 30 days.
That's insanely cheap. $500 an acre. That's wild. Not gonna lie, that is wild. I mean, that kind of sobered me up a little bit, but like,
I just realized that you had it sped up.
Oh yeah.
That's why it's so funny.
It's only on 1.25 though.
It's just enough. It's
Yeah.
like it makes it funnier.
But that is super,
Mhm.
super, super cheap. I mean,
Mhm.
you used to be able to get a good deal if you could get, 10 grand an acre, and now it's probably what, 15 to 20, but like, so 500 an acre? Holy cow. Of course, I
Right.
mean, I don't know what it was in Tennessee, but still, that's super cheap. Crazy, crazy.
Glitter.
Do you think it had barrels on? No, sorry. Too far. Okay. Let me mute.
Maybe that's why it was fully 500 an acre.
Maybe it was it had barrel bombs throughout.
Barrel bombs.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
And there was enough logs on that property to be able to log and sell off and pay for the rest of that property, but nobody would do it. And JL screwed everybody out of it. Am I lying, Fred? How do you feel?
I feel the same.
Okay, so I don't deal with Redmond. I deal with one person on that holler, which is my Uncle John, which is my mom's brother. I didn't come off the hill, and
So
I
you're not-
honestly can't deal. Sometimes I can't go up there because I can't deal with it. We're
all
gonna
this
leave it
shit.
at that.
Is there anything you need to say, Fred? Okay. I mean, there's no reason to go back and forth if and I mean I respect you for coming up here and answering some questions and stuff. It's just I don't know. It's just like we're still at the same thing, but I knew it would be like that.
The only person that can do anything to this shit is Hawkins County Police or the TBI. To come out and say that this person or this person and this person is not the one responsible. Because all you're going to do is you're going to have thousands and millions of people across this world sitting here saying, well, this fucker did this and that fucker did that. And they don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody has a clue of what the hell happened besides who the hell's responsible for it. And y'all sit here and you blame and you persecute this one and you persecute that one for doing this and doing that when they didn't even do what they say you did, that you say they did. And it's left up to the law to sit there and say, well, this person did this one, here's it work.
I will absolutely apologize over and over. I mean, I know that one.
I don't want. I'm not here.
But if
I'm not here for that.
On that road, I would absolutely feel horrible. But it's just like
I'm not here for that.
I believe Fred just because he's just been so honest. I haven't talked to you really. I mean, we're kind of.
Wow, I was gonna cut it off there at the end because I was like, oh, what he says is so true, and it's something we have to keep into mind that And then she's like, I just believe Fred because he's so honest. But how many times have we disproved him tonight? Like, how many times has Fred debunked himself tonight?
I know.
And the part that got me though, real quick, the part that got me is saying, I will apologize if I'm wrong. What? And this applies to all true crime cases where people make allegations based on rumor and speculation without any fact whatsoever that, well, if I'm wrong, I'll apologize. It doesn't matter. It's too late. The damage is done. We see that time and time again in cases in Idaho 4 and this everywhere. Is maybe just, and I'm not saying this to Ziggy only, I'm saying this to everyone. Maybe we just shouldn't do that, period. And then we don't have to apologize.
Good idea.
I mean, it's a crazy novel idea. I don't got no hustle like selling barrels, but come on. I think that's some common sense, right? It's too late, right? It's way too late for apologies by then. And
But you're saying ahead of time. Like, I know I'm not 100% on this. Even though I've done all of this crap to you, said all this stuff about you, I know that I can't prove it as a fact.
Yeah.
That's what saying I'll apologize to you if I'm wrong.
If I'm wrong.
That's
Yeah. If it comes out, if it's proven that you weren't there on the 15th, because I'm choosing to believe this individual who has zero proof, has given me zero proof, and has lied
0
multiple
credibility.
times. Yeah, zero credibility. I'm going to believe him, so I'm going to continue accusing you. But don't worry, I'll apologize later if it comes out that you weren't there.
Yeah, and I'm sure that'll make everything better.
Yeah.
This has been over 2 years of this for him.
Well, for everybody that's falsely accused,
Uh-huh.
you
Oh,
know,
yeah.
everybody on that hill that's
David Dodson,
Dodson,
right? People could do that to him.
um,
Jackie Dobbs,
Dobbs.
Robin.
Oh my God, Robin.
Uh-huh.
Without any shred of proof, just, I think, hell, even Don and Candace, you can feel however you guys want to feel
Oh,
about
yeah.
them in that situation, but do we have any proof?
Oh, no. Uh-uh.
Or like that person in here earlier saying that, you know, what they said, and I'm like, then take that to law
The
enforcement.
CBI.
If
Yeah.
you're going to go around out there stating it as fact, take it to law enforcement and let's get this case solved.
Mhm. Yep, that'd be great.
No,
What are you waiting for?
I don't think he wore a wire either.
Oh, no. If he did, it didn't go on until, well, after the 15th.
She did say that. She did. Oh my gosh, could you imagine with the, oh my gosh, I didn't even think of the dogs in the poop bear. Well, crazy. Mhm. Everyone has been accused. Everyone.
Yep.
Personally, the only way I'll believe Fred wore a wire is if it comes out that he left the hanger in the shirt he bought. Carl brings his back up. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
No,
Monica's right. I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah, no, I was gonna say right here, Foxfire is right. Think about that. You know, think of your own neighbor, your own neighborhood, and you were next on the hit list.
Yep.
Just think about yourself, think about your neighbors, and if this were to happen in your neighborhood and there were people out there speculating for almost 3 years that you had an involvement just because, not just because of the proximity, but that would be a large reason. Like, it's sad and wild. Yeah, it is truly sad how this community have boldly accused and thrown out wild accusations and embellished and then try to convince themselves they are somehow helping.
Yep.
They're doing it for justice. When every last one of us knows maybe a fraction of the evidence that is in law enforcement's possession. I know. I feel like most neighbors would be silent. Ben Hill has been insane. Agatha, absolutely.
Yeah, that's issue for the most part. People who haven't like been on YouTube and panels, if you notice, they're not. But if they're not on social media, they're not getting bothered too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've noticed that. We weren't there when Summer went missing. Why do people think that? Right, we weren't. We weren't there, but apparently a couple neighbors were here, there, everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went over that Baton Rouge where he wore the wire and it got erased. But now it's in evidence. A year ago it was erased. We played that clip. It was erased,
Yeah.
but today it's in evidence.
Well, it was erased after, the cops laughed and Don heard it, and they were just about to make an arrest. They're
Mhm.
going to arrest Don, but the wire got erased.
Oh, Selena, could you imagine? I am shocked that it hasn't. Not gonna lie. I'm shocked it hasn't. Especially a lot of the church people. You know, they're guilty of crime simply for the fact that this little girl went to their church, and they
Can't
continue to.
stand that. Like,
It's just wild.
if you want it, this is like the best possible scenario. Nobody's saying don't research things.
Mm-mm.
Saying don't bring it public. And certainly don't bring it public without some kind of backup, some kind of
Right. Yeah,
basis for.
they're claiming the you know, this neighbor has this and that neighbor has that, but blind faith takes a lot for the rest of the internet or the community and whatnot to just fully believe it without seeing any proof. That is absolutely blind faith.
Well, what was the benefit of saying that they needed a warrant to search 125 when we have the sheriff saying 3 days in that no warrants were necessary? Why would you even say that? Like, what is the benefit of publicly saying that?
I don't think there's any benefit.
I don't see
I don't think
any of
so at
that.
all. When it can so easily be disproven. Selena, they don't typically clear names. I really wish they would. Just a few. Just I don't care who, you know, if they clear this person over that person, but just I wish they would do something. But
Yeah, no.
I also understand why they can't. So
Yeah, because once you do that, then people
mhm,
look at it a particular way. It's like, oh, well, why weren't these people cleared?
mhm.
Right? And then when you have suspects who are also like, oh crap, they're on to me because they cleared these other people. You know what I mean? It can cause all kind of problems.
Yeah, crazy.
I agree with Parody Patty.
This community has been embarrassing as far as Summer's case. That's my yeah. It's sad, isn't it?
It is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and even people who go live still, the people who did do research or did try to be honest and fair, they just don't go live about Summer, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And Glitter's right too. Like if they clear names, the focus will shift, and I don't know if it would affect him or his family, but just the fact that it will shift and there will be a whole new pool of people that is put on.
Yeah, sucked in.
I think it actually started, Alicia, with Mori's case. It was like one of the first big online cases. It was huge in like Facebook groups and stuff. And thankfully, not thankfully, I shouldn't say it that way, but her sister, Mori's sister, started the Engage with Empathy campaign, and everyone should check that out. And Mystery Maven had her on her show. It was a really, really good show. Let
Oh,
me
I just
grab
said that.
a link. Oh yeah, it was really good. Talking about engaging with empathy and what happens to, innocent people when social media takes its toll.
Oh my gosh. Oh, my whole jaw hurts.
From laughing so hard.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, why is that hurt? I just did it. Okay. No, I'm gonna get in the bed.
All right, I know I can hear Crew up, so hopefully he takes a nap early for me, and I'll catch a little nappy nap with him.
Yay. Okay, thank you for having me up. This
Thanks
was
for
fun.
coming up, Jenny. I had a lot of fun.
Dude, thank you guys. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye, love. So here is the lawyer Mystery Maven's link. I highly, highly, highly recommend her. I wish she would create more, but you have to go watch her video with Morris' sister. It's great. It's truly great. Oops, I almost started my camera instead of like closing the stream. Like, oh, you don't want to see me? I'm looking pretty ragged 7 hours in. It was fun. The laughter that we could have, through it, but there was just so much to debunk, and it's so easy, especially when we can do it within minutes, or when he, was able to debunk himself. It was wild. But let me grab the link again one more time for this live that Ziggy did. We only got, holy crap, we barely got over the halfway mark. So it's still there's still a lot left in there, I'm sure. I'm going to go celebrate hubby's birthday, and then we'll go out for mine later. So I hope you all have, oh no, Dylan Arrow went missing 1 year for summer. The parents were attacked. One in court against online bullies. Oh my goodness. Did you? Yeah, Watts Island was crazy. Yeah, you can find it on Amazon. It's the best. The Opal, too, is great. Share her picture and the link to the TBI newsroom, and that's all we can do until we get more verified information. That's for sure. Right, within minutes. Within minutes. I will. You guys have a good one. I don't know. It'll probably be a hot minute before I'm live again. It's going to be a busy week. No, his birthday's today and mine is Wednesday. But thank you guys. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll see y'all on the next one. Love, love.